Chapter 13 of the Technique of the Mystery Story. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Joseph Tabler. The Technique of the Mystery Story by Carolyn Wells. Chapter 13. Portraits. The appearance of the detective is always of interest, and each author in turn endeavors to make his marvelous-minded creature look as physically unlike other fiction detectives as possible. And especially does he aim to have him totally different in his effects from the popular conception of the conventional detective. In fact, the average detective of fiction is always declared to look absolutely unlike the average detective not of fiction. 1. Some early detective portraits. M. Dupin is not described physically, as Poe's marvelous economy of attention made him omit every possible bit of material extraneous to his actual story, but beginning to let us say with Lecoq, all seem to be diametrically opposed to the conventional detective. To quote from The Crime of Orcival, M. Lecoq, whom none of them had ever met before, in no wise resembled the conventional French detective. The latter is commonly depicted as a tall fellow with heavy mustaches, and imperial, wearing a military stock collar and a greasy silk hat, and a threadbare frock coat buttoned up to the throat so as to conceal either the complete absence of linen or at all events the extreme dirtiness of a calico shirt. Such an individual will have immense feet encased in heavy Wellingtons, and will carry in his right hand a powerful sword stick or bludgeon. Now M. Lecoq, as he appeared in the dining room at Valfeuillu, had nothing whatever in common with this familiar type. It is true, however, that he can assume whatever air he pleases, although his friends declare that he has features of his own which he retains at home when sitting by his own fireside with his slippers on. This is by no means certain. At all events, his mobile face lends itself to strange transformations, and he modifies his features according to his will, just as the sculptor molds his modeling clay. He changes everything, even the expression of his eyes. On this occasion M. Lecoq had assumed a handsome wig of lank hair, neither fair nor dark, but rather pretentiously parted on one side. Whiskers of the same vague color, puffed out with bad pomade, encircled his pallid face. His eyelids were very red, his eyes seemed weak and watery, and an open smile rested on his thick lips, which in parting disclosed a range of long yellow teeth. Timidity, self-sufficiency, and contentment were equally blended in the expression of his features. No one would ever have credited the possessor of such a head with even average intelligence. He looked the picture of some dull-minded, money-grubbing haberdasher, who, after cheating his customers for 30 years, had retired on a large income. His coat was like all other coats, his trousers like all other trousers. A hair chain of the same color as his whiskers spanned his stomach, and a large silver watch could be seen bulging out of his left waistcoat pocket. While he spoke, he fumbled with a horn box full of tiny square lozenges, and adorned on the cover with the portrait of a homely, well-dressed woman, the dear defunct, no doubt. As the conversation proceeded according as he was satisfied or disturbed, M. Lecoq munched one of these lozenges, or gave the portrait a glance which was quite a poem in itself. To be sure, this was Lecoq in disguise, but the natural man, though seldom seen, was also unlike the regulation French detective. At his first appearance on Gaboriau's pages he is described thus: he was about 25 years old, with a pale face, red lips, and an abundance of curly black hair. but with scarcely a sign of beard or mustache. He was short but well made, and his whole manner denoted energy of extraordinary character. With the exception of his eyes, there was nothing very remarkable in his appearance, but these either shone brilliantly or else grew dull, according to the disposition of the moment. His nose, which was rather wide, possessed an amount of flexibility that was extraordinary. Nor is old Father Tabaret, except on close inspection, apparently possessed of detective insight. Here is his picture. In a large, heavily curtained bed, covered up almost to the nose, lay the oracle of the Rue de Jerusalem. It was almost impossible to believe that such great intelligence could exist in that figure, the face of which showed nothing but the appearance of the greatest stupidity. A retreating forehead, huge ears, a little snub nose, small eyes, and thick lips made M. Tabaret look more like a half-witted citizen than the sagacious citizen that he was. It is true that when he was closely examined, there was something in him resembling a sleuth-hound, the habits and instincts of which he possessed to such a great extent. In the street, the impudent young urchins would shout after him, "Oh, what a guy!" But he laughed at all this, and even took a pleasure in putting on an extra appearance of folly and simplicity. Vidocq, though not declared to be uncommon in his appearance, is sufficiently so to give him the necessary prestige. We are told that he was a strong, well-built man, with square shoulders and shambling gait. He had gray hair, a thick nose, blue eyes, a smooth face, and a perpetual smile. Although Vidocq really lived, yet his memoirs are believed to be largely fiction, and so we may class him, in part at least, among our story-book friends. Wilkie Collins deliberately draws his picture of the official detective thus: "For a family in our situation, the superintendent of the Frizinghall police was the most comforting officer you could wish to see. Mr. Seagrave was tall and portly and military in his manners. He had a fine, commanding voice and a mighty, resolute eye, and a grand frock coat which buttoned beautifully up to his leather stock. 'I'm the man you want' was written all over his face, and he ordered his two inferior policemen about with a severity which convinced us all that there was no trifling with him. And then, in every respect a vivid contrast, he gives us a picture of the engaging Sergeant Cuff, for, after all, the beauty of a detective is largely in the eye of the beholder. When the time came for the sergeant's arrival, I went down to the gate to look out for him. A fly from the railway drove up as I reached the lodge, and out got a grizzled, elderly man, so miserably lean that he looked as if he had not got an ounce of flesh on his bones in any part of him. He was dressed all in decent black, with a white cravat round his neck. His face was as sharp as a hatchet, and the skin of it was as yellow and dry and withered as an autumn leaf. His eyes, of a steely light gray, had a disconcerting trick, when they encountered your eyes, of looking as if they expected something more from you than you were aware of yourself. His walk was soft, his voice was melancholy, his long lanky fingers were hooked like claws. He might have been a parson or an undertaker or anything else you like, except what he really was. A more complete opposite to Superintendent Seagrave than Sergeant Cuff, and a less comforting officer to look at for a family in distress, I defy you to discover, search where you may. 2. Some more modern portraits. Sherlock Holmes is too well known to the reading public to require description here, but a brief account of his appearance, as detailed by Watson, proves his unlikeliness to those we have previously looked at. His very person and appearance were such as to strike the attention of the most casual observer. In height he was rather over 6 feet, and so exceedingly lean that he seemed to be considerably taller. His eyes were sharp and piercing, save during those intervals of torpor to which I have alluded, and his thin, hawk-like nose gave his whole expression an air of alertness and decision. His chin, too, had the prominence and squareness which marked the man of determination. His hands were invariably blotted with ink and stained with chemicals, yet he was possessed of extraordinary delicacy of touch, as I frequently had occasion to observe when I watched him manipulating his fragile philosophical instruments. In almost ludicrous contrast to Holmes is a young detective who never achieved Sherlock's popularity, but whose wonderful instinct for pure reasoning puts him at the head of his own class. This is Rouletabille, who figures in The Mystery of the Yellow Room by Gaston Leroux. His friend St. Clair, who is his Watsonian chronicler, says, "I first knew Joseph Rouletabille when he was a young reporter. At that time I was a beginner at the bar, and often met him in the corridors of examining magistrates. When I had gone to get a permit to communicate for the prison of Mazas or for St. Lazare, he had, as they say, a good nut. He seemed to have taken his head round as a bullet out of a box of marbles, and it is from that, I think, that his comrades of the press, all determined billiard players, had given him that nickname which was to stick to him and be made illustrious by him. He was always as red as a tomato, now gay as a lark, now grave as a judge. How, while still so young, he was only 16½ years old when I saw him for the first time, had he already won his way on the press? That was what everybody who came into contact with him might have asked, if they had not known his history." Practically, however, Rouletabille was not nominally the great detective of the book. That honor was given to Frederick Larsan, who seemed to show a few of Sherlock Holmes's physical characteristics. This is Larsan. He might be about 50 years of age. He had a fine head, his hair turning gray, a colorless complexion, and a firm profile. His forehead was prominent, his chin and cheeks clean shaven, his upper lip, without mustache, was finely chiseled. His eyes were rather small and round, with a look in them that was at once searching and disquieting. He was of middle height and well built, with a general bearing, elegant and gentlemanly. There was nothing about him of the vulgar policeman. In his way he was an artist, and one felt that he had a high opinion of himself. The skeptical tone of his conversation was that of a man who had been taught by experience. His strange profession had brought him into contact with so many crimes and villainies that it would have been remarkable if his nature had not been a little hardened. An interesting-looking detective is The Thinking Machine of Jacques Futrelle. His description is written with Mr. Futrelle's individual touch, and Professor Van Dusen possesses the squint which Mr. Train regards as a detective's birthright. Practically all those letters remaining in the alphabet after Augustus S.F.X. Van Dusen was named were afterward acquired by that gentleman in the course of a brilliant scientific career, and being honorably acquired were tacked on to the other end. His name, therefore, taken with all that belonged to it, was a wonderfully imposing structure. He was a Ph.D., an LL.D., an F.R.S., an M.D., and an M.D.S. He was also some other things, just what he himself couldn't say, through recognition of his ability by various foreign educational and scientific institutions. In appearance he was no less striking than in nomenclature. He was slender, with the droop of the student in his thin shoulders, and the pallor of a close, sedentary life on his clean-shaven face. His eyes wore a perpetual forbidding squint, the squint of a man who studies little things, and when they could be seen at all through his thick spectacles were mere slits of watery blue. But above his eyes was his most striking feature. This was a tall, broad brow, almost abnormal in height and width, crowned by a heavy shock of bushy yellow hair. All these things conspired to give him a peculiar, almost grotesque personality. Anna Katharine Green is one of the very best constructors of a detective story. The first introduction of her Mr. Gryce begins, And here let me say that Mr. Gryce, the detective, was not the thin, wiry individual with the piercing eye you are doubtless expecting to see. On the contrary, Mr. Gryce was a portly, comfortable personage with an eye that never pierced, that did not even rest on you. If it rested anywhere, it was always on some insignificant object in the vicinity, some vase, inkstand, book, or button. These things he would seem to take into his confidence, make repositories of his conclusions. But as for you, you might as well be the steeple on Trinity Church, for all connection you ever appeared to have with him or his thoughts. At present, then, Mr. Gryce was, as I have already suggested, on intimate terms with the doorknob. In a later book she again insists upon this unlikeness to what may be expected. I was therefore moving reluctantly away when I felt a slight but peremptory touch on the arm, and turning saw the detective at my side, still studying his piece of china. He was, as I have said, of portly build and benevolent aspect, a fatherly-looking man, and not at all a person one would be likely to associate with the police. Yet he could take the lead very naturally, and when he spoke, I felt bound to answer him. Grodman, in Big Bow Mystery, is briefly described by Mr. Zangwill. After an age, 7 minutes by any honest clock, Grodman made his appearance, looking as dressed as usual, but with unkempt hair, and with disconsolate side-whisker yet, for it had only recently come within the margin of cultivation. In active service, Grodman had been clean-shaven, like all members of the profession, for surely your detective is the most versatile of actors. And this is the picture of Wimp, the official detective, in the same book. Wimp was young and fresh-colored. He had a Roman nose, and was smartly dressed. He had beaten Grodman by discovering the wife heaven meant for him. He had a bouncing boy who stole jam out of the pantry without anyone being the wiser. Wimp did what work he could do at home in a secluded study at the top of the house. Outside his chamber of horrors he was the ordinary husband of commerce. He adored his wife, who thought poorly of his intellect, but highly of his heart. In domestic difficulties Wimp was helpless. He could not even tell whether the servant's character was forged or genuine. Probably he could not level himself to such petty problems. He was like the senior wrangler who has forgotten how to do quadratics, and has to solve equations of the second degree by the calculus. The reference to Wimp's wife is thus explained. In a moment the first-floor window was raised. The little house was of the same pattern as her own, and Grodman's full, fleshy face loomed through the fog and sleepy irritation from under a nightcap. Despite its scowl, the detective's face dawned upon her like the sun upon an occupant of the haunted chamber. "What in the devil's the matter?" he growled. Grodman was not an early bird, now that he had no worms to catch. He could afford to despise proverbs now, for the house in which he lived was his, and he lived in it because several other houses in the street were also his, and it is well for the landlord to be about his own estate in Bow, where poachers often shoot the moon. Perhaps the desire to enjoy his greatness among his early cronies counted for something, too, for he had been born and bred at Bow, receiving when a youth his first engagement from the local police quarters, whence he drew a few shillings a week as an amateur detective in his leisure hours. Grodman was still a bachelor. In the Celestial Matrimonial Bureau a partner might have been selected for him, but he had never been able to discover her. It was his one failure as a detective. He was a self-sufficing person, who preferred a gas stove to a domestic, but in deference to Glover Street opinion he admitted a female factotum between 10 a.m. and 10 p.m., and equally in deference to Glover Street opinion excluded her between 10 p.m. and 10 a.m. 3. Some less known portraits. Gordon Holmes inclines to Wilkie Collins's plan of contrasting the appearance of the real detective and the fictional at once. In A Mysterious Disappearance he presents these opposite physical effects. Inspector White of Scotland Yard was announced, and a short, thick-set man entered. He was absolutely round in every part. His sturdy, rotund frame was supported on stout, well-moulded legs. His bullet head, with close-cropped hair, gave a suggestion of strength to his rounded face, and a pair of small, bright eyes looked suspiciously on the world from beneath well-arched eyebrows. Two personalities, more dissimilar than those of Claude Bruce and Inspector White, could hardly be brought together in the same room. People who are fond of tracing resemblances to animals in human beings would liken the one to a greyhound, the other to a bulldog. Yet they were both masters in the art of detecting crime, the barrister subtle, analytic, introspective, the policeman direct, pertinacious, self-confident. Bruce lost all interest in a case when the hidden trail was laid bare. Mr. White regarded investigation as so many hours on duty until his man was transported or hanged. In The Whispering Man, an astonishing detective story by Henry Kitchell Webster, we have this description of the detective. He was the sort of a man who never would be spoken of as old if it were not for his attempts to look young. He was actually, I should judge, somewhere in the middle 40s, a tall, graceful, and commanding figure, with a strikingly handsome face. There was nothing weak about it. The features were big and boldly, though finely modeled, and the deep-set eyes singularly expressive. The only fault one could find with him was that he carried everything just a little too far. He was too aggressively well-dressed, too painfully clean-shaven, his manner a little too dignified, his voice and features a little too expressive. It came upon me all at once what he must be, an actor. That was it. Everything about him was heightened just enough to carry itself over the footlights. He was in evening dress, wore an overcoat and gloves, and carried a walking stick as well as an irreproachable silk hat in his hand. In The Scales of Justice, an exceptionally clever surprise story by George L. Knapp, the hero detective is not a professional one, but a young newspaper reporter. He is therefore allowed the characteristics of our best newspaper men, but in all probability he inherits his sardonic humor from his predecessor Holmes. Kern tossed the shears into a drawer and stood up. He was as tall as the other man, and as straight, and both had that alert look of expectancy, quite unmixed with either wonder or nervousness, which marks our best newspaper men. There the resemblance ended. Jennings was about 35, smooth-shaven, smiling, brown of hair, and blue of eye, with humorous little wrinkles around the eyes to testify of the many funny things he had seen. Kern was 28 or 29, and his coal-black hair and bronze-black Van Dyke beard made him look more like an Austrian surgeon than an American reporter. His humor was apt to be sardonic, and a certain element of moodiness was seldom absent from his face. Kern is really a secret sufferer from the artistic temperament, said the managing editor once, but so long as he's trying to live it down, I won't give him away. Average Jones, the creation of Samuel Hopkins Adams, achieves a distinction by being inconspicuous. He was, so to speak, a composite photograph of any 1,000 well-conditioned, clean-living Americans between the ages of 25 and 30. Happily, his otherwise commonplace face was relieved by the one unfailing characteristic of composite photographs, large, deep-set, and thoughtful eyes. Otherwise he would have passed in any crowd, and nobody would have noticed him. Now, at 27, he looked back over the 5 years since his graduation from college and wondered what he had done with them, and at the 4 previous years of undergraduate life, and wondered how he had done so well with those, and why he had not in some manner justified the parting words of his favorite professor. "You have one rare faculty, Jones. You can, when you choose, sharpen the pencil of your mind to a very fine point. Specialize, my boy, specialize." A little like the thinking machine is The Man in the Corner, described thus by the Baroness Orczy. The appearance of the man was sufficient to tickle the most ultra-morose fancy. Polly thought to herself that she had never seen anyone so pale, so thin, with such funny light-colored hair, brushed very smoothly across the top of a very dubiously bald crown. He looked so timid and nervous as he fidgeted incessantly with a piece of string, his long, lean, and trembling fingers tying and untying it into knots of wonderful and complicated proportions. Astro, the hero of Gillette Burgess's book of mystery stories, is perhaps the farthest possible remove from a conventional detective in appearance. Though not described categorically, we are given various word pictures of him in his psychic studio. There he lounges among oriental divans and draperies, wearing a jeweled turban, flowing silken robes, and other characteristic apparel, as he indulges in the enjoyment of his silver-mounted water-pipe or his pet white lizard. He has sufficiently unusual eccentricities to put him in the list of correctly made-up fiction detectives, and though blasé, he is original and interesting. 4. Idiosyncrasies of fictional detectives. Most fictional detectives have peculiar and individual tricks of personality which are doubtless intended for the reader to remember them by. Dupin had the most pronouncedly queer traits of all. Perhaps none of his successors ever achieved anything so freakish as this described below, and which, had he lived today, would have given him a claim to the title of Sun Dodger. It was a freak of fancy in my friend, for what else shall I call it, to be enamored of the night of her own sake, and into this bizarrerie, as into all his others, I quietly fell, giving myself up to his wild whims with a perfect abandon. The sable divinity would not herself dwell with us always, but we could counterfeit her presence. At the first dawn of the morning we closed all the massy shutters of our old building, lighted a couple of tapers, which, strongly perfumed, threw out only the ghastliest and feeblest of rays. By the aid of these we then busied our souls in dreams, reading, writing, or conversing, until warned by the clock of the advent of the true darkness. Then we sallied forth into the streets, arm and arm, continuing the topics of the day, or roaming far and wide until a late hour, seeking, amid the wild lights and shadows of the populous city, that infinity of mental excitement which quiet observation can afford. Sherlock Holmes's idiosyncrasies are too well known to need recapitulation. His morphine habit, his musical taste, and his sardonic moods are familiar to all. Holmes also had a habit of listening to his clients' recitals with his eyes shut, though to be sure this was less radical than the proceeding of Dupin, who sat in his accustomed armchair, the embodiment of respectful attention. But he wore green spectacles which allowed him to sleep not the less soundly, though silently, throughout the long account of the case by the prefect. Holmes' odd habits are here referred to. An anomaly which often struck me in the character of my friend Sherlock Holmes was that, although in his methods of thought he was the neatest and most methodical of mankind, and although also he affected a certain quiet primness of dress, he was none the less in his personal habits one of the most untidy men that ever drove a fellow lodger to distraction. Not that I am in the least conventional in that respect myself. The rough-and-tumble work in Afghanistan, coming on the top of a natural bohemianism of disposition, has made me more lax than befits a medical man. But with me there is a limit, and when I find a man who keeps his cigars in the coal-scuttle, his tobacco in the toe end of a Persian slipper, and his unanswered correspondence transfixed by a jackknife into the very center of his wooden mantelpiece, then I begin to give myself virtuous airs. I have always held, too, that pistol practice should be distinctly an open-air pastime, and when Holmes, in one of his queer humors, would sit in an armchair with his hair trigger and 100 Boxer cartridges, and proceed to adorn the opposite wall with a patriotic VR done in bullet pox, I felt strongly that neither the atmosphere nor the appearance of our room was improved by it. These are, we must admit, unusual habits, but still Dr. Watson assures us that Holmes was certainly not a difficult man to live with. He was quiet in his ways, and his habits were regular. It was rare for him to be up after 10 at night, and he had invariably breakfasted and gone out before I rose in the morning. Sometimes he spent his day at the chemical laboratory, sometimes in the dissecting rooms, and occasionally in long walks, which appeared to take him into the lowest portions of the city. Nothing could exceed his energy when the working fit was upon him, but now and again a reaction would seize him, and for days on end he would lie upon the sofa in the sitting room, hardly uttering a word or moving a muscle from morning to night. On these occasions I have noticed such a dreamy, vacant expression in his eyes that I might have suspected him of being addicted to the use of some narcotic, had not the temperance and cleanliness of his whole life forbidden such a notion. Later Dr. Watson's suspicions were confirmed. Lecoq's eccentricity was his habit of silent communion with a portrait of his wife, which he carried with him. Monsieur Lecoq had recourse to the portrait on the lozenge box. His look was more than a glance, it was a confidence. He was evidently saying something to the dear defunct which he dared not utter aloud. This habit is also noted in Mr. Gryce. This delightful old gentleman had a way of addressing himself to any small inanimate object in his neighborhood. It might be an inkstand or a doorknob, but he treated it to all appearance as his guide, philosopher, and friend. On one occasion he became very chummy with a statue at the foot of a staircase. Whereupon I repeated my words, this time very quietly but clearly, while Mr. Gryce continued to frown at the bronze figure he had taken into his confidence. When I had finished, Mr. Van Burnham's countenance had changed, so had his manner. He held himself as erect as before, but not with as much bravado. He showed haste and impatience also, but not the same kind of haste, and not quite the same kind of impatience. The corners of Mr. Gryce's mouth betrayed that he noted this change, but he did not turn away from the newel post. And upon occasion Mr. Gryce is unable to take active interest in the evidence being deposed by a witness because of his intense absorption in a close and confidential confab with his own fingertips. Sergeant Cuff, however, has a very sane and pleasant fad of his own, but he puts it to its proper use when he employs it to evade impertinent or unwelcome queries. Instead of dashing madly into his investigations, the celebrated detective goes off on a side-track thus. "Ah, you've got the right exposure here to the south and southwest," says the sergeant, with a wag of his grizzled head and a streak of pleasure in his melancholy voice. "This is the shape for a rosary. Nothing like a circle set in a square. Yes, with walks between all the beds, but they oughtn't to be gravel walks like these. Grass, Mr. Gardner, grass walks between your roses. Gravels, too hard for them. That's a sweet, pretty bed of white roses and blush roses. They always mix well together, don't they? Here's the white musk rose, Mr. Betteridge, our old English rose, holding up his head along with the best and newest of them. Pretty dear," says the sergeant, fondling the musk rose with his lanky fingers, and speaking to it as if he were speaking to a child. This was a nice sort of a man to recover Miss Rachel's diamond, and to find out the thief who stole it. "You seem to be fond of roses, Sergeant," I remarked. "I haven't much time to be fond of anything," says Sergeant Cuff, "but when I have a moment's fondness to bestow, most times, Mr. Betteridge, the roses get it. I began my life among them in my father's nursery garden, and I shall end my life among them if I can. Yes, one of these days, please God, I shall retire from catching thieves and try my hand at growing roses. There will be grass walks, Mr. Gardner, between my beds," says the sergeant, on whose mind the gravel paths of a rosary seemed to dwell unpleasantly. "It seems an odd taste, sir," I ventured to say, "for a man in your line of life. If you will look about you, which most people won't do," says Sergeant Cuff, you will see that the nature of a man's tastes is, most times, as opposite as possible to the nature of a man's business. Show me any two things more opposite one from the other than a rose and a thief, and I'll correct my tastes accordingly, if it isn't too late at my time of life. You find the damask rose a goodish stock for most of the tender sorts, don't you, Mr. Gardner? Ah, I thought so. Here's a lady coming. Is it Lady Verinder? The peculiarity of the whispering man, and what gives him his title, is a curious vocal defect which at times prevents his audible speech. 5. Favorite phrases of detectives. The thinking machine, aside from his petulance and impatience, continually repeats 2 or 3 favorite phrases that annoy the reader quite as much as the clients annoy this astute detective. One of them is, "Don't say it is impossible. That annoys me exceedingly. Nothing is impossible to the human mind." This assertion, innocent enough in itself, is so frequently repeated as to become intolerable. Another phrase of which Professor Van Dusen is inordinately fond is, "2 and 2 make 4, not sometimes, but all the time." This also is repeated so often as to become tiresome. To quote the professor, "2 and 2 make 4, not sometimes, but all the time," he began, at last, as if disputing some previous assertion. "As the figure 2, wholly disconnected from any other, gives small indication of a result, so is an isolated fact of little consequence. Yet that fact added to another, and the resulting fact added to a third, and so on, will give a final result. That result, if every fact is considered, must be correct. Thus any problem may be solved by logic. Logic is inevitable." Indeed, variations on a theme of 2 and 2 making 4 are hackneyed in detective fiction. As a figure of speech, the proposition that 2 and 2 make 4, except in unusual cases, is fair enough. It is paraphrased thus in A Mysterious Disappearance. "I can't say as I know anythink about it, sir, but by putting 2 and 2 together it makes 4 sometimes, not always." "Quite right. You're a philosopher. Let me hear the 2 2s. We'll see about the addition afterwards." And it is humorously referred to in The Circular Staircase by Mary Roberts Rinehart. At this point in my story, Halsey always says, "Trust a woman to add 2 and 2 together and make 6. To which I retort that if 2 and 2 plus X make 6, then to discover the unknown quantity is the simplest thing in the world. That a house full of detectives missed it entirely was because they were busy trying to prove that 2 and 2 make 4. The same proposition is quoted as the keynote of a detective's method in the Holiday case, where, in praise of the detective, it is remarked, "Your work convinced us that you know how to put 2 and 2 together, which is more than can be said for the ordinary mortal." And in the house opposite, the detective declares that to succeed in his profession requires accurate and most minute powers of observation, unlimited patience, and a capacity for putting 2 and 2 together. Sherlock Holmes shows a grasp of the principle when he says, "If you were asked to prove that 2 and 2 make 4, you might find some difficulty, and yet you are quite sure of the fact." Poe disdained the simple reference to 2 plus 2, but embodied a similar idea in this subtle manner. "In short, I never yet encountered the mere mathematician who could be trusted out of his equal roots, or one who did not clandestinely hold it as a point of his faith that x2 plus px was absolutely and unconditionally equal to q. Say to one of these gentlemen, by way of experiment, if you please, that you believe occasions may occur where x2 plus px is not altogether equal to q, and having made him understand what you mean, get out of his reach as speedily as convenient, for, beyond doubt, he will endeavor to knock you down." The aspiring author, then, will do well to omit further references to the adding of 2 and 2 as an illuminating point in his story. Eccentricities or freakish habits on the part of his detective are permissible, if not harped upon too continuously, but let them be of a pleasant, or at least of an unobjectionable nature, and not like a habit attributed to a detective in a series of stories now current, who pulled at the lobe of his ear until a fastidious reader was fain to close the book in disgust. Let the habits of your hero be whimsical, mysterious, or erratic if you choose, but let them be agreeable and not too frequently reiterated. End of chapter 13.
Chapter 14 of the Technique of the Mystery Story. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Technique of the Mystery Story by Carolyn Wells. Chapter 14. Devious Devices. Of the many devices introduced by detective writers to arrest and hold the reader's attention, some are admittedly legitimate and used by best authors. Others are unfair, and still others were permissible, but have become so hackneyed as to be taboo. 1. Snow and Rain. In Monsieur Lecoq, much depends on the footprints in the snow. Thereafter, in the first chapter of nearly every detective story, we are informed that a light snow had fallen the evening before. Then witnesses are brought to prove the exact hour the snow began to fall and the moment it stopped. This fixes the time of the murder, and the footprints in the snow lead to or from the criminal, as the author may decree. Later, this snow was varied by a gentle rain, the first for 2 weeks, that left paths and flower beds soft for the indicative footprints. In A Study in Scarlet there is a torrential downpour. This is in order to soften the clay of the garden path sufficiently to take footmarks. But it is a little overdone, for the torrents pour down all night, and would have obliterated any footprints save those made by a fictive criminal for the benefit of a fictive detective. This same rain is treated a little better by Miss Mary E. Wilkins in her story The Long Arm, for she relates: "There had been a heavy rain in the morning of the 17th, and the soil is a sticky clay. I examined it at daybreak on the morning of the 18th, and as it had not rained during the night, the footprints were as fresh as if they had just been made." This is the same accurately scheduled time-lock rain, but it is a little more logical than the cloudburst variety. If possible, then, get along without the light snow or the gentle rain or even the torrents. They seem almost indispensable, but endeavour for once to construct a crime without them. 2. Some particularly hackneyed devices. Fog, though not so much of a factor here, is incessantly used in English detective stories. It is so obviously a convenient device for concealing crime that it is the foundation of Richard Harding Davis's In the Fog, and also of A Mysterious Disappearance, Big Bow Mystery, The Masquerader, and scores of others. Another hackneyed device is the secret panel in the wall, which slides open by pressing a hidden spring. This was overdone in sensational fiction before detective stories began, but was seized upon as a valuable device for mystery tales. But it is easily suspected, and is unsatisfactory in modern settings. Avoid, too, if you can, the packet of valuable papers that disclose secret plans of enormous political importance. This has been overdone, and the plot of Conan Doyle's The Naval Treaty has been paraphrased and parodied until it has become tiresome. Another trite incident is the finding of a pistol engraved with initials near the body of the victim. The youngest reader nowadays knows better than to suspect the owner of those initials. To quote from a personal letter of Mr. Burton E. Stevenson: "If I were to find a murdered man, which the Lord forbid, and should also discover beside the body a pistol with a name on it, or a visiting card, or a monogrammed watch charm, or anything else of a clearly identifying character, I should conclude at once that the person thus identified was not guilty. This is a weakness which often annoys me in the modern detective story. When the hero's cane is found in the bushes near the body, and everyone concludes that the hero is therefore guilty, I put the book down with a sigh of disappointment." A fine example of this mistaken device is in the Villa Mystery by Herbert Flowerdew. The old man was staring at him stupidly. Now suddenly his face became alive again. "You think I shot the master?" he whispered incredulously. "I wish to God it was me. Do you know this, Mr. Esmond?" He was taking from his pocket a dainty lace-edged handkerchief, and as he passed it across to the young man, Esmond recognized the subtle perfume it carried even before his eyes fell on the embroidered initial, and his face paled. "Well?" he said hoarsely. Mason glanced apprehensively at the door, although it was locked, and dropped his voice to an even lower whisper. "It was lying by the side of the master when I found him. That is why I did not send for the police. I wanted to give her time to get away." The veriest ignoramus in the tricks of detective fiction would know better than to suspect the owner of that handkerchief. Again we find this scene in the circular staircase. In one of the tulip beds back of the house, an early blackbird was pecking viciously at something that glittered in the light. I picked my way gingerly over through the dew, and stooped down. Almost buried in the soft ground was a revolver. I scraped the earth off it with the tip of my shoe, and picking it up, slipped it into my pocket. Not until I had got into my bedroom and double locked the door did I venture to take it out and examine it. One look was all I needed. It was Halsey's revolver. I had unpacked it the day before and put it on his shaving stand, and there could be no mistake. His name was on a small silver plate on the handle. I seemed to see a network closing around my boy, innocent as I knew he was. The revolver, I am afraid of them, but anxiety gave me courage to look through the barrel. The revolver had still 2 bullets in it. I could only breathe a prayer of thankfulness that I had found the revolver before any sharp-eyed detective had come around. I decided to keep what clues I had, the cuff-link, the golf-stick, and the revolver, in a secure place until I could see some reason for displaying them. The cuff-link had been dropped into a little filigree box on my toilet table. I opened the box and felt around for it. The box was empty. The cuff-link had disappeared. Cuff-links, or other small articles kept for clues, invariably disappear in detective stories, and many authors seek to mislead by such devices, but the trained reader is not to be fooled by them. Omit the use of a magpie, raven, or parrot as an instrument for stealing jewels. A bird of this sort made an effective criminal when the Jackdaw of Rheims was written. But though still a plausible one, the poor bird has been overworked and deserves a rest. And oh, young writer, avoid, as you would the plague, the introduction of shreds or threads of wearing apparel as incriminating evidence. Probably this began with Lecoq's discovery of a few threads of brown wool, which were torn off by splinters as a man wiped snow from a beam with his coat sleeve. This was credible and even plausible, and as it was the first time such a device had appeared in detective fiction, it was acceptable. But how that poor detail has been abused and tortured ever since! 3. Devices which are not plausible. In The Accomplice, an unusually good courtroom story by Frederick Trevor Hill, we have this sort of evidence reduced almost to an absurdity. To quote from page 13: "The first error consisted in leaving the drippings of candle grease on the veranda roof, and the second was in kneeling on those drippings before they were quite dry. As though it had been a hand gripping the skirt of the criminal, the wax held in its clutch half a dozen threads of hairy cloth, blue in colour and of a texture known to the trade as dress goods. When you have found the wearer of the cloth from which those threads were torn, gentlemen, you will have found the murderer of Mr. Gregory Shaw." At the end of the book it was revealed that sure enough the criminal, who, however, was a man instead of the young woman at first suspected, had knelt in the candle drippings, and had left there bits of blue wool shreds from his trouser knees. We can scarcely imagine a candle dripping sufficiently tenacious to grasp in its clutch and hold for evidence a portion of material necessarily drawn tightly over the bent knees of the criminal, even granting the especially hairy cloth from which the murderer obligingly had his costume made for the occasion. Candle grease of any sort does not possess such strongly adherent, not to say bulldog qualities, as would allow it to clutch and keep pieces of that cloth. Mr. Jacques Futrelle uses the thread clue with a little more plausibility, though still slightly forced. The thinking machine opened his pocket book, and took from it the scarlet thread which he had picked from the rope of the flagpole. "Here, I believe, is the real clue to the problem," he explained to Hatch. "What does it seem to be?" Hatch examined it closely. "I should say a strand from a Turkish bath robe," was his final judgment. "Possibly. Ask some cloth expert what he makes of it. Then, if it sounds promising, look into it. Find out if by any possibility it can be any part of any garment worn by any person in the apartment house." "But it's so slight," Hatch began. "I know," the other interrupted tartly. "It's slight, but I believe it is part of the wearing apparel of the person, man or woman, who has 4 times attempted to kill Mr. Henley, and who did kill the girl. Therefore it is important." Of course this thread led to the capture of the criminal, and as it was found caught in a rope near the scene of the crime, it was a fairly good clue. But as a matter of fact, the threads of Turkish toweling are of fairly stout calibre, and are not likely to be broken off as they trail across a rope. So much depends on the plausibility of these clues, that not only care but common sense must be exercised in their selection. In the thinking machine story, another scarlet thread from the same bathrobe attached itself importantly and conspicuously to a metal corner of a trunk, and so by the trail of red threads the criminal was hunted down. Here again we see the beautiful workings of the salted mine. In real life those telltale threads would have stayed stubbornly in their own warp or woof, or, if they did leave their rightful abiding place, they would creep behind the bureau, or somehow get into the dustbin undiscovered. In Samuel Gardenhire's story, The Abduction of Mary Ellis, the discovery of the criminal hinges on a piece of brown wrapping paper, on which the kidnappers wrote an advertisement asking for ransom. This paper, after passing through several hands, was examined microscopically by the Transcendent Detective, and he discovered wax and a strand or two of floss doll's hair. Now, Think of the thousands of dolls that are bought and never leave a hair of their heads fastened by a bit of their own wax face to their wrapping paper. And then think of this doll intelligently leaving these traces at a critical juncture, where such a clue was necessary, and then judge for yourself the relationship between truth and fiction. This habit of using shredded evidence is not confined to writers in our own language. An exceedingly good detective story is by a Russian, Anton Chekhov, and is called The Safety Match. There was a bushy burdock growing under the window, which was greatly trampled. On its upper branches Detective Dukovsky succeeded in finding some fine hairs of dark blue wool. Now, had the bushy burdock pulled out a jagged piece of woolen cloth, we might have forgiven it, but to catch and hold up for inspection a few fine hairs is drawing too long a bow. However, they cut off these twigs of burdock and carefully wrapped them in paper in true conventional style. These few fine hairs led directly to the trousers of the murderer, and the naive author quite calmly acknowledges his debt to an illustrious predecessor. "See what a fellow who has read Gaboriau can do!" he exclaimed, which is not too self-depreciatory, for even in the same story he has adapted to his own use many more of Lecoq's devices. The most logical and plausible instance of detection by the means of tiny threads for clues is found in Mary E. Wilkins' The Long Arm. I began to-day at the bottom, that is, with the room least likely to contain any clue, the parlour. I took a chalk line and a yardstick and divided the floor into square yards, and every one of these squares I examined on my hands and knees. I found in this way literally nothing on the carpet but dust, lint, 2 common white pins, and 3 inches of blue sewing silk. At last I got the dustpan and brush, and yard by yard swept the floor. I took the sweepings in a white pasteboard box out into the yard in the strong sunlight, and examined them. There was nothing but dust and lint and 5 inches of brown woolen thread, evidently a ravelling of some dress material. The blue silk and the brown thread are the only possible clues which I found to-day, and they are hardly possible. Rufus's wife can probably account for them. These 2 threads were very naturally dropped from the clothing of a dressmaker, who has a perfect right to shed her snippings and ravellings wherever she may list. It is wise to be careful in the use of shreds and threads, that the author may not bring a smile to the face of the gentle reader. Think of the absurdity of this statement, quoted from a modern English story. It all began with the murder of Mr. Andrew Carthwaite at Palermo. He had been found dead in the garden of his villa just outside the town, with a stiletto between his shoulder blades and a piece of rough Irish tweed, obviously torn from his assailant's coat, clutched tightly in his hand. It would be interesting to see a hand that could tear a piece out of a coat of rough Irish tweed. The strength of such a clutch would put to blush the feats of the murderer of the Rue Morgue. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of The Technique of the Mystery Story. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Technique of the Mystery Story by Carolyn Wells. Chapter 15. Footprints and Fingerprints. 1. The Omnipresence of Footprints. Without a doubt, the most woefully overdone and misdone evidence is that of footprints. Perhaps with the exception of that one found by Robinson Crusoe, no footprints in fiction, not even those left on the sands of time for that hypothetical forlorn and shipwrecked brother, have been either plausible or in their evidence credible. The trouble began with Gaboriau and Monsieur Lecoq, for Poe never descended to the low level of footprints. But in Monsieur Lecoq the stage is set on the very first page by the phrase, "It had snowed heavily for the past few days, and the thaw had now begun." But the obliging thaw by no means obliterates the footprints on which the story stands. As Lecoq remarks, "The fellow had a neat pair of boots. What an impression, eh? Clear and distinct. Why, you may count every nail." Such an impression in thawing snow is remarkable of itself, but is as nothing compared to the further details that they learn. Indeed, for 24 pages the revelations and declarations of those footprints hold us spellbound. They are dramatically eloquent, and show what seems to be even more than human intelligence. No quotation can do them justice. The aspiring author will do well to read, mark, and inwardly digest those footprints. Especially interesting is the detailed description of how Lecoq made plaster of Paris casts of these footprints, undeterred by the fact that the weather had grown much milder and warm rain had begun to fall. But the thoughtful and considerate rain merely drizzled until the plaster casts were all done, and then, we are told, it immediately began to come down in earnest. But the plaster casts were safe and ready to corroborate all Monsieur Lecoq's deductions, and lead the reader through the devious mazes of Gaboriau's genius. Now we must agree that a great responsibility was put upon those thoughtlessly made footprints. But it is a no more elaborate affair of the sort than that described in Doyle's A Study in Scarlet. To begin with, no rain had fallen for a week before the evening of the murder. The clayey soil, thus being very dry, required a great deal of moisture to fit it for footprints. And so, as we are told, it rained in torrents. This left everything very wet and sloppy for Holmes's investigation. But notwithstanding this, and notwithstanding that the pathway was so trampled that Holmes said, "If a herd of buffaloes had passed along there, there could not be a greater mess," our Transcendent Detective had no trouble whatever in reading the footnotes of the case, nor was there any difficulty in reading further footprints made in the dust inside the house, where one man had stood still and one had walked up and down, growing more and more excited. It was no matter that their shoes were soaking wet and muddy. It was no matter that they themselves were dripping with the torrential rain. They left clear and legible footprints in the dust. Then another man came, tramped along the buffalo walk, and went into the room, walked around, knelt down, and cut various capers. But though soaking wet, he too left neat prints that any running detective might read. In the story of the resident patient, it had rained hard that very afternoon, and the suspected man rather untidily left several muddy footprints on the light stair carpet. The hero of the story came in directly afterwards, and went both up and down the same stairs, leaving no footprints. But this paradox presents no difficulties to the footprint expert. "My dear fellow," said he, "it is one of the first solutions that occurred to me, but I was soon able to corroborate the doctor's tale. This young man has left prints upon the stair carpet which made it quite superfluous for me to ask to see those which he had made in the room. When I tell you that his toes were square-toed instead of being pointed like Blessington's, and were quite an inch and a third longer than the doctor's, you will acknowledge that there can be no doubt as to his individuality. These square-toed prints, since they showed that they were 1 1/3 inch longer than the doctor's, lead us to think that the man who made them went upstairs sideways like a crab, or else he could scarcely have made the complete footprint visible. Truly, the footprints in detective stories are fearfully and wonderfully made. One time, however, even Sherlock Holmes confesses his powers at fault. In The Hound of the Baskervilles there is a fearful quagmire, so quivering and undulating that its tenacious grip plucked at our heels as we walked, and when we sank into it, it was as if some malignant hand was tugging us down. Holmes sank to his waist as he stepped from the path, and had we not been there to drag him out, he could never have stepped his foot upon firm land again. Of this peculiar land formation we are told, "There was no chance of finding footsteps in the mire, for the rising mud oozed swiftly in upon them." True, one would hardly expect footprints in that morass, but you never can tell. 2. Other miraculous discoveries. Sherlock Holmes having declared himself past Grand Master in the art of reading footprints, it is not surprising to hear him discourse thus: "Roof quite out of reach, yet a man has mounted by the window. It rained a little last night. Here is a print of a foot in mould upon the sill, and here is a circular muddy mark, and here again upon the floor, and here again by the table. See here, Watson, this is really a very pretty demonstration." I looked at the round, well defined muddy discs. "That is not a footmark," said I. "It is something much more valuable to us. It is the impression of a wooden stump. You see here on the sill is the boot mark, a heavy boot with a broad metal heel, and beside it is the mark of the timber toe. It is the wooden-legged man." "Quite so." In another story a subordinate tells Holmes that the garden path was saturated with recent rain, and ought to show footprints, but he could discern none. "One moment," said Holmes. "Where does this path lead to?" "To the road. How long is it?" 100 yards or so." "At the point where the path passes through the gate, you could surely pick up the tracks." "Unfortunately, the path was tiled at that point." "Well, on the road itself?" "No, it was all trodden into mire." "Tut, tut! Well, then, these tracks upon the grass, were they coming or going?" "It was impossible to say. There was never any outline." "A large foot or a small?" "You could not distinguish." Holmes gave an ejaculation of impatience. "It has been pouring rain and blowing a hurricane ever since," said he. "It will be harder to read now than that palimpsest. Well, well, it can't be helped. What did you do, Hopkins, after you made certain that you had made certain of nothing?" But although harder than the palimpsest reading, Mr. Holmes went to the grass border in question, and had no difficulty in reading it glibly. Here is the scene. "This is the garden path of which I spoke, Mr. Holmes. I'll pledge my word there was no mark on it yesterday." "On which side were the marks on the grass?" "This side, sir. This narrow margin of grass between the path and the flower bed. I can't see the traces now, but they were clear to me then." "Yes, yes, someone has passed along," said Holmes, stooping over the grass border. "Our lady must have picked her steps carefully, must she not, since on the one side she would leave a track on the path, and on the other an even clearer one on the soft bed." To discern these carefully picked steps on grass, though it had been pouring rain and blowing a hurricane ever since they were made, is indeed good work of its sort. One of Ottolengui's best stories, A Conflict of Evidence, has its third chapter called Footprints in the Snow. "I see," said the detective, "what we may be most grateful for, and that is fresh snow. We must extend our investigation presently, and search for footprints." This they proceeded to do, and the reader is invited to participate by means of a full-page map of house and grounds, with so many and such complicated trails of footprints all over it that it looks like a fashion paper supplement of patterns. "We found 4 sets of tracks," said the detective exultantly, "besides the dog's, which latter may prove of value. 2 of these we think were made by women, and 2 by men. For convenience I have numbered them 1, 2, 3, and 4. So astute are the deductions from these interlaced trails that a small portion of them reads as follows: "The same as you selected, but for this reason. Notice that here the direction is towards the summer house, as you just now said, whilst on this side the point of the toe shows that the owner of the foot returned to her starting point. Unless we find another trail leading from the house, we have here proof conclusive that this party has remained indoors." "How so? I don't see that." "Yet it is simple. Notice that the steps away from the house are very indistinct, whilst those coming toward us are, on the contrary, clear and sharply defined. The woman left this spot whilst it was yet snowing, so the snow filled up the track somewhat. Wherever she went, and that we shall find out perhaps by following the trail, she did not start for home, or, to be accurate, she did not reach here till the snow had ceased falling, as the clear marks testify. A kind-hearted though uneducated neighbour helps them out with the usual testimony as to weather observations. "Well, as I said before, I went to bed early, 7 o'clock in fact. 'Twas snowing hard then, and I allowed 'twould keep up all night. I slept pretty sound, but was waked up by the noise my girls made coming in from a visit to a neighbour's. You know how it is when a man's woke up. He's kind o' crusty, and more'n all can't tell whether he's slept 10 hours or 10 minutes. So as the girls went by my door, I growled out, 'Ain't you pretty late getting home?' 'No, Pop, it's just 9 o'clock,' come the answer. Seeing as how I had a good night's rest before me, I felt a little mite pleasanter, and in an easier tone I said, 'I suppose the snow's pretty deep, ain't it?' 'Not very,' says one of 'em. 'It stopped a while ago, and the moon's out now.' That's all was said, but you see that shows it didn't snow after 9, though if you want it nearer, maybe I can find out from the girls." 3. Remarkable deductions from footprints. In The Quests of Paul Beck, by M. Macdonald Bodkin, we find this exceedingly clever deduction from footprints. Bending low, he scrutinized the edge of the pathway closely as he walked. Twice he found a break in the clean-cut edge, examined it carefully, and went on. The third time he found the mark of one of the new-fashioned rubber heels in the turf. The ground had been soft when the mark was made. It was hard now. The segment of the circular heel was cut deep and clear. "Mr. Rutherford wore rubber heels," he said to the other, rather as one who makes a statement than one who asks a question. Strangely nodded. Mr. Beck was on his knees on the grassward, with a magnifying glass close to the ground. He put the grass softly aside, as a surgeon parts the hair to examine a scalp wound. Was Mr. Rutherford a heavy man?" Mr. Strangely did not hear him at first, and he repeated the question. "Well, no, he was rather light and wiry, but he had big feet, if that's what you mean." "Right," said Mr. Beck. "Here is a full footmark." He got up from his knees and walked on briskly, picking up the trail as if it were the scent of a paper chase, though Strangely's eyes could find only a few vague marks amongst the grass. The track skirted the woods and led them to the banks of a deep dumb river that ran slowly level with its brim. Along the banks of the river the track led them for about a mile, tending always away from the house. Under the shelter of a clump of beech, Mr. Beck stopped short and began to cast about like a sporting dog that makes a dead set, weakens on it when he finds the bird has just left, and begins beating cautiously again. He examined every mark about the place with scrupulous care, went on about 20 yards to where the river was crossed by a new iron bridge, and walked a little with bent head on the further side. Mr. Strangely watched him curiously all the time, till he came back at last to the place where he had first pointed his game, and looked fixedly at the water. Then very quietly he said to Mr. Strangely, "Mr. Rutherford's body is out there, under the water." For reading from footprints on grass, that is doing fairly well. He repeats his success in this instance. Early next morning Mr. Beck was on the scene of the murder. Not the stolid Mr. Beck of the day before, but active, eager, every sense keenly alert. There was a curious suggestion about him of a well-trained setter dog when it is close upon the game. Every nerve and muscle vibrant with suppressed excitement. Like a setter, he beat round the spot, searching the ground with his eyes. There had been much rain of late, and the ground was still soft enough to take and hold footprints. He found 3 or 4 prints, small and sharp, of the heel of a girl's shoe. He could even trace where Dick Ackland's foot had slipped and torn the sod, as he stopped and turned on his way to the brook when he heard the second revolver shot. The vicar's footprints were faint and hard to follow, the lame foot lighter than the other, as he ran for the doctor. At first Mr. Beck could only find a mere trace at intervals through the grass, but after a bit he reached the bottom of stiff clay that took the mould of the footprints like plaster of Paris. Miss Mary E. Wilkins outdoes all competitors in her number of tabulated footprints. In her short detective story, The Long Arm, we find this interesting report. "I'll tell you what," he said, after a longish pause, "we'd trampled down the ground a good bit all round. We must have trampled out the murderer's footprints." "It's just possible," I said, "but not likely, that you shouldn't have left a square inch of shoe print anywhere." No, indeed, that would not be likely in a detective story. So the sergeant went hunting for footprints, with this gratifying result. Sergeant Edwards's report on the footprints near the spot where the body of Miss Judson was found at 9:35 p.m. on October the 17th, 1890. I have counted 43 distinct human footsteps and 54 partial imprints. Of the 43, 24 are made by the left foot and only 19 by the right. Of the 54 faint or partial impressions, I found 17 of the left foot and only 12 of the right. The rest are not distinctive enough to pronounce upon. Of the total number of the fainter footprints, 18 are deeply marked in the soft clay. The others are less strongly impressed. Of the 18 that are deeply marked, 11 are made by the left foot, 7 by the right. This accords with what I was told subsequently. that Mr. Jex's 3 labourers and Mr. Jex himself, on finding Miss Judson's dead body, at once took it up in their arms and bore it to the house. Bearers of a heavy weight, such as a dead body, walking together, invariably bear heavily upon the left foot, both those who are supporting it on the left and those who are supporting it on the right side. Distinguishing the footprints by their length, breadth, and the pattern of the nail marks upon them, I find that they are the footprints of 5 separate persons, all of them men. I also found clearly impressed the footprints of the victim herself. There had been heavy rain in the morning of the 17th, and the soil is a sticky clay. I examined it at daybreak on the morning of the 18th, and as it had not rained during the night, the impressions were as fresh as if they had just been made. By my orders, no one had been allowed to come near the spot where the body was found during the night. Just outside the gate of the orchard, the grass has been long trodden away by passers by, leaving the earth bare, and the patch of bare earth forms an area rather broader than the gate. On this area the body had fallen, and round about the spot where it had lain I found all the footprints on which I am reporting. I have compared the boots worn by the labourers with the impressions near the gate. They correspond in every particular. In the case of the footprints of the 3 labourers, a majority of the deeper impressions are made by the left boot. I therefore conclude that all 3 men came upon the spot only to carry away the body of the girl, and had no hand in her death. I argue the same for the footprints made by Mr. Jex. He also had borne more heavily with the left than with the right foot. He also, therefore, must have come on the spot only to bear off the body, and could have taken no part in the girl's murder. There are almost an exactly equal number of impressions, plain or faint, of the footprints of these 4 persons. There remain the footprints of a 5th person. They are the impressions of a man's foot, but the hobnailed boots that made them, though full-sized, are of a rather lighter make than the others, and the nail marks are smaller. The boots are newer, for the sides of the impression have a cleaner cut, and, what is important, the impressions of the left foot are in no case deeper than those of the right. But all this is only a beginning in each case. Such wonders as are discovered from the footprints we have referred to can only be appreciated by reading the books in question. In Midnight at Mere's House, by Harrison J. Holt, one of the characters states in the first chapter, "Someone must have carried him out of the house and thrown him off the cliff, in which case there should be footprints to prove it." Quite right. Of course there should be in a detective story, and there were. After the rain of the night before, the ground was still soft in places. We had gone but a few steps when we came upon a clear, deep footprint. And then they went on and followed the footprints to the very edge of the cliff, to the exact spot below which Arthur had found the body. Now there's a criminal for you. He knew his business, and he went to it, making his footprints in a neat, workmanlike manner. A really good example of a logical and credible footprint is found in The Whispering Man, by Henry Kitchell Webster. On the hardwood floor was the imprint of a heel of a man's rubber, showing the criss-cross marks that keep you from slipping. A new rubber, but it had been a little damp and a little dirty, and had left a mark. Now that is an honest, truthful footprint, and the statement that it was a new rubber gives it the last touch of veracity. But the best disquisition on footprints and their value is found in The Mystery of the Yellow Room, by Gaston Leroux. Rouletabille's unerring perspicacity realizes the absurdity of much of this footprint evidence. He remarks on it thus: "I awaited the coming of daylight, and then went down to the front of the chateau and made a detour, examining every trace of footsteps coming towards it or going from it. These, however, were so mixed and confusing that I could make nothing of them. Here I may make a remark. I am not accustomed to attach an exaggerated importance to exterior signs left in the track of a crime. The method which traces the criminal by means of the tracks of his footsteps is altogether primitive. So many footprints are identical. However, in the disturbed state of my mind, I did go into the deserted court, and did look at all the footprints I could find there, seeking for some indication as a basis for reasoning. If I could but find a right starting point! In despair, I seated myself on a stone. For over an hour I busied myself with the common, ordinary work of a policeman. Like the least intelligent of detectives, I went on blindly over the traces of footprints, which told me just no more than they could. I came to the conclusion that I was a fool, lower in the scale of intelligence than even the police of the modern romancer. Novelists build mountains of stupidity out of a footprint on the sand, or from an impression of a hand on the wall. That's the way innocent men are brought to prison. It might convince an examining magistrate or the head of a detective department, but it's not proof. You writers forget that what the senses furnish is not proof. If I am taking cognizance of what is offered me by my senses, I do so, but to bring the results within the circle of my reason. That circle may be the most circumscribed, but if it is, it has this advantage: it holds nothing but the truth. Yes, I swear that I have never used the evidence of the senses but as servants to my reason. I have never permitted them to become my master. They have not made of me that monstrous thing, worse than a blind man, a man who sees falsely. And that is why I can triumph over your error and your merely animal intelligence, Frederick Larsan." But the would-be author need not deem these footprint clues entirely unavailable for his use. They are a permissible part of the required mechanism, and, utilized in moderation, add rather than detract from the usual plot. They are not truth, but they make interesting fiction if worked up with a semblance of reality and with convincing circumstance. 4. Fingerprints and teeth marks. More recent is the reading of thumb and fingerprints. The discovery of the individuality of fingerprints gave detectives a new field, both in fiction and in life. In a book of stories, Adventures of the World's Greatest Detectives by George Barton, which are said by the author to be literally true, we have an astonishing coincidence. A detective found in a public house a drinking glass that had on it perfectly distinct marks of 4 fingers and a thumb. Following the trail, a cab was found, on the door of which were 5 distinct prints of 4 fingers and a thumb. After reproducing on sensitized paper, the 2 sets of imprints were found to be identical. This is a Scotland Yard story, but as the author confesses in his preface to a few pardonable embellishments, we can't help thinking that pardon is desired in this case. However, finger marks are undoubtedly used largely in real detection, and have not yet been overdone in fiction. Indeed, our up-to-date criminals are said to wear rubber gloves, so they will leave no prints. And in The Silent Bullet, by Arthur B. Reeve, we are told of an ingenious miscreant who painted his hands lightly with a liquid rubber which he had invented himself. It did all that rubber gloves would do, and yet left him the free use of his fingers, with practically the same keenness of touch. Another ingenious contrivance is described in a recent tale, where a very bad man gets a wax impression of another man's thumb, and makes falsely incriminating prints in suspicious places. Now, all of these devices are legitimate, and if the alert author can contrive a new combination or a new twist to an old one, he may produce a good situation. Speaking of imprints, marks of teeth used in biting an apple figure prominently in at least two modern stories. One, in Arthur Morrison's The Case of Mr. Foggart, gives the detective an opportunity to air his knowledge of apples, which is as extraordinary as Sherlock Holmes's erudition regarding cigar ash. As it is of interest, we append his dissertation. First now, the apple was white. A bitten apple, as you must have observed, turns of a reddish brown colour if left to stand long. Different kinds of apples brown with different rapidities, and the browning always begins at the core. This is one of the 20,000 tiny things that few people take the trouble to notice, but which it is useful for a man in my position to know. A russet will brown quite quickly. The apple on the sideboard was, as near as I could tell, a Newtown pippin, or other apple of that kind, which will brown at the core in from 20 minutes to half an hour, and in other parts in a quarter of an hour more. When we saw it, it was white, with barely a tinge of brown about the exposed core. Inference: somebody had been eating it 15 or 20 minutes before, perhaps a little longer, an inference supported by the fact that it was only partly eaten. I examined that apple, and found it bore marks of very irregular teeth. While you were gone, I oiled it over, and rushing down to my rooms, where I always have a little plaster of Paris handy for such work, took a mould of the part where the teeth had left the clearest marks. I then returned the apple to its place for the police to use if they thought fit. Looking at my mould, it was plain that the person who had bitten that apple had lost two teeth, one at top and one below, and not exactly opposite, but nearly so. The other teeth, although they would appear to have been fairly sound, were irregular in size and line. Now the dead man had, as I saw, a very excellent set of false teeth, regular and sharp, with none missing. Therefore it was plain that somebody else had been eating that apple. Do I make myself clear? Quite. Go on. There were other inferences to be made, slighter, but all pointing the same way. For instance, a man of Foggart's age does not, as a rule, munch an unpeeled apple like a schoolboy. Inference: a young man and healthy. By great good luck, the detective ran across the apple biter again, took another cast, and with the pair, which were identical, marched to success. The other apple biter is in the Saintsbury affair by Roman Doubleday, and the details of the biting are much the same as in Mr. Morrison's story. This is an ingenious identification idea, and any plan of such interesting nicety may be used in detective fiction. As Shakespeare's characters bite their thumbs when they choose, so may an all-wise author cause his puppets to bite apples at his own sweet will. In the fictive detective's working library, this monograph on apples and their habits should stand beside Sherlock Holmes' technical monographs. End of chapter 15.
Chapter 16 of the Technique of the Mystery Story. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Technique of the Mystery Story by Carolyn Wells. Chapter 16. More Devices. 1. Tabulated Clues. A good device for the use of the detective story writer is a list or catalog of clues, evidences, or suspects. A distinct tabulation serves to lay the conditions of the story clearly before the reader and arouses his curiosity as to their meaning and consequences. Of course, if need be, the clues may be misleading, but if done properly, that too is a legitimate device. Wilkie Collins appreciated the use of this tabulation and thus summed up the opening situation in The Moonstone. "Follow me carefully, Betteridge, and count me off on your fingers if it will help you," says Mr. Franklin with a certain pleasure in showing how clear-headed he could be, which reminded me wonderfully of old times when he was a boy. "Question the first. Was the Colonel's diamond the object of a conspiracy in India? Question the second. Has the conspiracy followed the Colonel's diamond to England? Question the third. Did the Colonel know the conspiracy followed the diamond, and has he purposely left a legacy of trouble and danger to his sister through the innocent medium of his sister's child?" And much later in the story, he again uses this device purposely to mislead the reader. As to the person or persons by whom the crime was committed, it is known, 1. That the Indians had an interest in possessing themselves of the diamond. 2. It is at least probable that the man looking like an Indian whom Octavius Guy saw at the window of the cab, speaking to the man dressed like a mechanic, was one of the 3 Hindu conspirators. 3. It is certain that the same man, dressed like a mechanic, was seen keeping Mr. Godfrey Ablewhite in view all through the evening of the 26th, and was found in the bedroom before Mr. Ablewhite was shown into it, under circumstances which led to the suspicion that he was examining the room. 4. A morsel of torn gold thread was picked up in the bedroom, which persons expert in such matters declared to be of Indian manufacture, and to be a species of gold thread not known in England. 5. On the morning of the 27th, 3 men answering to the description of the 3 Indians were observed in Lower Thames Street, were traced to the Tower Wharf, and were seen to leave London by the steamer bound for Rotterdam. There is here moral if not legal evidence that the murder was committed by the Indians. Notice how cleverly he makes it seem certain that the crime was committed by the Indians. In a long and somewhat rambling tale like The Moonstone, a concise summary of evidence now and then is exceedingly effective. Anna Catherine Green frequently makes use of listed statistics. In That Affair Next Door, the heroine, who is doing detective work, makes a list, which is here given in part. Having, as I thought, noticed some few facts in connection with it, from which conclusions might be drawn, I amused myself with jotting them down on the back of a disputed grocer's bill I happened to find in my pocket. Valueless as explaining this tragedy, being founded upon insufficient evidence, they may be interesting as showing the workings of my mind even at this early stage of the matter. They were drawn up under 3 heads. First, was the death of this young woman an accident? Second, was it suicide? Third, was it murder? Under the first head, I wrote, my reasons for not thinking it an accident. 1. If it had been an accident and she pulled the cabinet over upon herself, she would have been found with her feet pointing towards the wall where the cabinet had stood, but her feet were towards the door, and her head under the cabinet. 2. The decent, even precise arrangement of the clothing about her feet, which precludes any theory involving accident. Under the second, reason for not thinking it suicide. She could not have been found in the position observed without having lain down on the floor while living, and then pulled the shelves down upon herself, a theory obviously too improbable to be considered. Under the third, reason for not thinking it murder, etc., etc. One of the principals in The Circular Staircase by Mary Roberts Reinhardt makes a similar list. I made out a list of questions and possible answers, but I seemed to only be working around in a circle. I always ended where I began. The list was something like this. Who had entered the house the night before the murder? Thomas claimed it was Mr. Bailey, whom he had seen on the footpath and who owned the pearl cufflink. Why did Arnold Armstrong come back after he had left the house the night he was killed? No answer. Was it on the mission Louise had mentioned? Who admitted him? Gertrude said she had locked the east entry. There was no key on the dead man or in the door. He must have been admitted from within. Who had been locked in the clothes chute? Someone unfamiliar with the house, evidently. Only 2 people missing from the household, Rosie and Gertrude. Rosie had been at the lodge, therefore, but was it Gertrude? Might it not have been the mysterious intruder again? In the Holiday case, Mr. Burton E. Stevenson tells us that his detective drew up a resume on the case to clear the atmosphere, as it were. It ran something like this. March 13th, Thursday, Holiday found murdered. Daughter drives to Washington Square. March 14th, Friday, coroner's inquest. Miss Holiday released. Mysterious note received. March 16th, Sunday, Holiday buried. March 18th, Tuesday, will opened and probated. March 28th, Friday, Miss Holiday returns from drive, bringing new maid with her and discharges old one. March 29th, Saturday, gives orders to open summer house. April 1st, Tuesday, asks for $100,000. April 2nd, Wednesday, gets it. April 3rd, Thursday, leaves home ostensibly for Bel Air in company with new maid. April 14th, Monday, butler reports her disappearance. Royce taken ill. I begin my search. There I stopped. The last entry brought me up to date. One of the cleverest lists for the purpose of telling the story is one in the Leavenworth case by Anna Catherine Green. Taking a piece of paper, I jotted down the leading causes of suspicion as follows. 1. Her late disagreement with her uncle and evident estrangement from him, as testified to by Mr. Harwell. 2. The mysterious disappearance of one of the servants of the house. 3. The forcible accusation made by her cousin, overheard, however, only by Mr. Gryce and myself. 4. Her equivocation in regard to the handkerchief found stained with pistol smut on the scene of the tragedy. 5. Her refusal to speak in regard to the paper which she was supposed to have taken from Mr. Leavenworth's table immediately upon the removal of the body. And 6. The finding of the library key in her possession. A dark record, I involuntarily decided as I looked it over, but even in doing so, I began jotting down on the other side of the sheet the following explanatory notes. 1. Disagreements and even estrangements between relatives are common. Cases where such disagreements and estrangements have led to crime, rare. 2. The disappearance of Hannah points to no more, certainly in one direction, than another. 3. If Mary's private accusation of her cousin was forcible and convincing, her public declaration that she neither knew nor suspected who might be the author of this crime was equally so. To be sure, the former possessed the advantage of being uttered spontaneously, but it was likewise true that it was spoken under momentary excitement, without foresight of the consequences, and possibly without due consideration of the facts. 4 and 5. An innocent man or woman under the influence of terror will often equivocate in regard to matters that seem to criminate them. Here, much of the problem is clearly stated in the first half of the list, and the working out of the solution is definitely indicated in the second part. Listed suggestions are more useful in books than in short stories, for in the former, the complexities of the plot are more likely to need occasional rounding up and recalling to view. 2. Worn-out devices. A trite and greatly worn device is the watch that stopped, presumably when the crime was committed. Here is a typical use of the incident, quoted from R. Ottolenghi's The Crime of the Century. I found Mr. Mora's watch under the bed, where it must have been knocked from the dressing table. The fall has caused it to stop, and the hands indicated 7 minutes of 2, agreeing with the time during which the watchman testifies that young Mora was at home. Yes, said Mr. Mitchell, but do not go too fast. The watch may have run down. It is uncommon for a good watch to stop merely because it falls to the floor. Both of your points are good in theory, replied the detective, but neither applies in this instance. If a watch runs down, it cannot be started again without winding. By merely shaking this one, I got it going, and to make assurance doubly sure, I let it run for an hour, when it was still keeping time. Next, though it be true that most watches would not be so easily stopped, this one, for some reason, is very sensitive to a blow. I tried the experiment of pushing it from the table to the floor, and at every attempt I found that it would cease its movement. The idea of a stopped watch is so obvious that it led authors at once to the idea of purposely stopping a watch with the intent of leading the detective and the reader astray. In fact, this was done as long ago as in Gaboriau's Crime of Orcival, where Lecoq, finding a clock which has been overturned in the struggle between the victim and his assassin, purposely turns the hands some 4 hours backward. This device has been used so often that the astute reader now disregards the evidence of the stopwatch in fiction. But still, the clock or watch may play an important part in the plot if managed with any degree of originality. In The Quests of Paul Beck, the device is well used. Mr. Beck looked at the German with manifest admiration. Forgive me for mentioning it. You would have made a first-class detective if you hadn't gone into another line of business. I should have told you that the evidence of the watch had been faked. Faked? Queried the other, with a blank look on his face. Oh, I see. Being a German, of course, you don't understand our slang phrases. I examined the watch and found that, though the glass had been violently broken, the dial was not even scratched. The spring had been snapped, not by a blow, but by overwinding. It was pretty plain to me the murderer had done the trick. He first put the hands on to 8:30, and then broke the spring, and so made his alibi. He got the watch to perjure itself. Neat, wasn't it? The German merely grunted. He was plainly impressed by the devilish ingenuity of the murderer. In The Whispering Man by Henry Kitchell Webster, a large office clock seen in a mirror makes 20 minutes before 12 appear to be 20 minutes after 12, which leads to worthwhile complications and proves a clever device. In Brander Matthews' story, The Twinkling of an Eye, a clock is used to conceal and manipulate a camera for the purposes of detection. Any such original application of commonplace material is worthwhile in detective fiction. Another maneuver that has lost grip on the attention of the trained reader is the clumsily upset table. In the Reigate puzzle, Dr. Watson tells us, "Near the foot of the bed stood a dish of oranges and a carafe of water. As we passed it, Holmes, to my unutterable astonishment, leaned over in front of me and deliberately knocked the whole thing over. The glass smashed into 1,000 pieces, and the fruit rolled about into every corner of the room. 'You've done it now, Watson,' said he, coolly. 'A pretty mess you've made on the carpet.'" This incident was effective and of importance as Conan Doyle used it, but it has since been done so often as to have lost its power to surprise. A hackneyed, misleading device is that of high words between a victim and a suspect. In Chekhov's Russian story, The Safety Match, the author thus tries to cast suspicion on the valet. "The master's valet, your worship," answered Ephraim. "Who else could it be? He's a rascal, your worship. He's a drunkard and a blackguard, the likes of which heaven should not permit. He always took to the master his vodka and put the master to bed. Who else could it be? And I also venture to point out to your worship, he once boasted at the public house that he would kill the master." This idea was right enough when first used, but experience has taught the modern reader that the one who threatens or boasts an intent to kill never does so. The man who is overheard quarreling with the victim just before his death is never by any chance the criminal in fiction. Whispered words is a legitimate, though slightly overworked way of preserving the secret. One character whispers to another something the reader is not allowed to overhear. This rouses the eavesdropping instinct latent in every human mind, and the reader scans the pages in endeavor to learn that whispered message. But attentive reading of the best detective stories will soonest teach a writer what devices may be used effectively and what not. It is a matter of taste, originality, and cleverness. Even a trite device may be used with a new turn or twist and prove of great value. Perhaps the longest roll of hackneyed devices in one book is found by The Mainwaring Affair by A.M. Barbour. This is a most excellent and interesting story and of exceedingly good construction. The surprise is perfect and the plot original, but old and time-worn devices are repeatedly used. It includes the return of a long-lost brother, supposed to have been shipwrecked years before, stolen family jewels, a missing will, a twin brother, a birthmark identification, an illegitimate son of a designing housekeeper, a suspected private secretary, whispered words conveying the secret, a dragged lake, and innumerable disguises. All of these are justifiable, but a writer will do well to strike out on more original lines. 3. The use of disguise. Disguise is not so much employed now as in former years when Lecoq was young, and the general public is now more keen to see through false whiskers than in the old days when Vidocq made his fame. But these celebrated detectives were experts in the art of disguise. To quote from Vidocq's memoirs, "At last, by dint of much effort of memory, I recalled to mind one Germain, alias the Captain, who had been an intimate acquaintance of Noel's, and although our similarity was very slight, yet I determined on personating him. Germain, as well as myself, had often escaped from the bagnes, and that was the only point of resemblance between us. He was about my age, but a smaller framed man. He had dark brown hair, mine was light. He was thin, and I was tolerably stout. His complexion was sallow, and mine fair, with a very clear skin. Besides, Germain had an excessively long nose, took a vast deal of snuff, which, begriming his nostrils outside and stuffing them up within, gave him a peculiarly nasal tone of voice. I had much to do in personating Germain, but the difficulty did not deter me. My hair, cut à la mode des bagnes, was dyed black, as well as my beard, after it had attained a growth of 8 days. To embrown my countenance I washed it with the white walnut liqueur, and to effect the imitation I garnished my upper lip thickly with a kind of coffee grounds, which I plastered on by means of gum arabic, and thus became as nasal in my twang as Germain himself. My feet were doctored with equal care. I made blisters on them by rubbing in a certain composition of which I had obtained the recipe at Brest. I also made the marks of the fetters, and when all my toilet was finished, dressed myself in the suitable garb. I had neglected nothing which would complete the metamorphosis. Neither the shoes nor the marks of those horrid letters G.A.L. The costume was perfect. "If I were your lieutenant and wanted to take Vidocq," replied I would contrive that he should not escape me. "You? Oh, yes, you and everybody. He is always completely armed. You know, they said that he fired twice at Delrieux and Carpentier, and that is not all, for he can change himself into a bundle of hay whenever he likes." "A bundle of hay!" cried I, surprised at the novel endowment assigned to me. "A bundle of hay? How?" "Yes, sir. My father pursued him one day, and at the moment he laid his hand upon his collar, he found that he only held a handful of hay. He did not only say it, but all the brigade saw the bundle of hay, which is burnt in the barrack yard." Lecoq also depends largely on disguises for his success. He says himself, "A detective who is worth his salt can give an actor any amount of lessons. Since last year I have been studying the art of disguising my face, and I can at my desire become short or tall, dark or fair, a perfect gentleman, or the vilest scoundrel that hangs about the outskirts of the suburbs." And in file number 113 we are told, "His amazement gave so singular an expression to his face that M. Lecoq could not restrain a smile. Then it was you," continued the bewildered detective. "You were the stout gentleman at whom I stared, so as to impress his appearance upon my mind. I never recognized you. You would make a superb actor, my chief, if you would go on stage. But I was disguised too, very well disguised." "Very poorly disguised. It is only just to you that I should let you know what a failure it was, Fanfilot. Did you think that a huge beard and a blouse are a sufficient transformation? The eye is the thing to be changed, the eye. The art lies in being able to change the eye. That is the secret." This theory of disguise explained why the lynx-eyed Lecoq never appeared at the prefecture of police without his gold spectacles. You can't swear to that, because no one can boast of knowing the real face of M. Lecoq. It is one thing today and another tomorrow. Sometimes he is a dark man, sometimes a fair one, sometimes quite young, and then an octogenarian. Why, at times he even deceives me. I begin to talk to a stranger. Bah! Turns out to be M. Lecoq. Anybody on the face of the earth might be he. If I were told that you were he, I should say, very likely it is so. Ah, he can convert himself into any form he pleases. He's a wonderful man. Of modern fictive detectives, few use disguise to great extent, with the exception perhaps of Frédéric Larsan in the books of Gaston Leroux. So punctilious was this French detective in the details of his disguise that his young opponent himself admitted that Larsan's disguises were impenetrable. "And old Bob?" I asked. "No, dear boy, no," scoffed Rouletabille almost angrily. "Not he either. You have noticed that he wears a wig, I suppose. Well, I assure you that when Larsan wears a wig it will fit him." And so perfectly did Larsan's wigs fit him, as well as all the other details of his disguise, that he assumed the personality of anyone at will, without fear of discovery. Sherlock Holmes often assumed disguise, but Conan Doyle does not make a strong point of it, relying not so much on physical appearances as on acute mentality. 4. Other properties. A pet device is the discovery of a torn bit of paper containing a part of a written communication. The writing is usually readable but incomprehensible for want of context. This is very bungly done by Vidocq, who finds a torn scrap of an envelope with these words on it: "Et Monsieur R.A.O. blank. Marcha devant bar blank. Roche Chili," and after much effort, mental and otherwise, he thus solved the enigma. The torn address was in my estimation an enigma, which must first be solved, and to effect this I racked my brains day and night, and at last felt satisfied that, excepting the name, respecting which I had but few doubts, the perfect address would run thus: "Et Monsieur blank. Marcha devant Barrière Rochechouart. Chaussée de Clignancourt." But better managed, a torn bit of paper is helpful in rousing the reader's curiosity, and there are few authors who have not utilized it. Conan Doyle goes farther in using what seems to be part of a woman's name, Rach, but is really a whole word in German. Anna Catherine Green gives an original twist to this old idea in her title, "One of My Sons." In truth, this phrase, found on a bit of paper and pointing directly to the criminal, was really part of the line, "None of my sons." It may be seen at a glance how the intent and the evidence of this line are purposely contradictory. The detective story is essentially dramatic, and therefore picturesque incidents and sensational situations are not only permissible but advisable. The trained reader has learned to expect them, but unless they can be novel or original, there must be a skillful handling of the old devices. Likewise, there are certain stage properties with the use of which the author should be entirely familiar, and which he should be able to employ with grace and skill. The weapon, the papers, the jewels, the safe, the alibi are all his rightful belongings. So too the lens, the desk blotter, the wastebasket, the cabman, the deserted wing, the inquest, and the mistaken identity. All are his to manipulate at his pleasure. If he can afford to ignore such as these, and use the monkey's paw or the speckled band, so much the better for his originality. End of section 16.
Chapter 17 of the Technique of the Mystery Story. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Technique of the Mystery Story by Carolyn Wells. Chapter 17. False Devices. Several false notions which have been so often exploited as to command belief, the young writer should strive to correct. 1. The trace fallacy. One hackneyed statement, though of great value to a fiction detective, is far from being true. This is the assertion that it is impossible for a human being to go into a room for any purpose and out again without leaving trace of his presence. Sherlock Holmes insists on this, and says on one occasion, "My good Hopkins, I have investigated many crimes, but I have never yet seen one which was committed by a flying creature. As long as the criminal remains upon two legs, so long must there be some indentation, some abrasion, some trifling displacement, which can be detected by the scientific searcher. It is incredible that this blood-bespattered room contained no trace which could have aided us. I understand, however, from the inquest, that there were some objects which you failed to overlook." And Mary E. Wilkins, in her fine detective story, "The Long Arm," makes the same impressive statement: "I have a theory that it is impossible for any human being to enter any house and commit in it a deed of this kind and not leave behind traces, which are the known quantities in an algebraic equation to those who can use them. 99 times out of 100 anyone can go into a room, stay for a time, and come out again, and leave absolutely no trace of his presence there. A practical test, or a series of them, will convince anyone of this. Let your criminal or your innocent suspect leave as many traces and clues as you will, but don't allow your detective to assert that this is inevitable. 2. The destruction of evidence. Another useful but false notion is the great difficulty that the criminal experiences in getting rid of his blood-stained garments or other incriminating impedimenta. If he endeavours to burn them, or throw them in the river or ash barrel, they come back with feline certainty. Now, it is not so difficult to destroy or conceal material successfully, and all that is necessary in this regard is to make the proceedings of your criminal natural and not forced. But let the destruction or concealment be done with common sense, and at least an elementary knowledge of your subject. One of the most absurd incidents of destruction is the burning of large packets of papers. A case in point is found in The Adventure of Milverton, where we are told: "With perfect coolness Holmes slipped across to the safe, filled his 2 arms with bundles of letters, and poured them all into the fire. Again and again he did it, until the safe was empty. Someone turned the handle and beat upon the outside of the door. Holmes looked swiftly round. The letter, which had been the messenger of death for Milverton, lay all mottled with his blood upon the table. Holmes tossed it in among the blazing papers. Then he drew the key from the outer door, passed through after me, and locked it on the outside. 'This way, Watson,' said he. 'We can scale the garden wall in this direction.' Although we are told that it was a good fire that was burning in the fireplace, nothing short of a crematory furnace could have continued to burn when these letters were thrown upon it. Remember that Holmes filled his 2 arms with bundles of letters, and poured them all into the fire. Again and again he did this, until he must have had, by a conservative estimate, some hundreds of letters. Anyone who has tried to burn even 3 or 4 letters without unfolding their pages knows the result. As a matter of fact, when Holmes departed, leaving those letters lying on the fire, very few of them could have been greatly injured. If papers must be burned, as is sometimes the case, let them be unfolded and each sheet crumpled a little, and then give sufficient time to the operation. If this is not possible, omit the incident. How often a will or deed has been tossed into the grate and reduced to ashes at once! A folded paper of 4 or 5 thicknesses obstinately refuses to burn except around the edges, and these instantaneous holocausts rouse only amusement in the mind of the common sense reader. 3. False hypotheses. Another entirely false notion is that murder will out. As to the real fact of this matter, Arthur C. Train, in his admirable work, Courts, Criminals, and the Camorra, asserts that the prisoners tried for murder are only a mere fraction of those who commit the crime. In the stories of Luther Trant we are informed that for 93 out of every 100 homicides no one is ever punished, and in the Scales of Justice George L. Knapp tells us if you'd cut out the proverbs and stick to the evidence, you'd find out that about 1 murder in 6 comes to light enough to get the murderer convicted. Then, too, Samuel N. Gardenhire asserts that thousands of murders are never found out. Given a doctor, a lack of motive and a good chance, and detection may be laughed at. But though the authors quoted understand this, scores of other detective story writers persist in standing by the old adage. Again, the beliefs that a murderer is involuntarily drawn back to the scene of his crime, and that a murderer can't help talking of his crime to somebody, are the basis of many false situations. These hypotheses may be used as working arguments if desired, but should not be quoted as universal laws. Another false notion inherent in the average citizen is that a bystander is forbidden by law to touch the body of a murdered man before the arrival of the coroner. There never was any such law, is not now, and probably never will be. The citizen who is of an inquiring turn of mind has a perfect right to examine dead bodies he runs across in the course of his travels, to move the remains, and even search the pockets of the deceased, provided, of course, that his motives are honest. That is all that is necessary. 4. Errors of fact and of inference. Aside from these false and erroneous notions, which are common, let the writer of detective fiction be careful to avoid absolute mistakes, paradoxes, or anachronisms. In this class of story, accuracy and logic are imperative, and nothing can excuse carelessness in descriptive details or sequential happenings. Our greatest and best writers have been caught napping in this respect, and though we can forgive it when Homer nods, it is not excusable in a tyro. To take one of the most flagrant errors, let us look at a page in Poe's The Mystery of Marie Roget. If the clothing and the condition of the clothing of the drowned girl had been hastily or superficially described, it would not be so surprising. But Poe, with his wonderful minuteness of detail, which does not leave a pin or button unnoted, makes this absurd statement: "The clothing was much torn and otherwise disordered. In the outer garment a slit about a foot wide had been torn upward from the bottom hem to the waist, but not torn off. It was wound 3 times around the waist, and secured by a sort of hitch in the back." Assuming the young girl to have a waist measure outside her clothing of at least 20 inches, simple arithmetic allows us that that strip torn upward, wound 3 times around the waist, and secured by a sort of hitch in the back, said hitch being enough to serve as a loop or handle, must have been at least 72 inches long. Therefore, as Marie Roget's skirt from hem to waist measured 6 feet, the young lady herself must have been nearly 9 feet tall. Other details of this extraordinary young woman's costume are also absurd to a rational mind, but perhaps Poe's genius did not include millinery. However, Poe was often careless, even in important matters. The idea that supports the story of the purloined letter is so very good that it is a pity to have such an absurd contradiction as this creep in. At length my eyes, in going the circuit of the room, fell upon a trumpery filigree card rack of pasteboard, that hung dangling by a dirty blue ribbon from a little brass knob, just beneath the middle of the mantelpiece. In this rack, which had 3 or 4 compartments, were 5 or 6 visiting cards and a solitary letter. This last was much soiled and crumpled. It was torn nearly in two across the middle, as if a design in the first instance to tear it entirely up as worthless had been altered or stayed in the second. It had a large black seal bearing the D cipher very conspicuously, and was addressed in a diminutive female hand to D, the minister himself. It was thrust carelessly, and even, as it seemed, contemptuously, into one of the upper divisions of the rack. It is not probable that any eccentricity on the part of the writer of the missive resulted in having the seal and the address on the same side of the letter. It is more likely a slip of Poe's fertile pen. The well-known impossible condition mentioned in The Raven, where the lamplight streams over the bird and casts his shadow on the floor, while the bird himself is sitting on a bust over the door, can perhaps be explained by a transom and a hall light. But one rarely places a bust in front of a transom, as it would mean decreased efficiency for both, and we prefer to think this another of Poe's slips of attention. From Poe's The Oblong Box we quote this description: "The box in question was, as I say, oblong. It was about 6 feet in length by 2½ in breadth. I observed it attentively, and liked to be precise. Now this shape was peculiar, and no sooner had I seen it than I took credit to myself for the accuracy of my guessing. I had reached the conclusion, it will be remembered, that the extra baggage of my friend the artist would prove to be pictures, or at least a picture, for I knew he had been for several weeks in conference with Niccolino. And now here was a box which from its shape could possibly contain nothing in the world but a copy of Leonardo's Last Supper, and a copy of this very Last Supper, done by Rubini the younger at Florence, I had known for some time to be in the possession of Niccolino. This point, therefore, I considered as sufficiently settled. I chuckled excessively when I thought of my acumen. As the box was really a coffin containing a dead body, it seems scarcely possible that it could look like a flat picture. At any rate, a coffin could not be mistaken for a box which from its shape could possibly contain nothing but a copy of the Last Supper. It would need several superimposed pictures to fill a box of that shape. Sir Conan Doyle is exceedingly careful in the logic of his details, and except for rapidly burning papers in bulk, he makes few definite slips. Occasionally, however, he forgets what he has previously said about Sherlock Holmes's mental characteristics. But perhaps the reason is that instead of stepping into the pages of A Study in Scarlet a fully rounded and developed figure, Sherlock Holmes, during the first 4 or 5 years of his career as a public character, was in a constant state of evolution. It would be no easy matter for his creator to explain away certain striking inconsistencies of statement. For example, in an early chapter of A Study in Scarlet, Watson tries to fathom the intentions of his reticent room-mate by making a list of Holmes's curious accomplishments and limitations. His knowledge of literature was put down as nil. Of contemporary literature, philosophy, and politics, he appeared to know next to nothing. Upon my quoting Thomas Carlyle, he inquired in the naivest way who he might be and what he had done. This is rather definite. Yet in The Sign of the Four, the very next book, we are shown Sherlock Holmes advising Watson to read Winwood Reade's The Martyrdom of Man, citing French aphorisms, quoting Goethe in the original German, referring to Jean Paul in reference to Carlyle, reverting once more to windward reed, and finally winding up with another bit of Goethe. In The Adventure of the Red-Headed League he quoted from Gustave Flaubert's correspondence with George Sand, and in A Case of Identity he makes use of a quotation from the Persian Hafiz, who, he asserts, has as much sense and as much knowledge of the world as the Latin Horace. In The House Opposite, by Elizabeth Kent, the heroine is greatly embarrassed for lack of funds, and makes the definite statement that she has not enough money to carry her from New York to Bar Harbor. But almost in the next paragraph she states that she has some shopping to do, and she finds this a good opportunity. These slips are unnecessary, and though not heinous offences, they cause the reader to lose confidence in his author. Again, some statements, while barely possible, are too improbable for ready belief. In Gaboriau's The Widow Lerouge we read this: "Old Tabaret examined with extreme care the dead woman's finger nails, and using infinite precaution he even extracted from behind them several small particles of kid. The largest of these pieces was not above the 25th part of an inch in length, but all the same their colour was easily distinguishable." We can scarcely imagine human finger nails scraping off sufficient lavender kid from an assailant's gloves to serve as evidence, and we doubt if it could be proved possible by practical experiment. Though original and picturesque clues are desirable, yet care should be taken to have them carry the weight of common sense. 5. The use of illustrative plans. A very annoying error often met is putting the plans in the book too late. By plans we mean the architectural sketch showing the rooms of the house or the arrangement of the grounds, with an X where the body was found. In general, it is wise not to have a plan necessary to the understanding of the story. But some plots cannot be clearly understood without a plan. In such a case, have the diagram well and simply drawn, with as few lines as possible and no unnecessary details. Moreover, present the plan at the beginning of the story. It is a most frequent error to insert the plan long after the situation has been fully described, and the reader has pictured the entire scene for himself in his own mind. Then comes the plan, and it not infrequently turns his mental picture topsy-turvy. In a short story it is less absolutely necessary, but in a book it is important to introduce the plan at the very first. In The Hand and Ring, by Anna Katharine Green, the intricacies of the plot necessitate two plans, one of the house where the crime is committed, and another of the neighbouring town and country. The first of these plans appears on page 170, and the other on page 364. Both should have been given when the scenes they represent were first brought into the story. In the Leavenworth case, by Anna Katharine Green, the plan of the house is given on page 8, and thereby allows the reader to start with a correct mental picture of the scene of the crime. The Mystery of the Yellow Room and The Perfume of the Lady in Black, both by Gaston Leroux, require definite and somewhat elaborate plans. These are beautifully drawn, and occur in the book exactly at the time they are needed. 6. The Locked and Barred Room. A situation greatly beloved of mystery mongers is a crime committed in a room so locked and barred that there is apparently no possible ingress. This was the case in Poe's The Murders in the Rue Morgue, and the later explanation of how the intruder entered is simple ingenious and satisfactory. But since then hundreds of stories have been written around a crime committed in a sealed room, with solutions of varying interest. The plot is usually the same. The barred doors necessitate a forcible breaking in to discover the crime. Then, owing to the fact of the locks and bars, the dead man found in the room is adjudged a suicide. But, of course, later developments prove it to be murder, and finally disclose how the murderer could get in and out and yet leave everything bolted on the inside. Often a secret passage is the solution, but this is trite, and to invent a cleverer explanation is the aim of the ambitious author. Gaston Leroux succeeded perfectly in his Mystery of the Yellow Room, and few authors can touch the simple subtlety of his idea. Zangwill went at the matter deliberately. To quote from the introduction to Big Bow Mystery: "For a long time before the book was written, I said to myself that no mystery monger had ever murdered a man in a room to which there was no possible access. The puzzle was scarcely propounded ere the solution flew up, and the idea lay stored in my mind till years later." This particular problem and its solution, in Zangwill's hands, is a masterpiece, and though incidentally in his book he tells of many suggested solutions, none compares with his own in simple though daring ingenuity. A writer does well to use this always arrestive plot, if he have some new and interesting explanation to offer. End of chapter 17.
Chapter 18 of The Technique of the Mystery Story. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Abai in September 2016. The Technique of the Mystery Story by Carolyn Wells. Chapter 18. Murder in General. It cannot be denied that the greatest detective stories, short or long, have been written around a murder. Poe, Gaboriau, Conan Doyle, and Anna Katharine Green all look upon murder as the theme par excellence for a detective story, and other crimes are used by authors only as a relief from monotony. Human nature thinks more lightly of robbery or arson, but murder stirs up a spirit of righteous indignation and a desire for justice or revenge. A life for a life is the logical sequence of an eye for an eye, and a murder mystery will hold the reader's interest when a lesser crime will pall. 1. Murder considered in the abstract. But, first of all, let us dissociate the real horror felt at a real murder from a murder plot used as a peg on which to hang the absorbing puzzle meant to enthrall the intellect. People who say, "How can you enjoy reading about such a revolting subject as murder?" are unable to discern the difference between a realistic newspaper story and a carefully planned romance. The reason for reading newspaper accounts of a real murder trial are absolutely separate and distinct from the reasons for reading a detective story. The latter is an absorbing mental occupation, with a setting of human interest that differentiates it from a mere mathematical problem. If the reader is thrilled, it is through the intellect, not through the emotions. Sympathy is not called for, pity is not kindled, every situation is viewed by the cold light of reasoning. The whole affair is entirely divested of the sentiment that would surround it in real life. As Charles Lamb says of dramatic art, quote, "We dare not dally with images or names of wrong. We bark like foolish dogs at shadows. We dread infection from the scenic representation of disorder, and fear a painted pustule. In our anxiety that our morality should not take cold, we wrap it up in a great blanket surtout of precaution against the breeze and sunshine. I confess for myself that I am glad for a season to take an airing beyond the diocese of the strict conscience, now and then, for a dream while or so, to imagine a world with no meddling restrictions. I come back to my cage and my restraint the fresher and more healthy for it. I wear my shackles more contentedly for having respired the breath of an imaginary freedom. I am the gayer at least for it, and I could never connect those sports of a witty fancy in any shape with any result to be drawn from them to imitation in real life. They are a world of themselves almost as much as fairyland." And of a criminal he says, quote, "In its own world do we feel the creature is so very bad? In their own sphere they do not offend my moral sense. In fact, they do not appeal to it at all. They seem engaged in their proper element. They break through no laws or conscientious restraints. They know of none. They have got out of Christendom into the land, what shall I call it? The utopia of gallantry, where pleasure is duty, and the manners perfect freedom. It is altogether a speculative scene of things, which has no reference whatever to the world that is. No good person can be justly offended as a spectator, because no good person suffers. The whole is a passing pageant, where we should sit as unconcerned at the issues, for life or death, as at a battle of the frogs and mice. But like Don Quixote, we take part against the puppets, and quite as impertinently. We dare not contemplate an Atlantis, a scheme out of which our coxcombial moral sense is for a little transitory ease excluded. We have not the courage to imagine a state of things for which there is neither reward nor punishment. We cling to the painful necessities of shame and blame. We would indict our dreams." End quote. In a word, the reader is transported to a pleasant land of burglary and murder, which is acceptable, because it is not true. One need not be of a murderous instinct to enjoy the story of murders in the Rue Morgue. How many happily married people read stories of divorce? How many just and upright citizens read tales of men who succumb to temptation? How many strictly conventional people enjoyed Trilby? No, the devotee of the detective story must be willing, for the time being, to look upon 2. Murder as a fine art. The exact point of view is perfectly set forth in De Quincey's essay with that title. I wish I might quote it all here. The delicious satire, that is yet sound philosophy, is marred by separation from its context. But a few passages may be given. Quote, "People begin to see that something more goes to the composition of a fine murder than 2 blockheads to kill and be killed, a knife, a purse, and a dark lane. Design, gentlemen, grouping, light and shade, poetry, sentiment, are now deemed indispensable to attempts of this nature. Mr. Williams has exalted the ideal of murder to all of us, and to me, therefore, in particular, has deepened the arduousness of my task. Like Aeschylus or Milton in poetry, like Michelangelo in painting, he has carried his art to a point of colossal sublimity, and, as Mr. Wordsworth observes, has in a manner created the taste by which he is to be enjoyed. To sketch the history of the art, and to examine its principles critically, now remains as a duty for the connoisseur, and for judges of quite another stamp from His Majesty's Judges of Assize." End quote. This is the right spirit in which to read of a murder in detective fiction. De Quincey goes on to say, quote, "The murder was a sad thing, no doubt, very sad, but we can't mend it. Therefore let us make the best of a bad matter, and, as it is impossible to hammer anything out of it for moral purposes, let us treat it aesthetically, and see if it will turn to account in that way. Such is the logic of a sensible man, and what follows? We dry up our tears, and have the satisfaction, perhaps, to discover that a transaction, which, morally considered, was shocking, and without a leg to stand upon, when tried by principles of taste, turns out to be a very meritorious performance." End quote. Still in his whimsical mood, De Quincey thus goes back to ancient history. Quote, "The first murder is familiar to you all. As the inventor of murder and the father of the art, Cain must have been a man of first-rate genius. All the Cains were men of genius. Tubal Cain invented tubes, I think, or some such thing. But whatever might be the originality and genius of the artist, every art was then in its infancy, and the works must be criticized with a recollection of that fact. Even Tubal's work would probably be little approved at this day in Sheffield, and therefore of Cain senior, I mean, it is no disparagement to say that his performance was but so-so. Milton, however, is supposed to have thought differently. By his way of relating the case, it should seem to have been rather a pet murder with him, for he retouches it with an apparent anxiety for its picturesque effect. "Whereat he inly raged, and, as they talked, smote him in the midriff with a stone, that beat out life. He fell, and deadly pale, groaned out his soul with gushing blood effused." Paradise Lost, Book 9. End quote. Following history's list, we learn that, quote, "The finest work of the 17th century is, unquestionably, the murder of Sir Edmundbury Godfrey, which has my entire approbation. In the grand feature of mystery, which in some shape or other ought to colour every judicious attempt at murder, it is excellent." End quote. And another excellent affair is mentioned. Quote, "The King of Sweden's assassination, by the by, is doubted by many writers, Hart amongst others, but they are wrong. He was murdered, and I consider his murder unique in its excellence, for he was murdered at noonday and on the field of battle, a feature of original conception which occurs in no other work of art that I remember. No unpractised artist could have conceived so bold an idea as that of a noonday murder in the heart of a great city. It was no obscure baker, gentleman, or anonymous chimney-sweeper, be assured, that executed this work. With respect to the Williams murders, the sublimest and most entire in their excellence that ever were committed, I shall not allow myself to speak incidentally. Nothing less than an entire lecture, or even an entire course of lectures, would suffice to expound their merits. Indeed, all of these assassinations may be studied with profit by the advanced connoisseur. They are all of them exemplaria, model murders, pattern murders, of which one may say, Nocturna versate manu, versate diurna, especially nocturna." End quote. Continuing this remarkable essay, we come upon this, quote, "But it is now time that I should say a few words about the principles of murder, not with a view to regulate your practice, but your judgment. As to old women and the mob of newspaper readers, they are pleased with anything, provided it is bloody enough, but the mind of sensibility requires something more. First, then, let us speak of the kind of person who is adapted to the purpose of the murderer. Secondly, of the place where. Thirdly, of the time when, and other little circumstances. As to the person, I suppose that it is evident that he ought to be a good man, because if he were not, he might himself, by possibility, be contemplating murder at the very time, and such diamond-cut diamond tussles, though pleasant enough where nothing better is stirring, are really not what a critic can allow himself to call murders. I could mention some people, I name no names, who have been murdered by other people in a dark lane, and so far all seemed correct enough, but on looking farther into the matter, the public have become aware that the murdered party was himself, at the moment, planning to rob his murderer, at the least, and possibly to murder him, if he had been strong enough. Whenever that is the case, or may be thought to be the case, farewell to all the genuine effects of the art. The subject chosen ought to be in good health, for it is absolutely barbarous to murder a sick person, who is usually quite unable to bear it. On this principle, no tailor ought to be chosen who is above 25, for after that age he is sure to be dyspeptic. So much for the person. As to the time, the place, the tools, I have many things to say, which at present I have no room for. The good sense of the practitioner has usually directed him to night and privacy. Yet there have not been wanting cases where this rule was departed from with excellent effect. End quote. As might be supposed, this essay of De Quincey's brought forth various criticisms. To these he replies in another essay. Quote, "A good many years ago the reader may remember that I came forward in the character of a dilettante in murder. Perhaps dilettante is too strong a word. Connoisseur is better suited to the scruples and infirmity of public taste. I suppose there is no harm in that, at least. A man is not bound to put his eyes, ears, and understanding into his breeches pocket when he meets with a murder. If he is not in a downright comatose state, I suppose he must see that one murder is better or worse than another, in point of good taste. Murders have their little differences and shades of merit, as well as statues, pictures, oratorios, cameos, intaglios, or what not. I am for morality, and always shall be, and for virtue, and all that, and I do affirm, and always shall, let what will come of it, that murder is an improper line of conduct, highly improper, and I do not stick to assert that any man who deals in murder must have very incorrect ways of thinking, and truly inaccurate principles, and so far from aiding and abetting him by pointing out his victim's hiding-place, as a great moralist of Germany declared it to be every good man's duty to do, I would subscribe 1 shilling and 6 to have him apprehended, which is more by 18 than the most eminent moralists have hitherto subscribed for that purpose. But what then? Everything in this world has 2 handles. Murder, for instance, may be laid hold of by its moral handle, as it generally is in the pulpit and at the Old Bailey, and that, I confess, is its weak side. Or it may also be treated aesthetically, as the Germans call it, that is, in relation to good taste. Genius may do much, but long study of the art must always entitle a man to offer advice. So far I will go, general principles I will suggest. But as to any particular case, once for all I will have nothing to do with it. Never tell me of any special work of art you are meditating. I set my face against it in toto. For if once a man indulges himself in murder, very soon he comes to think little of robbing, and from robbing he comes next to drinking and Sabbath-breaking, and from that to incivility and procrastination. Once begin upon this downward path, you never know where you are to stop. Many a man has dated his ruin from some murder or other that perhaps he thought little of at the time." End quote. Though written in a whimsical vein, these observations of De Quincey apply definitely to the murder fanciers of detective fiction. Shakespeare's murders are calmly accepted on the stage, and our children are placidly told who killed Cock Robin, because these killings are not true, but are merely the manufactures of art. 3. The murder theme. As a proof that murder, or apparent murder, or attempted murder, is the favorite theme with our best detective writers, we may note these statistics. Of the 20 Sherlock Holmes stories, more than 20 have murder as the crime, and this in spite of his assertion in The Adventure of the Blue Carbuncle that "there are many interesting little problems for detectives which are striking and bizarre without being criminal." Yet in more than half of his stories Conan Doyle uses a murder motive. Of Poe's 3 Dupin stories, 2 are based on murder. Jacques Futrelle, in his clever Thinking Machine stories, employs murder as an interest in 8 out of 19. Of Samuel Gardenhire's 8 stories in The Long Arm, 5 are murder stories. and so on through all the books of short stories, each volume of which narrates the exploits of a transcendent detective, the average of the murder plot is more than one-half. Novels of detective fiction almost invariably use a murder plot. The Moonstone is an exception, but nearly all of Gaboriau's, Du Boisgobey's, Anna Catherine Green's, and Otto Lenguis are murder mysteries. 4. The robbery theme. After murder, robbery is next in favor as a crime for detective fiction. It is not easy to create intense interest in a robbery. To quote Sir Walter Besant on this subject, quote, "Consider, say, a diamond robbery. Very well, then first of all it must be a robbery committed under exceptional and mysterious conditions, otherwise there will be no interest in it. Also you will perceive that the robbery must be a big and important thing, no little shoplifting business. Next, the person robbed must not be a mere diamond merchant, but a person whose loss will interest the reader, say, one to whom the robbery is all important." End quote. These conditions are all perfectly observed in The Moonstone. Indeed, so well did Wilkie Collins know that a jewel must be of not only enormous but peculiar value, that he thus describes it through the medium of the old house steward. Quote, "Lord bless us, it was a diamond, as large, or nearly, as a plover's egg. The light that streamed from it was like the light of the harvest moon. When you looked down into the stone, you looked into a yellow deep that drew your eyes into it so that they saw nothing else. It seemed unfathomable, this jewel, that you could hold between your finger and thumb, seemed unfathomable as the heavens themselves. We set it in the sun and then shut the light out of the room, and it shone awfully out of the depths of its own brightness, with a moony gleam in the dark. No wonder Miss Rachel was fascinated. No wonder her cousins screamed. The diamond laid such a hold on me that I burst out with as large an "Oh!" as the bouncers themselves." End quote. And even before this description, the diamond had been given a value quite other than intrinsic. It was a historic gem famous in the native annals of India. It was the subject of tradition and superstition, and it had been having adventures since the 11th century. It had been the reason for theft and bloodshed, and was the cause of a family feud. All this interest in addition to the setting of the story, the personality of the characters, and the adroit art of Wilkie Collins, caused the mystery to be a worthwhile one. A later story of a jewel robbery is found in Robert Barr's book called The Triumphs of Eugene Valmont. This story is built around a diamond necklace which a court jeweler made, hoping to sell to Marie Antoinette. It contained 500,000 marvelous stones, and had been through desperate adventures for many years. After its thrilling history is narrated, the necklace is thus introduced to the reader. Quote, "The jeweler who made the necklace met with financial ruin. The queen for whom it was constructed was beheaded. That high-born prince, Louis-René Edouard, Cardinal de Rohan, who purchased it, was flung into prison. The unfortunate countess, who said she acted as go-between until the transfer was concluded, clung for 5 awful minutes to a London window-sill before dropping to her death to the flags below, and now, 108 years later, up comes this devil's display of fireworks to the light again." End quote. These preliminaries, though so similar to those employed in The Moonstone, are in no sense a plagiarism. They are the legitimate methods of whetting the reader's interest in a robbery. Gaboriau's File No. 113 hinges on a robbery. This, a bank robbery, is not a great one, the sum of $70,000 being stolen. But the popularity of the story is caused by the skill of the detective Lecoq and the contrasting inefficiency of a younger detective in unraveling the complicated web of circumstances. As is usual with Gaboriau, the story is spun out to a tiresome length, and the simple plot of the robbery, the clue of the scratch on the safe, and the mixed-up social relations of the characters are presented as a novel when they are barely enough material for a novelette. Robberies other than of jewels or money are sometimes thefts of valuable papers. These papers are often of political import, and not infrequently are of such nature that their falling into wrong hands would precipitate dire and disastrous war amongst the greatest of the world's powers. Naval treatises, war maps, or specifications for astonishing new inventions in the way of explosives are among the most used sorts, followed closely by wills, love letters, photographs, and, in one instance at least, college examination papers. Poe's Purloined Letter is the first and best of these stories, but the value of that masterpiece is more in the work of the detective than in the actual situation. Conan Doyle's A Scandal in Bohemia is a similar plot with an incriminating photograph for the booty. Theft stories are built, too, around antiques or curios, idols, heirlooms, and, especially since the disappearance of the Mona Lisa, around valuable paintings. There was even a very clever and original story written about the theft of the Venus of Milo from the Louvre, and this some years before the abstraction of the Mona Lisa. Any article will do for fiction robbery, provided it be of exceeding great value, either intrinsically or by association. In the Sherlock Holmes stories, 1/4 hinge on robbery as against 1/2 on murder. Next in favor is mysterious disappearance or abduction. 5. The mysterious disappearance. The kidnapping of children is unpopular, as it is difficult to eliminate personal feeling when a child is brought into the story. Samuel N. Gardenhire thus refers to it in The Abduction of Mary Ellis. Quote, "The stealing of children," he said reflectively, "is probably the most unpopular crime that can be committed in this country. It is not indigenous to the soil. It is an exotic, an imported offense, one that has best thriven in communities where the poor are oppressed by the rich, and where the element of revenge is combined with the instincts of greed." End quote. The Millionaire Baby, by Anna Katharine Green, is perhaps a unique instance for a full-sized book with a kidnapping case for its theme. But, treated by this skillful author, it is in all respects a success. Among the Luther Trant stories, a kidnapping mystery is well solved in The Red Dress, and in The Master of Mystery, Astro happily rescues a kidnapped child. Sherlock Holmes' nearest approach to a child-stealing case is the tracing of a missing schoolboy in The Adventure of the Priory School. The abduction of older girls, or young women, is more often narrated. The Strange Disappearance of Eleanor Cuyler and A Mysterious Disappearance by Anna Katharine Green being among the best examples. Mysterious disappearance, though not necessarily abduction, is always a useful theme. In The Adventure of the Noble Bachelor, Sherlock Holmes remarks thus on the disappearance of a bride during her own wedding breakfast. Quote, "Before the what?" asked Holmes with a start. "The vanishing of the lady." "When did she vanish, then?" "At the wedding breakfast." "Indeed. This is more interesting than it promised to be. Quite dramatic, in fact." "Yes, it struck me as being a little out of the common." "They often vanish before the ceremony, and occasionally during the honeymoon, but I cannot call to mind anything quite so prompt as this." End quote. A man is abducted in The Adventure of the Missing Three-Quarter, value being given to this peculiar man because he is a three-quarter in a celebrated football team. Other authors average much the same as Conan Doyle, and, to sum up, we find that throughout detective fiction half of the stories are murder mysteries, 1/4 are robberies, and the other quarter is divided among crimes more or less dramatic or picturesque. These include forgery, counterfeiting, blackmail, arson, dynamiting, body snatching, and other rare and even unique crimes invented by a daring author for a jaded public. End of chapter 18.
Chapter 19 of the Technique of the Mystery Story. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Technique of the Mystery Story by Carolyn Wells. Chapter 19. Persons in the Story. Admitting that according to a consensus of opinion a murder mystery makes the most interesting plot for a detective story, let us consider the characters that necessarily belong to such a plot. 1. The victim. De Quincey has pointed out, in his entertaining essay, that the victim of the crime should be selected with great care. Let us then, in planning our story, first decide upon the victim. Shall we choose a man or a woman, old or young? A favourite victim with the writers of detective fiction is an elderly man, perhaps a banker or some other wealthy citizen of importance to the community. This is a reasonable choice, for the character has the regard and interest of his fellow townsmen without too great sympathy on the part of the reader. Again, a charming young woman may be chosen for this role, but in this case the reader must not be allowed to know and love her before the tragedy. The point to be remembered by the author is that the victim must be of the greatest possible importance generally, yet not specifically in the sympathy of the reader. Indeed, the victim, if beautiful or worthy, must be almost or entirely a stranger to the reader. But if the victim be wicked or unattractive, it matters not how great the reader's acquaintance with him. In a word, the reader must be averse to or indifferent to the victim in order that he may be satisfied with the conditions of the story. Undoubtedly, Poe reached the height of perfection in his choice when he selected a mother and a daughter for the victims of the Rue Morgue. What could be more dramatic? And yet, as the reader knew nothing, and never learned anything of these two people, except their names casually named in a newspaper report, he could not feel a personal grief at their death. We accept the deceased gentleman of Doyle's The Hound of the Baskervilles, or the murdered bride of Green's The Filigree Ball, or the brutally assassinated Widow Le Rouge by Gaboriau, because they are all strangers to us, and we know they are a necessary part, indeed the very foundation of the machinery of the story. So guard against introducing the victim too long before the murder, or allowing him or her to engage too deeply the reader's sympathy or admiration. This is not so likely to be the case in a short story as in a novel. There are few, if any, of Conan Doyle's victims for whom we have any personal feeling whatever. Indeed, they are usually dead when the story begins, unless the problem may be a matter of preventing the crime. Select your victim for his or her intrinsic worth or prominence, and the sympathetic interest he or she may have for the other characters of the story, but not for the reader. In the Leavenworth case and Hand and Ring, these principles are strictly observed. In the Big Bow mystery, the horrible deed is committed on a man we know nothing of, and one who is quite as much a lay figure as is a tailor's dummy. In The Mystery of the Yellow Room, the victim is a beautiful young woman who has our entire sympathy and admiration, but the situation is saved because she is not really killed in the attempt at murder. An occasional device is to have the victim apparently a good and kind old gentleman, most foully murdered. But later it transpires that the seemingly good and kind victim was in reality a very bad man, and was killed in justice and righteous indignation. Conan Doyle, as a rule, makes his victim an inconspicuous and even uninteresting character, oftenest perhaps a bad old man. When, as in the case of the Speckled Band, the intended victim is a young woman, the tragedy is whisked around and the villain proves to be the victim. All this is entirely legitimate and advisable. The ideal victim is one in whom we have no personal interest, but whose importance we easily recognize. 2. The criminal. The next character to be chosen must be our criminal. Here again is one who, if he is to be convicted, must not be too deeply in the reader's sympathy, and yet he must be a worth while character. It is old fashion now to have the crime committed by the butler or the private secretary. The drawing of the criminal calls for fine shading and strong effects. He must be both intelligent and ingenious, in order to give the Transcendent Detective a foeman worthy of his steel. The reader must have no liking or pity for him. In his perfection he should be what Poe calls that monstrum horrendum, an unprincipled man of genius. Moreover, he must be cleverly drawn in order to conceal his identity from the reader until the last. He must appear to be what he is not, and he must not appear to be what he is. And this calls for Machiavellian cunning on the part of both criminal and author. The identity of the criminal disclosed at the last must be the greatest surprise of the story. This is marvellously well accomplished in Hand and Ring and Big Bow Mystery. In both these books the reader cannot possibly guess the criminal, although he is inconspicuously in plain view from the very beginning. But so adroitly is his identity concealed, and so definitely is he made to appear what he is not, that detection by the reader is not possible. To be sure, in neither book is the motive so much as hinted at until the final disclosures, and this is not quite in accordance with the unwritten law of the detective story. But it is forgivable in the books mentioned, because of their splendid workmanship and original plot. In the Leavenworth case, written many years ago, we have one of the earliest and best examples of the private secretary criminal. Here, too, he is before our eyes from the very beginning, yet we suspect every one else in the book before we think of him. 3. Faulty portrayal of the criminal. Gaboriau was at fault in this matter in The Widow Lerouge. By the time we are half through the book, and long before any hint of the true state of affairs is necessary, we are forced to the inevitable conclusion of the guilt of Noel, startling as that theory seems on its face, simply because Noel is the only person possible who has consistently avoided being the object of suspicion. A still greater mistake is when, during the course of a story, every character is at some point suspected and then cleared of suspicion, and at the end we learn that the crime is committed by a person of whom we have never heard. Conan Doyle employs this hitherto unknown criminal frequently. Usually he is some old man who had known and quarrelled with his friend the victim many years before. For instance, in The Adventure of Black Peter and in The 5 Orange Pips, these are the circumstances. But Conan Doyle's motive is the exploitation of the powers of his Transcendent Detective in discovering the unheard of criminal, and so in his case the end justified the means. But ordinarily, and especially in a book, it is bad workmanship to absent the criminal from the scene until the last. Notwithstanding the criminal of the Rue Morgue murders, it is ill advised to have a freakish or a superhuman agency. The imitators of Poe's masterpiece have not been successful, though many have impressed members of the simian tribe into their service as criminals. The ideal criminal is a sane, respectable, and well-educated man, like Lawyer Orcutt or Mr. Grodman. Such as these escape the reader's suspicion by seeming to belong among the reputable characters of the story. 4. The secondary detective. The transcendent detective being of such importance as to require a chapter to himself, we come next to the subordinate detective. He is usually a central office man, or a young reporter, or a lawyer with a taste for detective work. He serves as a foil for the higher detective's glories. He makes mistakes for the other to correct. He starts false trails to lead the reader astray, and to give the superior detective opportunity to scoff at him and to set him right. This character may not be a detective at all, but simply a Greek chorus, like Dr. Watson, or like Hutchinson Hatch in The Thinking Machine, or Walter Jameson in The Silent Bullet. But usually this character is a detective who variously hinders or assists, as Sweetwater with Mr. Gryce, or Mr. Barnes with Mr. Mitchell. The secondary detective character is at times, and quite effectively, a woman. In That Affair Next Door this role is taken by Miss Amelia Butterworth, who is also the teller of the story. In The Master of Mysteries, Astro is aided and abetted in his charlatanry by a beautiful young woman called Valeska. In a clever series of stories called Tales from the Red Ledger, the transcendent detective is helped at times by a mysterious and vaguely pictured woman known as the Orchid. But invariably it is a good device to have a major and a minor detective character, that by comparison or contrast their leads and misleads may further the author's ends. 5. The suspects. The suspects are highly important characters in our detective story. They appear one after another, few or many, according to the length of the story. As each suspect is brought forward, the reader must be made to feel certain that this is the criminal. Then a doubt is raised, or positive innocence is shown, and the next suspect is brought forward. In a tale of simple construction, the suspects will come forward A, B, C, D. The first three are eventually proved innocent, and D is the criminal. A more complex plot would have D wrongly accused and proved innocent, and show that after all C was the criminal. In this case the reader must be made to insist to himself that he knew it was C all the time, even though the case looked pretty black against D. Or a clever dodge is to suspect the characters in order, and though A was exonerated long ago, prove at the last that he was the real criminal after all. It is the variations of these plans that make for interest in a detective story, and the characterization of these suspects has much to do with the success of the plot. The breathless fear that the criminal may be the beautiful but headstrong young woman, the ever rising suspicion that the criminal is the handsome manly hero, the lurking doubt of the nephew who inherits, the distrust of certain old family servants, all these serve to keep interest alive and curiosity piqued. The principal characteristics, then, of our criminal must be his own importance, his dramatic personality, and his successful concealment until the denouement. These rules are not inflexible for short stories, where there is less room for characterization than in books. The criminals in Conan Doyle's stories, like the victims, have little personality, because the fierce light that beats upon Sherlock Holmes leaves most of the other characters in shadow. But in a full-sized novel, where characterization is an important factor of the workmanship, the criminal's make-up is of vital importance. 6. The heroine and the element of romance. As to the advisability of a heroine, authorities differ. The true economy of the detective story forbids the introduction of romance, especially in short stories. The purists hold that the single-minded artist in detective fiction must not introduce two kinds of interest, for they can seldom be so perfectly balanced that one or the other shall not suffer. The mind of the reader does not wish to jump continually from the solution of the problem to a love interest and back again. On the other hand, some writers deem it necessary to introduce a charming young woman who has little to do with the story, and who invariably marries the subordinate detective. The truth is, the magazine editors are largely to blame for this use of romance. In their inexorable demand for a happy ending, they insist upon those wedding bells at the end of the story, that their joyful peals may drown the sound of the sentence pronounced on the criminal. But Poe and Conan Doyle and all their worthwhile successors omit the element of romance, except where it is an inherent part of the plot. Otherwise, romance in a detective story is wasteful and ridiculous excess. The whole intent of the problem and its solution is to engage the attention of the reader to the very utmost, and if this be successfully done, the reader has no nook or corner of his attention vacant to accommodate this love interest. But if, as in A Scandal in Bohemia, the beautiful woman is an integral part of the story, then she may be introduced and expatiated upon at the pleasure of the author. In the story just referred to, this point is marvellously well taken in these opening words: "To Sherlock Holmes she is always the woman. I have seldom heard him mention her under any other name. In his eyes she eclipses and predominates the whole of her sex. It was not that he felt any emotion akin to love for Irene Adler. All emotions, and that one particularly, were abhorrent to his cold, precise, but admirably balanced mind. He was, I take it, the most perfect reasoning and observing machine that the world has seen. But as a lover he would have placed himself in a false position. He never spoke of the softer passions save with a gibe and a sneer. They were admirable things for the observer, excellent for drawing the veil from men's motives and actions, but for the trained reasoner to admit such intuitions into his own delicate and finely adjusted temperament was to introduce a distracting factor which might throw a doubt upon all his mental results. Grit in a sensitive instrument, or a crack in one of his own high power lenses, would not be more disturbing than a strong emotion in a nature such as his. And yet there was but one woman to him, and that woman was the late Irene Adler, of dubious and questionable memory. Though expressing it strongly, it is true that extraneous romance in a detective story is like grit in a sensitive instrument, or a crack in a high power lens. But of course, in a novel, or even a novelette, the case is altered. Here we require a setting of picturesque complexity, and a love interest properly managed and woven into the mystery plot is almost a necessity. But the introduction of the feminine element in a detective story is subject to certain and definite rules. A victim she may be, a suspect she may be, but only in rare cases, and when exceptionally well done, should she be the criminal. As a suspect, a feminine character gives opportunity for sympathetic thrills, but the experienced reader of detective stories feels fairly sure that an attractive feminine suspect is not the real criminal. 7. The police. Members of the police force are inevitable characters in detective fiction, and have been presented in every possible light, from a realistic picture of the actual inspector to the ignorant and fanciful author's conception of the same. As these strong arms of the law must appear on our pages, let us endeavour to know whereof we speak, and learn a few simple and primitive facts about these people before we endeavour to portray them. It is amusing to read some of the absurd effects given to these clearly defined and easily recognized American citizens. Make them as picturesque as possible, give them dramatic, even humorous personality, but do not endow them with absurd responsibilities or official powers. 8. The supernumeraries. As to the supernumerary characters, the author must exercise his own taste and judgment, and he has fine scope for both. Of less importance in a short story, they require merely to be kept in the background, but in a novel they have their exits and their entrances, and play many though subordinate parts. Each of these characters must have a positive and definite reason for being, and if at all prominent, must be an inherent part of the plot. They are not to be scamped or slurred over in workmanship. They are as important a part of the whole as the setting of a jewel or the binding of a book. They are the pence of a detective story, and must be taken care of, though in this case it does not follow that the pounds will take care of themselves. End of chapter 19.
Chapter 20 of the Technique of the Mystery Story. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sonia. The Technique of the Mystery Story by Carolyn Wells. Chapter 20. The Handling of the Crime. The method of the murder is a point to be carefully chosen, and this consideration of course includes the weapon. Shooting is perhaps the means most often used, with stabbing as a close second. If a shooting, the weapon is usually a revolver, or occasionally a rifle. In this case, care must be taken that the scene is out of doors, or, if indoors, in an isolated apartment, or so placed that the report shall be out of hearing of the other characters, unless immediate discovery is intended. Various devices are used to keep the innocent characters from hearing the shooting. In one case, only a half charge of powder was put into a gun. In another, of recent date, a silent bullet was used. A strong point is always made of the evidence of the weapon, if it be found. But, as we have before hinted, do not persist in having the revolver marked with the initials of a perfectly innocent person, for this has come to be looked upon as a tacit acquittal. It is hackneyed also to have the pistol one of a pair, and trace it by means of its duplicate still reposing in its case in the criminal's library. Learn to avoid these overworked devices, as there are surely plenty of others. If a pistol is your chosen weapon, treat it either inconspicuously or in some novel and original fashion that will interest the reader. The advantage of a stabbing is principally that the weapon may be picked up at the moment, in a sudden impulse to kill, while a pistol usually implies a premeditated murder. A weapon picked up on the spot has the advantage of not necessitating its concealment after use, for it incriminates no one in particular. Oftenest this weapon is a dagger used as a paper cutter, and so lying at hand on a table, or a dagger or sword which is one of a decorative group on the wall of the room. Another weapon which has crept into use of late years is the hat-pin. This, though popular among writers, is implausible and in many cases impossible, for the average hat-pin bends, but does not break. Yet one author after another kills his victim by stabbing him with a hat-pin which breaks off and disappears into the wound. One would-be clever author caused his victim to fall violently forward, with his mouth conveniently open, and allow a hat-pin held by a nearby lady to strike through the roof of his mouth and pierce his brain. The obliging hat-pin broke off at just the right place, and as the lady concealed the head end, the point end of the fatal weapon was never discovered. This related incident is practically impossible, and should not have been used. A Spanish story called The Nail by Pedro de Alarcón practically reverses this method. A large nail was driven into the victim's skull and accomplished its purpose immediately. The head of the nail was concealed by the man's thick hair, and all unsuspecting of villainy, 3 medical experts declared the man's death due to apoplexy. Nor were they entirely to blame, as the physical effects brought about by the nail were precisely the same as the conditions of death by apoplexy. The nail is a horrible suggestion, but whatever weapon brings about violent death is necessarily horrible. It is wise to dwell on the physical details as little as possible. Granted a murder, there must be a method, and if the exigencies of the story demand a horrible method, so be it. But remember Poe's injunction, and when painting the decayed cheeses, make them look as little like decayed cheeses as possible. Poison is a method giving the author a wider scope, and necessitating somewhat less gruesome conditions. It is easier to administer poison than to shoot or stab. Poison may be given in food or drink, or introduced into medicine, or administered in more ingenious and original ways. If this method is used, the author should study up on poisons and their effects, and not run the risk of making absurd mistakes in his text. Abstruse scientific information is not necessary. Enough can be learned from an encyclopedia or a medical dictionary, but the plausibilities must be maintained. A favorite poison with writers who know little of the subject is a curious Indian or Persian drug which acts instantaneously and leaves no trace. This drug, with its various and unintelligible names, has been somewhat overworked. But it is acceptable because of its mystery, and it is useful because its description is so vague as to need no real knowledge of it on the part of the author. The plot of a poison murder implies more complexities than a death by shooting or stabbing. The poisoner is a person of more ingenuity and is more anxious to escape discovery. And it also gives scope for treachery and deceit. Then, too, it has the advantage of allowing the detail of bloodshed to be omitted, thus making the scene less ghastly to sensitive minds. Drowning and strangling and chloroforming eliminate also the necessity for bloodshed, and have the added advantage of requiring no especial weapon, though the presence of the weapon, or the absence of one known to have been used, is a valuable asset to the mystery writer. Though the principal means of murder are enumerated above, the various manifestations of these means are innumerable. The ambitious writer often strives to find some new and original way of committing a hackneyed crime. So far has this been carried, that the latest detective stories employ the uses of cultures of typhoid or diphtheria to bring about the necessary demise. Such means are perfectly legitimate in detective fiction, and if detailed with accurate and correct scientific knowledge, are convincing, though not picturesque. Sherlock Holmes, with his fancy for the bizarre, rarely is satisfied with a plain shooting or stabbing. He uses such means as a blunt weapon, pushing into the water, a venomous snake, a harpoon, a poker, charcoal fumes, and a fall from a steep precipice. One of Anna Catherine Green's best stories, Hand and Ring, employs the homely weapon of a billet of firewood. We are told at the outset that half the criminals are caught because they do make tracks and then resort to such extraordinary means to cover them up. The true secret of success in this line lies in striking your blow with a weapon picked up on the spot, and in choosing for the scene of your tragedy a thoroughfare where, in the natural course of events, other men will come and go and unconsciously tread out your traces, provided you have made any. This dissipates suspicion, or starts it in so many directions that justice is at once confused, if not ultimately baffled. This is a sound principle of construction, and is the starting point of many of the best detective stories. In The Mystery of the Yellow Room, the author goes back to the primitive weapon of a mutton bone, and in the skillful hands of both author and criminal, this weapon is truly dramatic. An author's first plot almost invariably centers around a shooting or a stabbing affair. It is in his later efforts that he feels moved to vary his methods. Regarding crimes other than murder, we find that more depends on the setting. A robbery, however great the booty, must be made interesting by unusual characters or conditions, and must implicate the hero or other important characters to the danger point. The discovery of the wrongdoer must mean disgrace and disaster of the strongest sort. For your detective story fancier is an extremist, and owing to the predominance of murder stories and capital punishment, a short imprisonment for a robbery seems tame by contrast. The Moonstone is a robbery story, but it combines all the elements that make for a dramatic setting, and though not the main motive, it includes a murder and also a suicide incidentally in the plot. It is one of the very few full-sized novels built upon a robbery, and it required the peculiar genius of a Wilkie Collins to hold the reader's attention through its 500 pages. Other crimes than those we have considered, such as forgery, arson, blackmail, etc., are used only by authors in search of a novelty. They fancy that these crimes will interest because they are not so hackneyed as murder and robbery. But unless worked up with great care as to atmosphere and technique, stories of these crimes often prove dull reading. Some authors incline to such subjects as nihilism and the workings of secret societies. These are not of such general interest as the ones we have been discussing, but they offer picturesque possibilities and scope for melodrama. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of the Technique of the Mystery Story. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sonia. The Technique of the Mystery Story by Carolyn Wells. Chapter 21. The Motive. Having decided upon our characters, our crime, and our weapon, let us consider next the motive for the crime. Of course, in all crimes except murder, the motive is obvious. For who would commit a robbery except to obtain a booty? Who would commit arson except with the intent of destroying property? But in a murder story, the motive is one of the principal parts of the mystery. It has been said that there are only three motives for murder: money, love, and revenge. While this is true in a general way, there are many other specific motives. In Mr. Train's book, Courts, Criminals, and the Camorra, there is a most interesting chapter devoted to this question of motive. Though it is impossible to quote it all, we will refer to his published record compiled by a man who had been trying murder cases for 10 years. Several pages tell the details of the record, but a concise summing up is also given. We are told, out of the 62 homicides recorded, there were 17 cold-blooded murders, with deliberation and premeditation, 3 homicides due to negligence, 5 committed while perpetrating a felony, 37 manslaughters, due in 16 cases to quarrels, 13 to drink, 4 to disputes over money, 3 to women, 1 to race antagonism. A further classification is given, and the whole chapter, indeed the whole book, should be read by every writer of detective fiction. Only a small percentage, however, of recorded murders are adaptable to fiction plots. A study of the causes of real murders is useful if one has discrimination in choice. The motive in fiction must be picturesque if possible, and interesting in any case. We care little what ruffian murdered another in a back alley, but we are intensely curious to know who killed Mr. Leavenworth or the widow LaRouge. The most interesting motives are doubtless money, love, and revenge. But the ramifications of these include hate, jealousy, greed, safety, ambition, inheritance, and many others. In fact, the whole category of human emotions. Occasionally there is what might be called a freakish motive, such as the homicidal mania of The Whispering Man, or the curious motive of the criminal in The Big Bow Mystery. But these are sporadic instances. The soundest motives are the best, and in most cases the soundest are the simplest. Murder is the result of one of the most primitive impulses in man, and though the working out of the plot may be subtle, it is wise, so far as possible, to have the motive simple, straightforward, and strong. If consistent with the plot, let the motive be of recent date. It is annoying to discover at the end of the book that the motive is retaliation for a wrong done 30 or 40 years ago, as in A Study in Scarlet or Hand and Ring. These otherwise perfect and really great detective stories finally reveal motives which could not possibly be discovered by the reader, however much he might guess at them. Let the motive be as carefully concealed as you like, but offer adroit hints and veiled allusions that the astute reader may catch if he can, and when at last the motive is revealed, let it be a logical and sound one, and above all, let it be adequate. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of The Technique of the Mystery Story. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sonia. The Technique of the Mystery Story by Carolyn Wells. Chapter 22. Evidence. 1. The Coroner. In case of a murder, the inquest should follow as the night the day. The Scales of Justice is a book which, aside from its very clever pages, has most interesting and enlightening aphorisms at the head of its chapters. One of these tells us, "When evolution has produced a perfect thing, it stops working. Crowner's quest law has not changed in 3 centuries." This is by way of a fleer at the coroner's inquest. Another current authority says, "Mr. Coroner has been losing his importance so rapidly that not long ago it was seriously proposed to do away with him and his utterly useless performances. However, he is still in power, but it is a very much shorn power nowadays." Mr. Arthur C. Train refers to this subject in stronger terms. "The coroner," says he, "is at best no more than an appendix to the legal anatomy, and frequently he is a disease." The spectacle of a medical man of small learning and less English trying to preside over a court of first instance is enough to make the accused himself chuckle for joy. This argues a good sense of humour on the part of the accused, but Mr. Train must know whereof he speaks. But be that as it may, the coroner has not yet been ousted from his position in detective fiction, and is too picturesque a figure to fear imminent dethronement. On the contrary, this official gives opportunity for what is known as a character sketch, and is often described as if with the author's keen relish for satire. For instance, this description is quoted from The Scales of Justice by George L. Knapp. Coroner Ludgers was the sort of doctor who gets a political job, or goes to advertising, within 3 years of his graduation. In one capacity or another, he had been drawing public money for 20 years, and meant to continue in the same occupation for 20 years more. His strong point was dignity, a dignity much resembling a safety night lamp; for no matter how often it was tipped over, it always righted itself, to gleam austerely from the doctor's bald forehead and patriarchal whiskers. At this particular inquest the doctor's dignity lacked something of its usual calm. It was not a case in which the public would willingly accept the person or persons unknown verdict, and yet for the life of him the coroner could not see how any other verdict was possible. However, we still cling to the coroner as a necessary and desirable member of our detective fiction family, and we feel that we could better spare a better man. 2. The Inquest. The inquest in detective fiction came in with The Murders in the Rue Morgue, where it is used as a vehicle for telling much of the story. Since then the inquest has been a prominent incident in most of the murder stories of detective fiction, and as it can be made to present all manner of thrilling and exciting scenes, and also as it is most useful in leading or misleading the reader, it will probably remain with us. In a short story, the inquest is seldom if ever described in detail because of lack of space, but in a full book the inquest provides several chapters of interesting and instructive reading. Poe, ruled as ever by his exact economy of attention, and moreover, because his story is a short one after all, gives merely the gist of the inquest, listing the witnesses in descriptive fashion and tersely reporting their depositions. I. Zangwill, in The Big Bow Mystery, takes advantage of his inquest scene to indulge in sarcastic humour and veiled innuendos. Anna Catherine Green is conscientious and straightforward in her inquest recitals, while the earlier French authors are diffuse and elaborate in their descriptions. Taken by and large, the inquest is invaluable to the detective story writer. It affords such necessary opportunities for cataloguing details without seeming to do so, for convincing the reader that the innocent are the criminals, for introducing and characterizing the actors, and for setting the stage with the necessary properties for the future scenes of the drama. 3. The Witnesses. The principal element of the inquest is, of course, the witnesses and their testimony. Few realize that the nursery tale of Cock Robin partakes of the nature of an inquest. In the first line, "Who killed Cock Robin?" we are informed as to the crime and the victim. This is immediately followed by the complete confession of the criminal and the disclosure of the weapon. "I," said the sparrow, "with my bow and arrow, I killed Cock Robin." This is a frank enough confession, and doubtless true, but even a confession must have corroborative witness, and an eye witness if possible. Hence we read, "Who saw him die?" "I," said the fly, "with my little eye, I saw him die." And this investigation, this testimony of an eye witness, presented in an entertaining manner, is the reason for the introduction of the inquest in our story. The witnesses are naturally the characters of the book. The jurymen are but transients, and are not heard of again after their verdict is rendered. But the witnesses comprise the chief movers of the machinery, and it is in their power to make or mar the plot. For if the plot of a detective story is the knot and is unraveling, the evidence of the witnesses constitutes the strands of the skein. The plot is the skeleton, but the evidence and the deductions therefrom are the muscle and sinew. On the value and presentation of the evidence does the reader's interest depend. No matter how absorbing the puzzle, if the evidence and deduction be not full of action and surprise, the story palls. 4. Presentation of the evidence. Indeed, it is the chain of evidences, all more or less surprising, that holds the reader's interest through the 500 pages of The Moonstone, where the puzzle is only a jewel robbery. And here is one reason why real murder trials are not as interesting as fictional ones. For the newspaper reports are plain accounts of the evidence found, whether entertaining or not, but the wily detective author need introduce no evidence that is not picturesque or exciting. The author should know exhaustively the truth about evidence, its real value and meaning, and knowing this, utilize such knowledge at will. Learn too the difference between vital and incidental evidence. Sherlock Holmes remarks, "It is of the highest importance in the art of detection to be able to recognize, out of a number of facts, which are incidental and which vital. Otherwise your energy and attention must be dissipated instead of being concentrated." Now in this case there was not the slightest doubt in my mind from the first that the key of the whole matter must be looked for in the scrap of paper in the dead man's hand. Of course, since the scrap of paper was put there by the author for that very purpose. But a close study of Conan Doyle's stories will prove the best lesson in collating and understanding evidence. 5. Circumstantial evidence. Learn too the difference between circumstantial evidence and the testimony of an eyewitness. Remember, circumstantial evidence must be strong and well attested to convict a murderer. Remember too how rarely it is the case that a murderer allows an audience when he commits his crime. Learn to adjust for yourself the harmonization of these statements. This point is reduced to an absurdity in Melville D. Post's story, The Corpus Delicti. In this story an atrocious murder is committed, but with diabolical cleverness the criminal utterly destroys the body of his victim by the use of chemicals. When the trial is on, and overwhelming circumstantial evidence proves the crime, the counsel for the prosecution says, "Man may lie, but circumstances cannot. The thousand hopes and fears and passions of man may delude or bias the witness. Yet it is beyond the human mind to conceive that a clear, complete chain of concatenated circumstances can be in error. Hence it is that the greatest jurists have declared that such evidence, being rarely liable to delusion or fraud, is safest and most powerful. The machinery of human justice cannot guard against a remote and improbable doubt. The inference is persistent in the affairs of man. It is the only means by which the human mind reaches the truth. If you forbid the jury to exercise it, you bid them work after first striking off their hands. Rule out the irresistible inference, and the end of justice is come in this land. And you may as well leave the spider to weave his web through the abandoned courtroom." This is rational and straightforward, but the counsel for the defense reports, "I care not if the circumstantial evidence in this case were so strong and irresistible as to be overpowering. If the judge on the bench, if the jury, if every man within sound of my voice were convinced of the guilt of the prisoner to the degree of certainty that is absolute, if the circumstantial evidence left in the mind no shadow of the remotest improbable doubt, yet, in the absence of the eyewitness, this prisoner cannot be punished, and this court must compel the jury to acquit him." This is unanswerable, and after much hesitation the judge spoke thus: "In this case the body has not been found, and there is no direct proof of criminal agency on the part of the prisoner, although the chain of circumstantial evidence is complete and irresistible in the highest degree. Nevertheless, it is all circumstantial evidence, and under the laws of New York the prisoner cannot be punished. I have no right of discretion. The law does not permit a conviction in this case, although every one of us may be morally certain of the prisoner's guilt. I am, therefore, gentlemen of the jury, compelled to direct you to find the prisoner not guilty." This is an erratic plot, but founded on absolute knowledge of the law, and resulting in a most picturesque use of circumstantial evidence. In this connection we might refer to a speech of Jacques Futurelle's hero detective, who thus delivers himself. "Circumstantial fiddlesticks!" snapped the thinking machine. "I wouldn't convict a yellow dog of stealing jam on circumstantial evidence alone, even if he had jam all over his nose." He squinted truculently at Hatch for a moment. "In the first place, well-behaved dogs don't eat jam," he added more mildly. Indeed, most detective stories are simply the case of the dog with the jam on his nose, and the plot is mostly concerned with proving that that particular dog is not the criminal after all. 6. Deductions from evidence. The evidence, whether at the inquest or at the trial, must be carefully chosen, not only for its own attractive or surprising character, but with a view to its material for deduction and analysis. A burnt match on the stairs of an elevated railroad station offers the casual observer little clue, but a burnt match of a particular style on those same stairs, proving the hour when the criminal lit his big black cigar, is of immense importance in leading to a conclusion, foregone in the author's mind, but not in the reader's. Remember, it is resolution that counts. The interest depends on the fact of that match being a beacon light, and proving its illuminative power as the tale goes on. No burnt match has a right to be in a detective story unless it is a lamp to the feet of the detective, and a light to a path, either right or wrong, but intentionally so. Though circumstantial evidence may depend on personal testimony, it is oftener deduction from inanimate clues, preferably small ones, but always unexpected or incongruous ones. In one of the Astro stories, the reader's interest is at once aroused by an unknown baby found in the street playing with a priceless fire opal and a black dead hand. Had the child held a rattle and a doll, no curiosity would be felt as to the situation. This, of course, goes back to the accepted principle of the value of the bizarre. 7. Deductions from clues. But even more advantageous than this is the use of the infinitesimal clue. When not irrationally lugged in, shreds, ravellings, scrapings of dust from boot heels, or scraps of paper are all much prized as fictional evidence. In one of the best recent detective stories, a red shoe button figures as the clue to a murderer. In one of Otto Lengui's stories, a waistcoat button is the clue. Of course, buttons are a favorite clue, as they can conveniently drop off and stay behind on the scene of the crime, or can even be pulled off the criminal's clothing by the frantic clutch of the victim. A story by Melville D. Post entitled The Missing Link hinges upon the loss of a cuff link. But this particular clue is rather hackneyed, and it even cropped up again in The Trevor Case, a very popular recent novel, and also plays its part in The Circular Staircase. The great Sergeant Cuff in The Moonstone first describes the value of a tiny clue by way of instructing his reader, and then goes on to work up a small smear on a freshly painted door into a clue of immense importance. In The Silent Bullet, the clue is so minute as to require a very powerful microscope to discern it. The paragraph quoted below describes the impression of the threads of woven material on a leaden bullet, which, though scientifically possible, is certainly a novel and ingenious bit of evidence for a detective story. Every leaden bullet, as I have said, which has struck such fabric, bears an impression of the threads which is recognizable even when the bullet has penetrated deeply into the body. It is only obliterated partially or entirely when the bullet has been flattened by striking a bone or other hard object. Even then, as in this case, if only a part of the bullet is flattened, the remainder may still show the marks of the fabric. A heavy warp, say of cotton velvet, or, as I have here, homespun, will be imprinted well on the bullet, but even a fine batiste containing 100 threads to the inch will show marks. Even layers of goods, such as a coat, shirt, and undershirt, may each leave their marks, but that does not concern us in this case. Now I have here a piece of pongee silk, cut from a woman's automobile coat. I discharge the bullet through it. So. I compare the bullet now with the others, and with the one probed from the neck of Mr. Parker. I find that the marks on the fatal bullet correspond precisely with those on the bullet fired through the pongee coat. Nearly all of the Sherlock Holmes stories depend on the deductions from tiny clues, so finely drawn as to be sometimes a strain on the reader's credulity. But the credulity of the experienced reader of detective fiction becomes exceedingly agile, and he can believe any number of impossible things from before breakfast until long after midnight. Of course, this use of tiny clues is the direct result of the principle of microscopic observation, and it is inseparable from the work of the transcendent detective. In That Affair Next Door, the astute Miss Butterworth finds for a clue a small black pin. A small matter, she declares to the reader, but it points in the right direction. In A Story of Ashton Kirk, the clue is the tiny but symmetrically shaped bit of pasteboard punched from a railroad ticket. Indeed, all detective stories fairly bristle with these tiny clues, but there are plenty yet unused. The alert detective story writer can find many that will serve his purpose. A single shred of excelsior found on the floor of a room where no carefully packed bit of china or bric-a-brac has been unwrapped will prove the presence of the only man under suspicion who received such a box by recent parcel delivery. Or a tiny, shiny spangle may lead as unerringly to a certain evening gown of a certain grande dame as a grain of rice in a hat brim proves a bride, or straws in the hair a farmer. But these things must have some sort of a subtly indicative interest. Nobody wants to read of a dead leaf fallen from a tree merely to prove that it is autumn. And so it is the author's work to provide clues that lead to something, and that pique the reader into endeavoring to find out for himself what it is. 8. Evidence by applied psychology. A new kind of evidence has appeared of late in detective stories that is not deduced from an inanimate clue or voluntarily spoken by a witness. It is the scientific procedure known as applied psychology. It necessitates apparatus with such impressive names as kymographs and tachistoscopes and ergographs, and it may be learned in its general plan from Professor Münsterberg's book On the Witness Stand. This science aims to assist and serve such fields of practical life as education, medicine, art, economics, and law. But the book in question considers only problems in which psychology and law come in contact. They deal essentially with the mind of the witness on the witness stand, and their purpose is to turn the attention of serious men to this science. The detective writer who wishes to make a point of the credibility of testimony of witnesses cannot do better than to make a close study of the principles set forth in this book. 9. Direct observation. As a matter of fact, the inquest or trial scene in detective fiction makes a great point of the testimony of eyewitnesses. Yet really the utter unreliability of eyewitnesses has often been remarked upon, and Hawthorne in his notebook says, "Every day of my life makes me feel more and more how seldom a fact is accurately stated, how almost invariably, when a story has passed through the mind of a third person, it becomes, so far as regards the impression that it makes in further repetitions, little better than a falsehood, and this too, though the narrator be the most truth-seeking person in existence. How marvelous the tendency is! Is truth a fantasy which we are to pursue forever, and never grasp? Now it is sufficient to pay attention to the conversations in which we take part every day to discover that the worth of evidence depends to a very small degree on the good faith or the moral value of the witness. Who is there who has not seen for himself to what an extent accounts of the same fact may differ, even when related by serious witnesses endeavoring to keep scrupulously to the truth? Nothing indeed is more difficult than to tell the truth, that is to say, to recount the past, to make a deposition upon some fact, even if the fact be one which has come a great number of times under our own eyes. To prove that this is so, let the reader make the following simple experiment, Without any preliminary, ask a number of persons kindly to draw from memory the figure which indicates 6 o'clock, exactly as it appears on the dials of their watches. You will find that some of these persons will simply write the figure VI or 6, others, sharper, remembering that the figures take their line of direction from the center of the dial, will write the symbol upside down, I_V, or 9. Everybody, however, will be quite convinced that this particular testimony is correct, and ready to swear to it on oath. Now ask them to take out their watches and look at them. Most of them will discover to their stupefaction that the figure VI, or I_V, which they saw so clearly at the foot of the imaginary watch floating before their mind's eye, has no existence at all on the dial of the real watch, where its place is taken by the small seconds hand dial. Here then we have a great number of inaccurate depositions. And yet how often in the course of a day do most people look at their watches? There is no doubt, moreover, that all these people whom you have thus proved to be wrong acted in perfect good faith. Not one of them had any wilful intention of deceiving. Again, it is not uncommon to find a man who has owned his watch for many years utterly unable to state whether the hours on the dial are indicated by Roman numerals or Arabic figures. This means only lack of observation, but quite as common is mistaken observation. An amusing practical test of this is thus related of Professor Duke. In order to test the memory and susceptibility to suggestion of his pupils, he performed the following experiment on 48 boys between the ages of 14 and 17. He passed a silver coin about the size of a 50-cent piece round the class, instructing each boy to examine it carefully, but giving no further indications as to the purpose of his action. At the end of the lesson, which in other respects proceeded as usual, Professor Duke, having again taken possession of the coin, addressed the class as follows: "You have no doubt observed that the coin which I handed round had a hole in it. Now I should like to test your powers of observation. I am, therefore, going to ask each of you to indicate the point on the coin where the hole is found. Just take a piece of paper, draw a circle upon it, and indicate roughly the position of the head on the coin and of the hole which you observed." As a matter of fact, there was no hole in the coin at all. Nevertheless, no fewer than 44 out of the 48 pupils indicated the position of the alleged hole in the coin, some even indicating the position of 2 holes. Of the 4 remaining pupils, only 1 positively asserted that there was no hole in the coin. The other 3 merely said that they had not observed the hole. This alone is interesting enough, but there were several other features in the case which are well worth recording. In the first place, the one and only individual who had not been open to suggestion was a boy who had previously shown his independence by giving considerable difficulty in matters of discipline. Furthermore, several of the younger boys, even after they were told that there was no hole in the coin, absolutely refused to admit this. The Scientific American, commenting upon this experiment, remarks: "It hardly needs to be pointed out how significant an observation of this character is in its bearing on legal testimony. We must not be surprised that the witness may, under certain circumstances, not merely make a certain statement incompatible with facts, but may even insist in his erroneous belief in the face of overwhelming evidence against it, and all this in perfectly good faith." Once an observer of a magnificent military parade noted the exact and well-trained marching of the soldiers, and in describing it afterwards said positively, "And every man was exactly the same height," which was far from being true, as the soldiers were of varying heights, but the strong impression of harmony and precision had given an unconscious effect of uniformity of height. All of which goes to prove that with the best intentions in the world false testimony may be given. Further than this, if desired, false testimony may be induced by suggestion of the questioner. Indeed, in the giving of evidence, suggestion plays a most important part. The simple fact of questioning a witness, of pressing him to answer, enormously increases the risk of errors in his evidence. The form of the question also influences the value of the reply that is made to it. This has given rise to the well-known prohibition of leading questions in courts of law. Let us suppose, for instance, that some persons are questioned about the color of a certain dog. The replies are likely to be much more correct if we ask the witnesses, "What is the color of the dog?" than if we were to say to them, "Was the dog white or was it brown?" The question will be positively suggestive if we ask, "Was the dog white?" To such a question the answer is probably of no value. In questioning witnesses, that is to say, in pressing them and forcing their memory, we may obtain, it is true, a much more extensive deposition than if we leave them free to answer spontaneously. Any advantage thus obtained, however, is problematical, since we lose in fidelity whatever we may gain in extent of information. A trained observation takes things in at a glance, and correctly too. Mr. Robert Houdin gives this interesting description of training in his own eye as quoted in The Lock and Key Library. My son and I passed rapidly before a toy shop, or any other displaying a variety of wares, and cast an attentive glance upon it. A few steps farther on, we drew pencil and paper from our pockets, and tried which could describe the greater number of objects seen in passing. I must own that my son reached a perfection far greater than mine, for he could often write down 40 objects, while I could scarce reach 30. Often feeling vexed at this defeat, I would return to the shop and verify his statement, but he rarely made a mistake. My male readers will certainly understand the possibility of this, but they will recognize the difficulty. As for my lady readers, I am convinced beforehand they will not be of the same opinion, for they daily perform far more astounding feats. Thus, for instance, I can safely assert that a lady seeing another pass at full speed in a carriage will have had time to analyze her toilet from her bonnet to her shoes, and be able to describe not only the fashion and quality of the stuffs, but also say if the lace be real or only machine-made. I have known ladies to do this. Zangwill, in Big Bow Mystery, thus argues the worthlessness of most casual observations. Sir, everything depends on our getting down to the root of the matter. What percentage of average evidence should you think is thorough, plain, simple, unvarnished fact, the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? 50, said the minister, humoring him a little. Not 5. I say nothing of lapses of memory or inborn defects of observational power, though in the suspiciously precise recollection of dates and events possessed by ordinary witnesses in important trials taking place years after the occurrences involved is one of the most amazing things in the curiosities of modern jurisprudence. I defy you, sir, to tell me what you had for dinner last Monday, or what exactly you were saying and doing at 5 o'clock last Tuesday afternoon. Nobody whose life does not run in mechanical grooves can do anything of the sort, unless, of course, the facts have been very impressive. But this by the way. The great obstacle to veracious observation is the element of prepossession in all vision. Has it ever struck you, sir, that we never see any one more than once, if that? The first time we meet a man we may possibly see him as he is. The second time our vision is colored and modified by the memory of the first. Do our friends appear to us as they appear to strangers? Do our rooms, our furniture, our pipes, strike our eye as they would strike the eye of an outsider, looking on them for the first time? Can a mother see her baby's ugliness, or a lover his mistress' shortcomings, though they stare everybody else in the face? Can we see ourselves as others see us? No. Habit, prepossession changes all. The mind is a large factor of every so-called external fact. The eye sees sometimes what it wishes to see, more often what it expects to see. You follow me, sir? 10. Exactness of detail. In this connection we are not discussing the value of evidence per se, but merely for what it is worth in the construction of a detective story. The bringing forth of false evidence to complicate the mysteries of the story is entirely permissible if fairly done. And to do this fairly and properly, it is wise to make a study of evidence and its relative value. As we have seen, the average citizen is not observant. He rarely could tell the details of an incident he has witnessed, unless he were already familiar with the conditions. Therefore the author of a worthwhile detective story must make it his business to familiarize himself perfectly and accurately with the conditions he is describing. A lack of this familiarity with details is often seen in our best artists, who portray scenes of whose especial characteristics they are carelessly unobservant. An amusing instance of this sort is remarked in this letter, which appeared in one of our popular periodicals. Dear Sir, your minister's number has just come to hand. I assume that some degree of accuracy is desirable even in a cartoon. Most of the clergy at whom your shafts of wit are aimed seem to be of the Episcopal Church, and I guess we can stand it, but what hurts is the vesture in which you attempt to garb us. For instance, Charlie, the assistant minister at St. Joseph's. And by the way, $1,200 is a large salary for Charlie. From his looks I should not say he was worth as much as that. At least he would not be as assistant to me. Is dressed in a long, old-fashioned surplice with bishop's sleeves. Young assistants sometimes have episcopal bees in their bonnets, but never episcopal sleeves in their surplices. Again, Charlie has around his neck what appears to be a feather boa or a tippet. $1,200 would not allow him to sport such luxury. Lastly, Charlie, who is apparently meant to be a very high churchman, at least he looks like it, is wearing Geneva bands. What a combination! A long surplice with bishop sleeves, fur collar, and Geneva bands is not to be found in the heavens above or the earth beneath. It might be in the other place, but I have my doubts. If any of your artists ever went to church for any purpose, incidentally, it might benefit them and raise the moral tone of the paper, they would see what kind of garments a minister does wear, and their fun would have added force and pungency, I think. I am sure life always wants to be correct, even in its humor. What I have said about Mr. Walker's little picture applies with equal force to Mr. Flagg's extraordinary vested parson. Really, to what church does he belong? They say we Episcopalians never disturb the peace. Can it be that Mr. Flagg has the idea that Presbyterians, with their strenuous views on predestination and the election, are vested in that way? Very sincerely yours, Cyrus Townsend Brady, Rector. Kansas City, Montana, September 25th, 1912. 11. Theories of evidence. If it is necessary then for an artist to attend carefully to the costuming of his models, how much more necessary is it for the writer of a detective story to be carefully accurate even to the tiniest detail of his work? And as evidence is part and parcel of every detective story, let the earnest young writer make a close study of it from the best examples in literature. Read Poe. The Murders in the Rue Morgue is all evidence. Read Gaboriau. He understood the fine points of testimony. Read Conan Doyle. Read Anna Catherine Green. And then compare and connote and contrast their presentation and treatment of evidence. This subject is well summed up in the following quotation from The Man in the Corner, in which the author both entertains and instructs us with his theories. But supposing it were of paramount importance that you should give an accurate description of a man who sat next to you for half an hour today, how would you proceed? I should say that he was of medium height. 5'8", 9 or 10, he interrupted quietly. How can one tell to an inch or two? Rejoined Polly crossly. He was between colours. What's that? He inquired blandly. Neither fair nor dark. His nose. Well, what was his nose like? Will you sketch it? I am not an artist. His nose was fairly straight. His eyes were neither dark nor light. His hair had the same striking peculiarity. He was neither short nor tall. His nose was neither aquiline nor snub. He recapitulated sarcastically. No, she retorted. He was just ordinary looking. Would you know him again, say tomorrow, and among a number of other men who were neither tall nor short, dark nor fair, aquiline nor snub-nosed, etc.? I don't know. I might. He was certainly not striking enough to be specially remembered. Exactly, he said, while he leant forward excitedly, for all the world like a jack-in-the-box let loose. Precisely. And you are a journalist, call yourself one at least, and it should be part of your business to notice and describe people. I don't mean only the wonderful personage with the clear Saxon features, the fine blue eyes, the noble brow and classic face, but the ordinary person, the person who represents 90 out of every 100 of his own kind, the average Englishman, say of the middle classes, who is neither very tall nor very short, who wears a moustache which is neither fair nor dark, but which masks his mouth, and a top hat which hides the shape of his head and brow, a man in fact who dresses like hundreds of his fellow creatures, moves like them, speaks like them, has no peculiarity. Try to describe him, to recognize him, say a week hence, among his other 89 doubles. Worse still, to swear his life away if he happened to be implicated in some crime, wherein your recognition of him would place the halter round his neck. Try that, I say, and having utterly failed, you will more readily understand how one of the greatest scoundrels unhung is still at large, and why the mystery on the Underground Railway was never cleared up. Two paragraphs from The Whispering Man give another twist to the theory of evidence, and whether absolutely true or not, it is interesting and convincing. Geoffrey caught the word out of my mouth. Evidence? There was evidence against every single innocent person in this case. Pomeroy, Armstrong, Gwendolen Carr. The only person against whom there wasn't any was the guilty man himself. No, evidence doesn't amount to much until it's tied on behind the right guess. What does the best evidence in the world amount to anyway, when it comes to that? He concluded. It's utterly meaningless, except when it's tied on behind some theory, like the tail on a kite. As for expert testimony, there's only one kind of true expert, and he's just an inspired guesser, no more, no less. A contrast or discussion of the merits of circumstantial evidence and the testimony of an eyewitness is always provocative of interest. Though like many other discussions it is really futile, it carries a certain weight if cleverly set down. Sherlock Holmes thus remarks upon it. "I could hardly imagine a more damning case," I remarked. "If ever circumstantial evidence pointed to a criminal, it does so here." "Circumstantial evidence is a very tricky thing," answered Holmes thoughtfully. "It may seem to point very straight to one thing, but if you shift your point of view a little, you may find it pointing in an equally uncompromising manner to something entirely different." And seemingly opposed to this is the opinion of the great detective John W. Murray, who says, "I believe in circumstantial evidence. I have found it surer than direct evidence in many, many cases. Where circumstantial evidence and direct evidence unite, of course the result is most satisfactory. There are those who say that circumstances may combine in a false conclusion. This is far less apt to occur than the falsity of direct evidence given by a witness who lies point blank, and who cannot be contradicted save by a judgment of his falsity through the manner of his lying. Few people are good liars. Many of them make their lies too probable, they outdo truth itself. To detect a liar is a great gift. It is a greater gift to detect the lie. I have known instances where, by good fortune, I detected the liar, then the lie, and learned the whole truth simply by listening to the lie and thereby judging the truth. There is no hard and fast rule for this detection. The ability to do it rests with the man. It is largely a matter of instinct. While Mary E. Wilkins in The Long Arm voices the same theory with equal cleverness. Crime detection is not a secret art. Anybody can do it if he has the wits and the time and patience to get at all the facts, and if he knows enough of the ways of men and women. It sounds like boasting to say so much, but it isn't. We all fail too often to be vain, and when I fail, I always say, I couldn't get at all the facts, or I didn't know enough about the sort of people concerned. Zangwill too states these principles clearly. "Pray, do not consider me impertinent, but have you ever given any attention to the science of evidence?" "How do you mean?" asked the Home Secretary, rather puzzled, adding with a melancholy smile, "I have had to lately. Of course, I've never been a criminal lawyer, like some of my predecessors, but I should hardly speak of it as a science. I look upon it as a question of common sense." "Pardon me, sir, it is the most subtle and difficult of all the sciences. It is, indeed, rather the science of the sciences. What is the whole of inductive logic as laid down, say, by Bacon and Mill, but an attempt to appraise the value of evidence, the said evidence being the trails left by the Creator, so to speak? The Creator has, I say it in all reverence, drawn a myriad red herrings across the track, but the true scientist refuses to be baffled by superficial appearances in detecting the secrets of nature. The vulgar herd catches at the gross apparent fact, but the man of insight knows that what lies on the surface does lie. So, realizing the importance of the presentation of evidence as one of the prime factors in our work, let us endeavor to gain a working comprehension of the subject and use it with discrimination and discernment. End of chapter 22.
Chapter 23 of the Technique of the Mystery Story. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Technique of the Mystery Story by Carolyn Wells. Chapter 23. Structure. In the construction of our story, we must consider the question of 1. Length. First, and in the opinion of many authorities best, there is the short story. With exceptions, the best mystery stories are short stories. A short story lends itself peculiarly to a mystery plot, principally because it is not easy to keep wonder and curiosity alive through a long story. Again, many detective stories fall naturally into the length of a novelette, say 30,000 words. Then there is a 2 or 3 part story which differs from the novelette in construction, even when of the same length. Another form is the serial, in which each installment must have its own climax, all leading to the final surprise. And last of all, there is the full-sized book, where the interest may or may not be broken before the denouement and solution. 2. The short story and the novel. Of making many books concerning and dissecting the short story there is no end, as many probably there are regarding the construction of the novel. And between these two forms, they tell us, there is a great gulf fixed. But the fixing of this gulf is largely a matter of opinion, and the opinions are somewhat diversified. One writer explains the intrinsic difference between a short story and a story that is merely short. He holds that a short story is by no means a condensed novel, but is different in kind from a novel. The novelette, however, he contends, is a brief novel. Another writer, following this distinction, goes so far as to say that were the novelette condensed to 1/2 or less of its usually accepted length, it would still be a novel and not a short story. Conversely, were a short story expanded indefinitely, it could never become a novel. The foundation of this distinction lies in the principle that a short story is founded on a unity of impression. It relates more or less definitely a single episode, while a novel is a series of correlated episodes bearing on a single motive. The number of words in a piece of fiction has absolutely no part in determining its nomenclature. Poe's distinction that a novel cannot be read at a sitting and a short story can, is not entirely valid, for a sitting is surely a most uncertain division of time. To the busy man a sitting may be half an hour, to the idle woman it may be half a day, while to the shut in it is continuous and interminable. Moreover, in the case of a thrilling mystery story, a reader's sitting would be prolonged, even in spite of imperative duty calls, because of the desire to reach the solution of the mystery. Again, as a distinction, we are told that the novel is expansive and the short story intensive. Perhaps an illustration might be made by likening the novel to a map of the United States, and the short story to a single state on the map, viewed under a magnifying glass. But these differentiations regarding short stories and novels are fully explained and discussed in books exclusively devoted to such technique. And though the fine distinction therein drawn are of highest importance to other branches of fiction, they are almost, if not entirely, negligible in the case of detective stories. For the inherent difference between a novel and a short story is one of plot, whereas, since detective stories have but one solitary plot, the problem and its solution, the difference in the detective short story or the detective novel is merely that of length. 3. Singleness of plot in the detective story. The single plot that makes a detective story may be likened to an accordion. It may be pulled out to an extraordinary length or compressed to a minimum. A detective novel may have minor complications, more characterization, and more elaborate setting. But the plot must not vary from the plot of a detective short story, being only the propounding of the riddle and the revealing of its answer. The longer the story, the more numerous and bewildering the conditions of the riddle and the windings of the maze, but all tend definitely to the one end, the answer. In a short story, the plot rushes on breathlessly, bare and straight to its end. In a novelette there is more room for sidelights, more time for slower development, and more scope for minor issues, while a full-sized book still further amplifies these possibilities. But in these three forms the main thread must go on without halt, in an ever-rising crescendo of interest to the climax. If the work is to be published in 2 or 3 parts, or if it is a longer serial, then the plan is so far changed as to present a definite climax at the end of each installment. But these must be all minor climaxes, and all bearing successively and cumulatively on the final revelation. 4. The question of length. Now, in writing detective fiction, unlike other kinds, the length of his story is entirely at the option of the author. For the detective plot possesses the characteristics of a piece of string. It differs from its fellows only in length. The story of the Moonstone could have been told in 100 pages, but Wilkie Collins gives it 500. The Murders in the Rue Morgue could have been a full-sized book, as well as the Leavenworth case. The inquest scene in the latter fills 70 pages, while Poe's story details the inquest in 6 pages. Conan Doyle's stories are short because he uses the single incident of the crime and the single impression of its solution with an absence of any detail not absolutely necessary. Sherlock Holmes himself, who is often a medium for his author's views, says that he could do in 24 hours detective work on which Lecoq occupied 6 months. This is true enough, but the reason is that, as we have previously pointed out, Lecoq figured in a novel, while Sherlock Holmes had to do his work expeditiously in the confines of a short story. Gaboriau chose to write novels, and so in connection with the problem and its solution he makes use of side issues of all sorts, even including the past history of his characters, subordinate plots, and various byways of conjecture or misleadings. So we see the length of a mystery story is entirely at the pleasure of the performer, without the hampering rules laid down for writers of other types of fiction. Say the plot depends on a cipher interest. Conan Doyle did the story of the dancing men in a short story. Poe's Gold Bug is a novelette, while James DeMille's The Cryptogram is a very long book. It may be, because detective stories are the work of artisans rather than artists, that they can be fitted to such a Procrustean bed of literature. But though a sponge may be the size of your head or compressed to the size of your fist, it is the same sponge, and comprises and includes the same material and value. Of course, this general principle must be taken with limitations. Some of Conan Doyle's short stories could not be made into satisfactory books, while others could easily be. As in other fiction, a slight incident is not enough for a novel, but a great incident is. A missing Christmas goose might not be of sufficient interest to fill a book, when a murder mystery is. Perhaps we may say a simple mystery indicates a short story length, while a complex riddle, or one made complex by side issues, means a novel. And yet it is here that art steps in. A master hand can make a great interest out of a simple mystery, where a tyro could not succeed. Generally speaking, the short story must differ from the novel in scope and structure. In detective fiction it differs in scope only, for the main structure is always the same. Writers of the technique of fiction tell us that another difference between the short story and the novel lies in the fact that the novel must be a love story, while the short story need not deal with romance at all. Applied to detective fiction, this may be adapted to mean that a love interest is possible, though not imperative, in a novel or a novelette. But a short story has no reason for romance and no room for it, unless it is a necessary premise to the conditions of the story. As a matter of absolute measurement, perhaps we may call 4,000 words an ideal length for a short story. A novelette should be 30 or 35,000 words long, while a book may run as near as you wish to 100,000 words. The length of Poe's Gold Bug, nearly 15,000 words, would not be an acceptable size to editors of the present day. And though great writers may be a law unto themselves in this matter, it is wise to arrange a story in accordance with the editor's preferences. Houdini the magician, in speaking of his own principles of legerdemain, said, "It is more difficult to support admiration than to excite it, and so it is more difficult to hold an intellectual curiosity than to arouse it." In his introduction to an excellent collection of mystery stories, Mr. Julian Hawthorne has written so discerningly on this subject that we quote from his article: "I need hardly point out that there is a distinction and a difference between short riddle stories and long ones, novels. The former require far more technical art for their proper development. The enigma cannot be posed in so many ways, but must be stated once for all. There cannot be false scents, or but few of them. There can be small opportunity for character drawing, and all kinds of ornament and comment must be reduced to their very lowest terms. Here, indeed, as everywhere, genius will have its way, and while a merely talented writer would deem it impossible to tell the story of the Gold Bug in less than a volume, Poe could do it in a few thousand words, and yet appear to have said everything worth saying. In the case of the Sherlock Holmes tales, they form a series, and our previous knowledge of the hero enables the writer to dispense with much description and accompaniment that would be necessary had that eminent personage been presented in only a single complication of events. Each special episode of the great analyst's career can therefore be handled with the utmost economy, and yet fill all the requirements of intelligent interest and comprehension. But as a rule, the riddle novel approaches its theme in a spirit essentially other than that which inspires the short tale. We are given, as it were, a wide landscape instead of a detailed genre picture. The number of the dramatis personae is much larger, and the parts given to many of them may be very small, though each should have his or her necessary function in the general plan. It is much easier to create perplexity on these terms, but on the other hand, the riddle novel demands a power of vivid character portrayal and of telling description, which are not indispensable in the briefer narrative. The fault of all riddle novels is that they inevitably involve two kinds of interest, and can seldom balance these so perfectly that one or the other of them shall not suffer. The mind of the reader becomes weary in its frequent journeys between human characters on one side and the mysterious events on the other, and would prefer the more single-eyed treatment of the short tale. Wonder, too, is a very tender and short-lived emotion, and sometimes perishes after a few pages. Curiosity is tougher, but that too may be baffled too long, and end by tiring of the pursuit while it's yet in its early stages. Many excellent plots, admirable from the constructive point of view, have been wasted by stringing them out too far. The reader recognizes their merit, but loses his enthusiasm on account of a sort of monotony of strain. He wickedly turns to the concluding chapter, and the game is up. The Woman in White, by Wilkie Collins, was published about 1860, I think, in weekly instalments, and certainly they were devoured with insatiable appetite by many thousands of readers. But I doubt whether a book of similar merit could command such a following to day, and I will even confess that I have myself never read the concluding parts, and do not know to this day who the woman was, or what were the wrongs from which she so poignantly suffered. Stories which ought to be shorter are sometimes made into novels by long and often tedious interpolations. A Study in Scarlet, one of Conan Doyle's best stories, is unduly spun out by an interpolation which lasts from page 110 to 184. Likewise, Gaboriau's The Mystery of Orcival has an interpolation from page 104 to 188. These extraneous narratives usually go back and tell of an episode that happened years before the scene of the story, and they are both uninteresting and inartistic. As a rule, an author of detective fiction writes either short stories or novels, but rarely both. Conan Doyle's only mystery novel is The Hound of the Baskervilles, while Gaboriau and Anna Katharine Green invariably write novels. So we conclude that length is a matter of taste, and the detective fiction writer may use his own judgment as to the length of his works. 5. The narrator in the detective story. The teller of the detective story is an important factor in its technique. Many a good plot is spoiled because it is narrated by the wrong person. Poe, with his quick sense of fitness, chose the narrator best calculated for the exploitation of his clever Dupin. This was a stroke of real genius, for the reader becomes acquainted with the principal through the subordinate. He is taught to look upon the work of a detective intelligently, taught to appreciate and understand it. He knows when it is time to applaud, because the narrator tells him. It is a pity that this narrator is nameless, for as Mrs. Harris, with even less personality, is a household word, so his name would have been. It is this narrator who rouses our interest, tantalizes our impatience, and piques our curiosity, in harmony with his own halting, almost unbelieving observance of the marvels revealed to him. He teaches us to be amazed at the proper time, and then at the proper time he explains what so amazed us. Dr. Watson, narrator of the Sherlock Holmes stories, is a parallel character, though in no sense an imitation or plagiarism. The conditions of the revelations to be made require just such a person to make them, and without a doubt Sherlock Holmes would have had his Dr. Watson, even if Dupin had never had his. Aside from the glory and honor cast upon the hero by this humble but adoring satellite, this means of narration has another decided advantage. Since the detective confides in his friend or not, as he chooses, the author can reveal or conceal facts as he chooses, and so mislead the reader at will. What the subordinate does not know he cannot tell, and thus is the secret preserved. Again, the subordinate, being but fallible, may surmise mistakenly. So then does the reader, and again the author's ends are served. Sometimes the author prefers that the tale be told in the third person, but even so the character of Harris is still usually in evidence. Often he is a reporter, for this gives him opportunity to go uninvited, yet free from the stigma of idle curiosity, into the scenes of interest. A reporter, eager for a scoop for his paper, sets a fine example of alert interest and close scrutiny for the reader to profit by. In the foreword to The Silent Bullet, the hero detective picks out his reporter and tells him how useful he will be to him in his work. The Thinking Machine has the reporter Hutchinson Hatch, while Rouletabille has a clever reporter named Sainclair. Of course, the story may be told directly from the mouth of the author, but the proportion of this manner of telling is not so large in detective story work as in other fiction, because there are secrets to be preserved. Not only the main secret of the mystery, but also the secrets of what the strange proceedings of the detective may mean. and if the author is telling the tale, it is manifestly difficult for him to preserve an ingenious and veracious manner, though this may be done if the author maintains a certain aloofness and an arbitrary standard of what to tell and what not. Gaboriau's stories are all told in the third person. So are Du Boisgobey's and many of Anna Katharine Green's. Gaston Leroux uses this form, and so does Mr. Webster in The Whispering Man. The Moonstone is a conglomeration of forms. The narrator is changed to suit the needs of the author, and the book is made up of the stories of the diaries of several people interested. The Woman in White follows the same narrative method. The Leavenworth case is also told by various people, and sometimes in diary form. While not always effective in other fiction, the diary is a most useful form for detective stories, for secrets can be confided to a diary, and though thus revealed to the reader, they are not disclosed to the other characters in the book, which is frequently a necessary condition. While never used for the whole book, the diary form often appears on certain pages of the story. The Mystery of the Yellow Room, The Hound of the Baskervilles, and many of our best authors' works show more or less of the useful and often necessary diary form. But whatever narrator is chosen, let the choice be made after careful consideration of the conditions of the story. If there is a great surprise which must be concealed until the end, the narrator must be kept in ignorance of it until the end. If the story hinges on the marvelous brainwork of a transcendent detective, give him a Dr. Watson to expatiate on it and to be awed by it. If a scientific or other straightforward recital of procedure, it may be told by the author. These points can best be learned and understood by reading the works of the best authors, and noting what kind of narrator they choose, and why. 6. The setting. The setting of the story will of course depend on the plot, but other things being equal, do not choose too low life for your scenes. The facts of a murder are in themselves sufficiently unattractive to make it unnecessary to add to the distastefulness of the story by unpleasant surroundings. Let the people in your story be at least fairly well to do, of at least moderately good position, and of a decent education. Unless absolutely necessary to have it otherwise, let the house or the scene of the crime be attractive or interesting. And let even the subordinate characters be of refined and intelligent type. For one reader who enjoys tales of slum life, there are a dozen who prefer ladies and gentlemen, if not lords and ladies. It may be argued that murders or other crimes do not occur in high life as frequently as among the lower classes. This point may be open to discussion, but it would make no difference what the decision might be. Detective stories are not realistic, and if the author choose to have his murder committed in a community of gentlefolk, he is entirely at liberty to do so. It goes without saying that the locality and social customs of the story must be those with which the author is familiar. A detective story depends so much on the logic and plausibility of its conditions that a vague or uncertain touch on the practical or material details greatly mars the effect. Let us see to it, then, that our setting and our atmosphere are free from mistake or anachronism. Economy of attention demands that we keep the reader's mind wholly intent on the solution of the problem, and this may not be done if we allow questionable or contradictory work on the minor interests. End of chapter 23.
Chapter 24 of The Technique of the Mystery Story. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Technique of the Mystery Story by Carolyn Wells. Chapter 24. Plots. 1. The plot is the story. As we have seen, the detective story, short or long, has but one plot, the problem and its solution. No matter what elaboration may be introduced, the skeleton of the plot is the same, and it is this simplicity of construction, this straight and narrow path of procedure, that makes the writing of detective stories both easy and hard. Mr. Bliss Perry eliminates the necessity in some stories, and by some writers, for any characterization or setting whatever. He says in A Study of Prose Fiction, "If its plot be sufficiently entertaining, comical, novel, thrilling, the characters may be the merest lay figures, and yet the story remains an admirable work of art. Poe's tales of ratiocination, as he loved to call them, like The Gold Bug, The Purloined Letter, or his tales of pseudoscience, like A Descent into the Maelstrom, are dependent for none of their power upon any interest attaching to character. The exercise of the pure logical faculty, or the wonder and the terror of the natural world, gives scope enough for that consummate craftsman." And in his Talks on Writing English, Arlo Bates observes, "There is a crude, popular idea that the refinements of literary art are wasted, at any rate upon the general reader. So many books succeed, at least temporarily, which can make no slightest pretense to any grace of manner, and which have not even the merit of reasonable accuracy, that the student is apt to feel that these things are superfluous." But we have shown earlier in the book that while a detective story, even if poorly written, may interest and amuse, it is not literature unless it shows that superiority of intellectual attainment demanded by the critics or scholars. 2. Constructing the plot. But referring now to the plot, let the young writer be careful that he plans his story with absolute logic and sequence. Poe tells us that it is his design to render it manifest that no one point in its composition is referable either to accident or intuition, that the work proceeded step by step to its completion with the precision and rigid consequence of a mathematical problem. We accept Poe as the master in his field of fiction, and we can do no better than to study both his own stories and his essays in criticism of them. He makes this definite statement regarding the plotting of a story: "Nothing is more clear than that every plot worth the name must be elaborated to its denouement before anything be attempted with the pen. It is only the denouement constantly in view that we can give a plot its indispensable air of consequence or causation, by making the incidents, and especially the tone at all points, tend to the development of the intention." In building a story, then, let us construct it entirely from start to finish before beginning its actual diction. Construct the plot backward if need be, but see to it that every incident and every episode, every speech of the characters, and every hint of the author have their direct bearing on the statement of the problem or the quest of its solution. Here is another valuable point in construction given to us by Poe. The design of mystery, however, being once determined upon by an author, it becomes imperative, first, that no undue or inartistical means be employed to conceal the secret of the plot, and secondly, that the secret be well kept. Now, when at page 16 we read that the body of poor Mr. Rudge the steward was found, months after the outrage, etc., we see that Mr. Dickens has been guilty of no misdemeanor against art in stating what was not the fact. Since the falsehood is put into the mouth of Solomon Daisy, and given merely as the impression of this individual and of the public, the writer has not asserted in his own person, but ingeniously conveyed an idea, false in itself, yet a belief in which is necessary for the effect of the tale, by the mouth of one of his characters. The case is different, however, when Mrs. Rudge is repeatedly denominated the widow. It is the author who himself frequently so terms her. This is disingenuous and inartistical, accidentally so, of course. An exactly parallel idea to this may be noticed in the Leavenworth case. Harwell, the private secretary, is a witness at the inquest. Also, he is the murderer. In the very beginning of the book, the question is put to him, "You are the person who last saw Mr. Leavenworth alive, are you not?" We are then told that the young man raised his head with a haughty gesture that well nigh transfigured it, and replied, "Certainly not. I am not the man who killed him." Now, he was the man who killed him, and had the author told the reader he was not, it would have been infringing on the rights of the reader. But it is perfectly legitimate that the character in the book should make this false statement by way of not incriminating himself. By this device, the reader is not only convinced that this Harwell is innocent, but feels a warming sympathy towards the suspected man. Harwell's status now being established in the reader's mind as that of injured innocence, he is at liberty to figure prominently all through the book, yet never arouse the reader's sleeping suspicion until the author so wills it. This point is a strong one to a conscientious writer of detective fiction. To learn at the end of the volume that the real culprit is the person who has been before you throughout, but whom you never have dreamed of suspecting. Anna Katharine Green is an adept in the use of this plan, and surpasses most other writers in her ability to carry her unsuspected criminal straight through the book to the last page. In reading Hand and Ring, who would guess that Lawyer Orcutt was the murderer of Mrs. Clemens? The thrilling story goes on, and the reader successively suspects Hildreth, Mansell, or any character in the book, rather than Orcutt, the grave and aristocratic lawyer. It is this surprise, when at last the identity of the criminal is learned, that is the crux of the detective story. Observation and deduction, though important in interest, are side issues of the plot, which must bend all else to the final surprise. In The Whispering Man, who would guess or even deduce that the clever detective is himself the criminal? Note how deftly he is introduced to the reader, because he is destined to play a large and most dramatic part in the solution of the mystery, and his queer, brilliant, eccentric personality is to appear very often in the ensuing pages. But this hint gives the reader no suspicion that the man thus introduced is really the criminal, nor does he suspect it until the very last. This book is rather more subtly constructed than Hand and Ring, in that the motive for the crime is shown in the beginning of the book, though so skillfully veiled that even an experienced reader might be excused for not discerning it. The author, Henry Kitchell Webster, calls this his favorite of all the books he has written. He says, and very truly, that he has played fair with his readers, giving them every bit of information, all the clues to the identity of the person who committed the crime, that he himself has, but managing to lead their attention away from the real culprit until the desired moment for climax and revelation has arrived. In this kind of story, when the big smash comes, the reader should be able to go back in the story, and having reread all that goes up to the climax, be able to unravel each clue which leads to the climax. This is the true spirit of the writer of detective fiction. 3. Maintaining suspense. Another and very necessary point to remember is that the mystery must be of sufficient interest to be worth unraveling. To quote Anna Katharine Green on her methods of construction, "I must have a central idea which appeals to my imagination, and an end of such point or interest that the reader will feel that it justifies the intricacies which are introduced to hold it back. In other words, the heart of the labyrinth must be worth reaching." This, of course, refers especially to books where more intricacies must be introduced than a short story. Mr. Burton E. Stevenson, a successful writer of detective fiction, professes these principles. First, to play fair with the reader, the cards must all lie on the table. It isn't honest to keep any up your sleeve, and the problem is to surprise the reader by the unexpected way in which you combine them. The reader must have before him all the facts which the solver of the mystery has, and then the solver must get there first. I also refuse to make any person act suspiciously without cause. If the person is innocent, there is no reason why he should behave as though he were guilty. I think perhaps my particular trick is to keep the reader in suspense, not so much as to what is going to happen, as to how it is going to happen. I may add that it also seems necessary to me that every mystery should be approached from at least two angles. Say, an amateur detective and a professional one, for instance, and that a great part of the interest of the story lies in the conflict between them, victory leaning first towards one and then towards the other. When I start a story, I write it clear through, working regularly every day, though it takes the lash sometimes, and then going back to do the dovetailing. There must be no loose ends. Every joint must fit, and there must be no superfluous lumber. A detective story ought to run a swift, straight course from start to finish. It isn't a leisurely stroll through the country. It's a 100-yard dash. And you may have noted that in The Boule Cabinet there isn't a hint of love interest. Love interest is dead weight, unless it is essential part of the plot. And one can't carry much dead weight and win a 100-yard dash. Mr. Stevenson succinctly expresses the true principle of detective fiction, and by adhering to these, the young writer is traveling in the right path. Dr. Neville Monroe Hopkins, whose detective Mason Brandt operates in The Strange Case of Dr. North and other novelettes, writes thus on the same subject. I endeavor to start right off with action and to maintain it throughout, introducing such interesting characters and atmospheres as I can. I try to have a novel plot, and to make most of the characters talk to each other in a direct manner, and to have some of the meeting places, at least, rather gruesome. I endeavor also to have a golden thread of love and romance running from start to finish, upon which to string the more unwholesome elements which are necessary to contribute effectively to the phases of mystery. I believe always in writing deductively, in visiting queer places, and in accumulating acquaintances among police officials, doctors, lawyers, coroners, and the like. So, we see that the advisability of romance in detective stories is a matter of opinion, and opinions differ among the authorities. But the love interest, if not overdone, may be left to the discretion of the author, remembering that the mystery is the primary interest. Henry Kitchell Webster gives perhaps a more definite formula than those above quoted. 4. Planning the story. Before writing, 1. Plan original crime, method, and motive of the murderer. 2. Create, with this as a nucleus, subplots relating to several persons who by coincidence are drawn to the place or are connected with the victim in different ways. Then write 1. Introduction. 2. Murder discovery. 3. Then take up the least likely suspect first, followed by others. 4. Hero detective enters, decides, arrests, and explains. Mr. Gillette Burgess constructs his stories by architectural diagrams. The first story in his book, The Master of Mysteries, published anonymously, is The Missing John Hudson. We subjoin its preliminary plan. Another well-known writer gives this very definite formula. 1. Preliminaries. Status quo. Introduction of dramatis personae. 2. Birth of plot. Assembly of actors and assignment of parts. 3. Tentative separation of sheep from goats, intentionally misleading. 4. The crime. Shot into the story like a bomb. 5. Gropings for murderer on part of the police, coroner, friends, relatives, and amateur detective. 6. Failure of everybody. Call in transcendent detective. 7. He glances about, announces that the facts are thus and so, and proves that the facts are thus and so. 8. Discreet removal of the villain by suicide, accident, or otherwise. 9. Marriage of the girl to the amateur detective. This is invariable and imperative. The last item is in satiric vein, for among our best writers, it is not considered imperative. All of the foregoing formulae, kindly contributed by their authors, cannot fail to be of use to the beginning writer of detective stories. They all agree in the principal points, and are quite in line with Poe's strict laws. The rights of the reader must be kept in mind by the author. It is not fair to mislead the reader until he is up against a blank wall. A false clue must lead in an obvious and seemingly logical direction. Then the false clue must be detected as a natural consequence of the mistaken lead, and the right clues brought into view. It is not fair to make an innocent character appear guilty or vice versa, but it is quite right if the character make himself appear so. A witness who stammers and hesitates may be guilty or may be innocently embarrassed. That is for the reader to judge. And just in proportion to the cleverness and subtlety of the author's inventive genius will the reader be duly and rightfully bewildered or misled, and the game will be well played. Professor Max Dessoir, in a very fine article on the psychology of conjuring, writes as follows. By awakening interest in some unimportant detail, the conjurer concentrates that attention on some false point, or negatively diverts it from the main object, and we all know the senses of an inattentive person are pretty dull. When causing the disappearance of some object, the conjurer counts 1, 2, 3, because the attention of the public being diverted to 3, they do not notice what happens at 1 and 2. A specially successful method of diversion is founded on the human craze for imitation. The conjurer counts on this in many cases. He always looks in the direction where he wants the attention of the public, and does everything himself which he wants the public to do. If the trick is in the left hand, the conjurer turns sharply to the person to the right, presuming correctly that the spectators will make the same movement, and will not notice what is going on in the left hand. Every sharp, short remark will, for a moment at least, divert the eyes from the hands and direct them to the mouth, according to the above-mentioned law of imitation. These most valuable directions may be helpfully adapted to the writing of detective stories. The author is, in a way, a conjurer, with an avowed intent to hoodwink his audience. Detective stories call for logic, plausibility, and a true sense of proportion. Literary ability is to be desired, but before that, there must be power of deduction and a perfect sense of values. 5. The question of humor. If romance is out of place in a detective story, humor is even more so. With the exception of the whimsical De Quincey and the waggish Zangwill, few can write or read about murder with any touch of humor. The best detective stories are absolutely void of it, and except in the hands of a whimsical genius, it is entirely out of place. Mr. Zangwill wrote only one detective story, but that one is unique, and in plot far and away cleverer than any tale of a transcendent detective. Though professing to care little for this detective story of his, he says in the preface to its second edition, "Big Bow Mystery seems to me an excellent murder story, as murder stories go, for while as sensational as most of them, it contains more humor and character creation than the best. Indeed, the humor is too abundant. Mysteries should be sedate and sober. There should be a pervasive atmosphere of horror and awe, such as Poe manages to create. Humor is out of tone. It would be more artistic to preserve a somber note throughout. But I was a realist in those days, and in real life mysteries occur to real persons with their individual humors, and mysterious circumstances are apt to be complicated by comic." 6. Some unique devices. A unique plot in which the unsuspected criminal is ever before us, The Mystery of the Yellow Room by Gaston Leroux. This astonishing story depends on two absolutely original propositions. 1. that the attempt at murder in an inaccessible room occurred long before it was supposed to have done so. The other, that the great and celebrated detective who condescends to take the case is really the criminal. But the workmanship of this story and the several and perfect surprises can only be appreciated by reading it. It was in all probability the great desire of the detective writer to choose for his criminal the character least likely to be suspected that first suggested making the criminal of the story the detective also. Surely the last person the reader would suspect would be the detective. This has been frequently done of late, indeed so frequently as to cause great danger of this plot's losing its effectiveness. For the astute reader, always ready to learn the latest trick, has even now begun to suspect the least likely one for the criminal. In The Accomplice, by F.T. Hill, the criminal is the prosecuting attorney, which is in itself a clever idea, and gives scope for beautifully misleading incidents. In a word, then, marshal your characters tentatively, and select the one seemingly impossible as a criminal. Give him a plausible and adequate motive, give him opportunity, give him intelligence and ability to hide his traces, and then go on using every sidelight and every tiny clue possible, gently to persuade your reader, but never to force him to a false conclusion. And then, at the last, spring your surprise suddenly and drop the curtain at once. Nothing is more annoying to the trained reader than a long chapter of explanation after the revelation. We have sometimes more than one chapter of the dead criminal's written confession, and our wonder and curiosity also being dead, we take little interest in the perusal. Unless this post-mortem confession is inevitable to your plot, so arrange it that the motives and methods are explained just before the climax, instead of just after. Conan Doyle beautifully escaped the situation in A Study in Scarlet by reserving Sherlock Holmes' explanation of his own work until after the long and wearisome interpolation revealing the motive of the crime. The reader waded through or skimmed through those chapters because spurred on by his desire to learn the resolution of the problem to which he knew the answer. But Conan Doyle is not at his best in mystery novels. The short story is his forte. In The Hound of the Baskerville, the author realizes often that the action must be retarded, and Sherlock Holmes, for once in his life, is obliged to bungle. About a third of the way through the book, Holmes indulges in a shrug and a rueful smile. "Snap goes our third thread, and we end where we began," said he. Never in a short story would he have made his third thread snap, nor would he, indeed, have had any third thread. The first would have led to the desired goal. But in a book, threads must be multiplied and snapped and tangled to make the larger web. In The Hound of the Baskerville, we are treated to descriptions of scenery. We learn that rolling pasture lands curved upward on either side of us, and old gabled houses peeped out from amid the thick green foliage. But behind the peaceful and sunlit countryside there rose, ever dark against the evening sky, the long, gloomy curve of the moor, broken by the jagged and sinister hills. In a short story, these things would have been left to the imagination, for lack of room. A further consideration is that, in the book, unnecessary though acceptable characters had to be introduced, such as Selden and his wife's brother. A love interest is introduced around a beautiful Miss Stapleton. The device of Watson's diary report is introduced to delay the decisions of Sherlock Holmes, and the mysterious L.L. is invented for the same reason. But so accustomed is Conan Doyle to the quick action of a short story that these forced delays hamper him. He is, however, exceedingly clever in palming off his own desires for delay upon his characters, as for instance in the following detail of Holmes' character. One of Sherlock Holmes' defects, if indeed one may call it a defect, was that he was exceedingly loath to communicate his full plans to any other person until the instant of their fulfillment. Partly it came, no doubt, from his own masterful nature, which loved to dominate and surprise those who were around him, partly also from his professional caution, which urged him never to take any chances. The result, however, was very trying for those who were acting as his agents and assistants. I had often suffered under it, but never more so than during that long drive in the darkness. The great ordeal was in front of us. At last we were about to make our final effort, and yet Holmes had said nothing, and I could only surmise what his course of action would be. Now, of course, the real reason for Holmes' silence during that long, dark drive was because if he had told all he knew, the story would have ended then and there. As is characteristic of Conan Doyle, the denouement of this story entirely satisfies the reader. The exceedingly bizarre conception of this supernatural hound is logically and rationally explained. Moreover, and the younger writer would do well to note this point, the criminal is summarily and inconspicuously disposed of. It is always unpleasant to contemplate the hanging or the electrocuting of the fiction criminal. For this reason, he not infrequently takes poison, which he has ready in his pocket, as soon as he is discovered, and dies peacefully, close upon the last words of his confession. This is one of the conventions adopted to spare the reader's feelings, for a criminal that can hold the reader's interest throughout the story is often too attractive a character to be permitted a horrible taking off. But these conventions and devices and unwritten laws of the technique of the mystery story can only be learned, or at least can be learned, from the thoughtful reading of the works of the masters in this field. The beauty and value of these creations cannot be appreciated by the casual or untrained reader. Only a connoisseur in the art of detective fiction can appreciate and intelligently enjoy the skill with which a great author plays with his readers. It may be likened to the skilled fisherman playing with trout, or perhaps it is better symbolized by these remarks of the great Hermann when speaking of his handcuff tricks. Common sense alone does not entitle a person to judge completely of the safety of fetters. Only the man who is familiar with the technique of knots and the different ways of tying can express an opinion. To decide whether a closure is right or not requires technical knowledge. Most people imagine that they can go unprepared to a spiritualistic séance and pass a correct opinion on the existence or non-existence of prestidigitization. This standpoint is as childish as when a layman expresses himself on the genuineness of the seal of the Middle Ages, or on the nature of a nervous affection. And so, the reader who is unversed in the arts and crafts of detective fiction cannot be expected to value the skill shown in the great presentations of the problem and its solution. End of chapter 24.
Chapter 25 of the Technique of the Mystery Story. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Henry Elliott, Stillwater, Oklahoma. The Technique of the Mystery Story by Carolyn Wells. Chapter 25. Further Advices. 1. The Use of Coincidences. An error into which the beginning author easily falls is the too lavish use of coincidences. While perhaps the majority of detective stories are founded upon coincidences, they must be made so plausible, so seemingly inevitable, that they shall not appear to be mere coincidences. A modern fiction detective thus frankly admits the value of coincidences in his work. "Don't forget the fortunate coincidences," replied Average Jones modestly. "They're about half of it. In fact, detective work, for all that is said on the other side, is mostly the ability to recognize and connect coincidences." But the reader cannot agree that a frankly announced coincidence makes as good a mystery problem as one where that element is left out. For instance, in The Adventure of Black Peter, in his confession, the criminal relates, "Like a fool I left my baccy pouch upon the table." The pouch so obligingly, even necessarily, left on the table was of course the clue to the criminal. As a further coincidence, this remarkable pouch bore the initials P.C., which quite conveniently pointed to a suspect named Peter Carey, as well as to the real criminal, Patrick Cairns. This being discovered, Sherlock Holmes says naively, "I was convinced that the initials P.C. upon the pouch were a coincidence, and not those of Peter Carey, since he seldom smoked and no pipe was found in his cabin. All of this shows too clearly the author's dependence on a coincidence. In the completed structure, the literary architect should not let his framework show, for it dispels illusion and either prevents or mars surprise. But the whole question of coincidence is too deep and too really scientific to attempt its discussion here. Poe knew it to its last and finest degree, but not everyone could follow its ramifications with the accuracy of his peculiar mind. He says in one instance, "Coincidences 10 times as remarkable as this, the delivery of the money and the murder committed within 3 days upon the party receiving it, happen to all of us every hour of our lives, without attracting even momentary notice. Coincidences, in general, are great stumbling blocks in the way of that class of thinkers who have been educated to know nothing of the theory of probabilities, that theory to which the most glorious objects of human research are indebted for the most glorious of illustrations. Though the theory of probabilities is too abstruse for any but scholars, a general knowledge of the relative values of coincidences is most useful to the writer of detective fiction." Poe says further, "There are few persons, even among the calmest thinkers, who have not occasionally been startled into a vague yet thrilling half-credence in the supernatural by coincidences of so seemingly marvelous a character that, as mere coincidences, the intellect has been unable to receive them. Such sentiments, for the half-credences of which I speak have never the full force of thought, are seldom thoroughly stifled unless by reference to the doctrine of chance, or, as it is technically termed, the calculus of probabilities. Now this calculus is, in its essence, purely mathematical, and thus we have the anomaly of the most rigidly exact in science applied to the shadow and spirituality of the most intangible in speculation. The avenues of thought opened to our minds by these suggestions are fascinatingly attractive, and could we study the matter seriously it would soon put an end to the many widespread fallacies of coincidence, such as receiving a letter from a friend one has been thinking of and ascribing it to telepathy, and like matters. Gaboriau appreciated the futility of depending upon the coincidence. "Don't forget," replied Lecoq, "that the field of conjecture is boundless. Imagine whatever complications you like. I am ready to maintain that such a complication has occurred or will present itself some day." Leuben, a German lunatic, bet that he would succeed in turning up a pack of cards in a certain order stated in a written agreement. He turned and turned 10 hours per day for 20 years. He had repeated the operation 4,246,028 times when he succeeded. But leaving aside these deeper doctrines, let us use coincidence when necessary, carefully veiling it, however, with plausibility. Work up to coincidences until it seems to occur naturally. Invent causes to produce the effects that otherwise would have seemed pure coincidence. 2. The use of melodrama. Another fault to be avoided is the use of melodramatic speech or incident. The day is past when readers are thrilled by the sort of diction that charmed Pomona of Rudder Grange as she read aloud, "Ha, ha, Lord Marmont! Thundered, thou too shalt suffer!" And yet, in A Scandal in Bohemia, we read, "And the papers?" asked the king hoarsely. "All is lost." It is difficult to discover a loss of "the papers" without melodramatic exclamation, but moderate speech of your characters at the time of the appalling discovery is as much as possible. Avoid, too, the use of sentiment. Romance is not now referred to, but other sentiments which, though acceptable in the story of manners, tend to distract the reader of detective fiction. This field recognizes few emotions and no moral, and as a human document it depends for its success upon the primitive instincts of mankind and the material indications thereof. 3. Dullness. Avoid dull and prosy descriptions. If any type of story depends on action and excitement, it is the type we are discussing. Keep before you always the question of your reader's attitude towards your work. Arrest their attention, rouse their curiosity, awake their interest, and you have made your start. Continue to stimulate all these to the highest pitch, and your story is written. Let your final explanation more than satisfy their anticipation, and you have made a success. Build everything toward the final climax, using minor surprises as stepping stones by the way. Continually produce the unexpected. Persistently lead the reader to believe one thing, and then suddenly convince him that he ought to have known it was another. Use every art and craft that in you lies to mislead him, but in such a way that when he is turned back to the right path he will vow he misled himself. Remember the two great principles. You have your facts as straight and true as a mathematical proposition, and to have your fancies as fascinating and elusive as a fairy tale. In a word, the ideal writer of detective fiction should be the child of Euclid and Scheherazade. 4. Unique plots and their solubility. Disdaining or tiring of the regulation plot, some writers have branched off into erratic forms. This may be done with a wonderfully fine effect if done perfectly, but only a genius, and an experienced one at that, should attempt it. Perhaps the most brilliant achievement of this sort is Zangwill's Big Bow Mystery. As this book is now out of print, it may be well to state briefly its plot. A widowed landlady, a Mrs. Drabdump, after repeated knockings on the bolted bedroom door of her lodger, Arthur Constant, fails to awaken him. Terrified by vague fears of tragedy, she rushes across the street to implore the help of a neighbor, Mr. Goodman. He returns with her, and together they break in the bolted door of Constant's bedroom. A horrible sight meets Mrs. Drabdump's eyes, as she discovers the young man dead in his bed with his throat cut from ear to ear. Both windows are fastened, the door, until burst in, was both locked and bolted, and there is no other opening in the room. Add to this the fact that no razor or weapon of any sort can be found, and the problem seems insoluble. What is probably the best jury scene in fiction concludes logically that since the room could not have been entered by any intruder, it could not be murder and must be suicide. It also concludes logically that since no weapon is found, and the doctors declare that the wound could not have been self-inflicted, it could not be suicide and must be murder. This ingenious deadlock forms the nucleus of the story, which is elaborated with cunning skill and marvelous subtlety. The most experienced reader is not prepared for the surprising denouement, which shows that the murder was committed by Mr. Grodman after he broke open the door, and had been deliberately planned by him beforehand. Stated thus barely, the plot seems incredible, but as written by Mr. Zangwill, it is plausible, convincing, and intensely interesting. After all, detective stories depend upon the ingenuity of the author. In the best, intellect is paramount. Characters judged by other standards may seem unreal without disturbing the reader's equanimity, provided the chain of causation is kept logically perfect. Characters judged by other standards may seem unreal without disturbing the reader's equanimity, provided the chain of causation is kept logically perfect. The disregard of this axiom has resulted in many failures. Gaboriau, not content to write a mere tale of mystery, tries to convert it to a well-rounded novel. But the most notable recent instance of the thing was the endeavor by Gaston Leroux in The Perfume of the Lady in Black, the sequel to The Mystery of the Yellow Room. Without knowing quite why, readers found their interest in it flagging. In some respects it is the subtlest story of its kind. The shifting semi-tropical atmosphere is finely caught and ought a priori to add intensity to the central mystery of doubtful identity. The mystery itself is developed with rare psychological insight, and the relation between a mother and son is so acutely defined as to make a certain noticeable halt in the process of detection seem perfectly natural. Yet impatience with the story is inevitable. From habit the reader holds his attention in readiness for running down a crime, for that and nothing more, and his mind relaxes when outlying material is brought in. Dr. Harry Thurston Peck says, "The indispensable condition of a good mystery is that it should be able and unable to be solved by the reader, and that the writer's solution should satisfy. Many a mystery runs on breathlessly enough until the denouement is reached, only to have the reader with the sense of having been robbed of his breath under false pretenses. And not only must the solution be adequate, but all its data must be given in the body of the story. The author must not suddenly spring a new person or a new circumstance upon the reader at the end. Thus, if a friend were to ask me to guess who dined with him yesterday, it would be fatuous if he had in mind somebody of whom he knew I had never heard. Irrespective of all else, it is the mystery that arouses curiosity to the pitch of demanding explanation that counts. By few has it been played with a skill like that of Wilkie Collins, who, with little characterization or sentiment, without creating individuals of fiction whom we remember, or whose sayings we quote, could hold the attention of the novel-reading world with his Woman in White, or set them eagerly agog to find the whereabouts of the mysterious diamond taken from its eastern sanctuary. For ingenuity of construction, blind leads, bafflings, and sustained interest, the Moonshine stands high in the catalogue of the mysteries of fiction, and the reader was penetrating to a degree who fastened upon Mr. Godfrey Ablewhite the theft. 5. Women as writers of detective stories. Not a few among the best writers of detective fiction are women. That perspicacious critic, Julian Hawthorne, observes, "I have often marveled that women so seldom attempt the form of literature. Many of them possess a good constructive faculty, and their love of detail and of mystery is notorious. Perhaps they are too fond of sentiment, and sentiment must be handled with caution in riddle stories." And a contemporary English essayist thus compliments our foremost American detective story writer: "It may seem curious that women should be successful in a branch of fiction which many would be disposed to pronounce a masculine specialty. Perhaps Mrs. Green has herself supplied the explanation. In one of her best stories, That Affair Next Door, she introduces a very commonplace old maid, like most old maids, curious, secretive, keenly observant of her neighbors' affairs, and fond of speculating about other people's business. Circumstances throw her into the very center of a mysterious crime, and suddenly reveal in her all the qualities of a great detective. All the characteristics which make her a nuisance to her neighbors make her an invaluable ally to the police. The conception is a daring and, I think, a true one. I fancy that the two faculties which the great Sherlock declared to be the prime necessities of the detective, observation and deduction, are feminine rather than masculine faculties. It will hardly be disputed that it is so in regard to the former, while as to the latter, what man ever discovered so much about the inhabitants of the house opposite as any woman will deduce from the shape of their window blinds? Most women quite habitually indulge in the sort of ratiocination that Holmes practiced over the old hat. Be that as it may, Mrs. A.K. Green herself has certainly as much right as any contemporary writer to claim the mantle of Gabreau for stories the excellent technique of which she has put some popular writers on this side of the Atlantic to shame. Anna Catherine Green, who is Mrs. Charles Rolfs in real life, is far and away the best in our home field. She is entirely conversant with all the rules of detective fiction, and her long list of books stands alone at the top shelf. She herself tells an amusing story in connection with her first book, the celebrated Leavenworth case. She wrote this story when quite young, and becoming absorbed in the work, wrote wherever she happened to be, using any kind of stationery that might be at hand, from the finest letter paper to the backs of old envelopes or torn-out ledger leaves. Unheeding the growing length of her story, she kept on until she had every drawer in an old bureau overflowing with its manuscript. Concluding at last, she stuffed all her papers into a large suitcase and sallied forth to a publisher. The first publisher she called upon eagerly accepted the story, but to her regret the young author was obliged to cut out more than 40,000 words of her manuscript. The result was the most popular and the best written detective novel by an American. Other feminine authors have succeeded in this field. Mary E. Wilkins' short story, The Long Arm, conforms to all the conditions required by the unwritten law. Natalie Lincoln in The Trevor Case, and Mary Reinhardt Roberts in The Circular Staircase, have done admirable work, as has also Stella M. During in Love's Pilgrimage. That Mainwaring Affair by A.M. Barber is among the masterpieces of construction, and Florence Warden may be accounted among the best authors of mystery stories in England. The series of short stories by Baroness d'Aukersey and Augusta Groner are as clever as any written by men. But whatever sex the writer, or of whatever manner or style the writing, the one end and aim of the author must be curiosity aroused, increased, and gratified. Other stories, other manners, but the detective story depends solely on this principle. And ever remember Mr. Zangwill's dictum: the mystery story is just one species of story that cannot be told impromptu or altered at the last moment, seeing that it demands the most careful piecing together and the most elaborate dovetailing. End of chapter 25. Further advices. Recording by Henry Elliott, Stillwater, Oklahoma.
Chapter 26 of the Technique of the Mystery Story. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Technique of the Mystery Story by Carolyn Wells. Chapter 26. Final Advices. Until lately, the detective story has not been looked upon as worthy of serious consideration from a technical point of view. But in the minds of many, it has now risen to a place where it calls for standardization. Detective stories in the last half-century have progressed in two directions, good and bad. In fact, they've fairly mushroomed out in all grades of quality. And so, to meet the growing appreciation of a good detective story, it is worthwhile to do one's best in writing them as they should be written. True, hundreds of them are published every year, whose authors belong to the mob of gentlemen who wrote with ease. But although Pope made that very expressive line, he said also, "True ease in writing comes from art, not chance, as those move easiest who have learned to dance." In a recent book on the subject of the game of bridge, the author cleverly designates the grades of bridge players thus: idiots, butchers, tinkers, artists, and necromancers. The student of detective stories will at once recognize that these designations very aptly describe writers of detective fiction. As Poe was the master of this sort of technique, he was of course a necromancer. But the other names to be put in his class are exceedingly few. We have many artists writing detective stories, and many more who may be called tinkers. The lower grades, though voluminous in their output, we will not consider here. 1. General qualities of the detective story. But as a keynote to the story we would write, let us remember that its success depends first of all upon the interest of the mystery. Perhaps the voice of the public, as expressed by the literary critic, best tells us what is desired. To quote from the review of a very recent detective story, "The new physician sets about a stealthy investigation. He finds that in the neighboring house, behind the blue wall, something odd is in progress. The doors are locked against him. The eager question, which keeps the reader hurrying through the 400 pages, is, what will he discover? As often happens, the solution scarcely supports the weight of the mystery. The story is a fantastic tangle, written with polished literary craftsmanship, but it is too ingenious in its opening to live up to its promises. It leaves one disappointed. It is a blot on our escutcheon that we should be accused of often presenting an explanation too slight to support the mystery. Even polished literary craftsmanship cannot make up for the unpardonable sin of a disappointing solution. But this by no means disparages the value of literary excellence. This ought ye to have done, but not to leave the other undone. With all the power that in you lies, make for literary craftsmanship, but strive equally hard to perfect a plot which, though built on accepted even if hackneyed models, has a few points of absolute originality. Notice, in Anna Catherine Green's books, how there is invariably some clever original touch which has never been used before. In, for instance, Initials Only, the young woman is shot, fatally, but no bullet can be found. As we discover later, instead of a bullet, the assassin used an icicle. Could anything be more unexpected? The sharp needle of ice pierced her heart and of course melted immediately and left no trace. But the novel and original touches, though greatly desirable, are incidental to the plot, which should be built on the strong and rational foundations used by our best writers. As examples of excellent construction, read Hand and Ring, The Mystery of a Hansom Cab, The De Bercy Affair, That Mainwaring Affair, or The Accomplice. All of these are plotted entirely in accordance with the best usage, and may serve as models of construction. In the case of short stories, such definite and careful building of the plot is less imperative, as the author has room only for the single incident of the crime, and a short and swift account of its solution. Specially ingenious plots like Big Bow Mystery or The Mystery of the Yellow Room may not be achieved by everyone, but all may pay heed to the soundness of construction required by even the simplest plot. 2. Correctness. As in everything else, the writer should be careful of his diction. In a way, the detective story demands accurate English even more than polished expression. We have seen the word suspicion used as a verb in a story by an educated author. Even Sir Conan Doyle allows his wonderful work to be marred by such slips as inferred for implied, relation for relative, and even an absolute grammatical error when Holmes says, "It would be robbing you of the credit of the case if I was to presume to help you." Again, one frequently meets with such errors as a reference to Frankenstein, when what they really mean is Frankenstein's monster. All of these things are unpardonable, and especially so in a field of literature where accuracy is a prime element. Without overworking the poor words, learn to use intelligently and correctly. Deduce, connote, vital, and incidental, fact and truth, and all of the catchwords that belong to the peculiar conditions of our subject. Even ratiocination. 3. Names. Especial attention should be paid to the names of the characters in our story. If the influence of a right name is felt in real life, how much more so in fiction? In real life, it is a matter of chance or of lucky accident if the baptismal name prove a just and congruous one, suited to the character and the circumstances of the owner. The natural parent may claim forgiveness for error on the score that he could not foresee the possible career of the child whom he may have handicapped at the altar. The author of a work of fiction can make no such plea. His characters should take form in his brain, like Minerva in the skull of Jupiter. They should be armed at all points, and the most vulnerable point of their equipment is an unworthy name. Yet, knowledge of the thing desired does not necessarily lead to its easy discovery. It is a matter for thought, for research, for studious inquiry. Great skill and nicety of perception must be called into play. The effect must not be too crudely palpable. Suggestion, not insistence, is needed. The good old trick which pleased our simpler forefathers, that which consists in merely labeling a character, an ingenuous but not ingenious stratagem, has had its day. It was carried to an extreme in the early English drama, where even Shakespeare gives us such names among his minor characters as mouldy, feeble, shadow, shallow, etc. And it retained its hold on the comic stage down to the time of the Lydia Languishes, the Sneerwells, and the Mrs. Malaprops of Sheridan, the Sir Fopling Flutters of Vanbrugh. While such definitely descriptive names are perhaps not to be used, let us at least choose names that will seem to connote the effect intended. Scientific Sprague is a good name because it is especially descriptive, and perhaps also because it is alliterative. We remember that name when we would not remember LeDroit Connors, who figures in an equally good series of stories. Craig Kennedy does not stick in our memory like the Thinking Machine, and Rouletabille, though expressive in intent, has not the arrestiveness of Raffles. 4. Titles. And if the names of the characters are in their way important, how much more so is the title of the story? When Poe began his stories, no titles were hackneyed, and he was at liberty to use The Murders in the Rue Morgue and The Mystery of Marie Roget without being trite. But, as both these titles have been borrowed hundreds of times, it is wise for the young writer to endeavor to think up an original title. Conan Doyle was an artist at this, and though all of his titles were The Adventure of, the rest of the phrase was so striking as to command interest at once. Whose curiosity would not be aroused by The Adventure of the Speckled Band, or The Adventure of the 5 Orange Pips? Incidentally, Conan Doyle has mentioned a dozen or more attractive titles, to which he has never yet written stories. We wish that we might read of The Adventure of the Paradol Chamber, The Singular Tragedy of the Atkinson Brothers at Trincomalee, and many others of this list of equally fascinating titles. The Darlington Substitution Scandal, The Arnsworth Castle Affair, The Affair of the Amateur Mendicant Society, The Loss of the Sophie Anderson, The Adventure of the Grice Pattersons in Ufa, The Camberwell Poisoning Case, The Dundas Separation Case, The Affair of the Reigning Family of Holland, The Adventure of the Tired Captain, The Trepoff Murder, The Affair of the Netherlands Sumatra Company, The Tankerville Club Scandal, The Case of Mrs. Etheridge, The Affair of the King of Scandinavia, The Manor House Case, The Tarleton Murder, The Affair of the Aluminum Crutch, The Case of Vamberry, the Wine Merchant, Ricoletti of the Club Foot and his Abominable Wife, The Adventure of the Old Russian Woman. But many authors content themselves with The Mystery of Maple Hollow, or The Connolly Case. Such titles as That Mainwaring Affair, That Affair at Elizabeth, That Affair Next Door, are good in their way, but the phrase has been overworked. Some titles are so obvious that they are repeated, probably unwittingly, by various authors. The Long Arm has been chosen as a title by Samuel N. Gardenhire, E. Phillips Oppenheim, Richard Harding Davis, and Mary E. Wilkins. A Mysterious Disappearance appealed to the taste of 3 or 4 authors, while The Corpus Delicti took the fancy of 2 or 3 more. Such titles as The Scales of Justice or Vengeance is Mine are entirely legitimate, though not novel. Titles like those chosen by Anna Catherine Green are much more to be commended. The Woman in the Alcove, The Doctor, His Wife, and the Clock, Initials Only, or One of My Sons, are unique and therefore arrestive. The Trevor Case is a hackneyed style of title, while The Circular Staircase is not. As a general rule, Avoid unpleasant words in a title. Omit the words murder, crime, or blood. These words are inevitable in your text, but unattractive in your title. In fine, do your best to make both matter and manner of your story the best that in you lies, and never for a moment commit the error of thinking that because you are writing a detective story, you may scamp your efforts to achieve good literature. We quote by permission the following advice by Mr. Arlo Bates. Though written for the benefit of young authors in all fields of literature, it may be applied especially to writers of detective fiction. A youth who decides to follow a life of letters will not do amiss to be frank with himself at the start. He may say to his inner self, "I can make money with my pen. It is a business like another. I should find it pleasant, to be sure, to try to produce literature, but I see that it does not pay. I prefer the flesh pots of Egypt, hot, well-filled, highly spiced, to any vague promises of the delights of a far-off and rather doubtful Canaan of art. I will write what people will buy, and I will take my reward as I go, in pleasant applause and good hard cash." Or, if he be of another mind, he may have the hardihood to say to himself something of this sort: "It is true that if I do the best I can in literature, I shall be hard put to it to pay the butcher and the baker. The candlestick maker will dwell in abundance, while by the glimmer of a tallow dip set in the meanest of his wares I wearily, and very likely hungrily, write that which not one man in 1,000 would care to read, and not one woman in 10,000 would think of taking out of the circulating library. There is, moreover, the gravest doubt whether, even after I am dead, and cannot enjoy it if it comes, reputation will crown my work. Yet, in spite of all this, I am so constituted that the delight of doing my best, the pleasure of serving my art, will make up to me for all that I forego in choosing to strive toward literary perfection. I elect to walk while others ride, to be splashed by mud from the carriage wheels of the wife of the man whose rubbish is sold by the 1,000,000 copies and given away with the popular brand of soap. I will starve if it must be, but I will live my own life. Something of one of these decisions it will be well to adopt at the start. When the decision is made, it is to be abided by. A man has no more right to complain at the loss of the thing he deliberately let go than he has to be angry that 2 and 2 make 4. It is true that few are able to make the higher choice without some secret thought, that unacknowledged hope which, all intangible as it is one of the most comforting delusions of life. That hope not put into word even in the most secret chamber of the heart, yet without which so many heroisms would be impossible. Some deeply hidden conviction that fortune will to them be so propitious that all discouraging precedents will be violated. It is so hard for youth to believe that anything it desires is impossible. The ardent young author, working steadfastly in his attic, has a firm faith that fame and fortune will one day be his in abundance. That this dream is so often false is profoundly pathetic. But it is not a vital misfortune, if the man be virile enough not to be soured by disappointment and disillusion. Character is the great stake for which one plays the game of life, and if this is won, the rest is of less, no matter how grave, weight. The failure of literary aspirations is bitter, but the worst is escaped as long as one is able firmly to say, "I chose the pleasure of an unviolated literary conscience, the delight of serving art with my best endeavor, rather than the rewards of meretricious work. I have had what I bargained for, and I stand by that ungrudgingly. If I hoped for a bonus at the hand of fortune, and have not got it, at least I have received the price which I stipulated." The price stipulated in such a bargain with life is at least sure. He who elects to serve literature and to do his best for the pleasure of such doing cannot be robbed of his reward, while he who works for other advantages may, and often does, fail of securing them. He who makes the pleasure of being true to his best instincts his purpose is secure of the satisfaction which comes of nobility of intention and consciousness of high aim, while the man who seeks money and notoriety often comes to grief. A writer may even be willing to stoop at any and every low device to gain popularity, and yet may miss it. It is one thing for a man to be willing to sell himself to the devil, and quite another to induce the devil to pay his price. No man devotes his life to any work without some more or less clearly defined idea of what he shall gain from such a course. The reward of literature is not money, although occasionally that will come in abundance, and in these days usually rewards in moderation any literary labor done at all well. The reward is not reputation, albeit that cannot but be pleasant to any man who wins it, for no sane human being can remain totally indifferent to the approval and applause of his fellows. These things are good, but they are not the true guerdons of art. The real reward of literature is the joy of producing it. There are few earthly delights which can compare with the pleasure of artistic creation. To feel a work grow in the mind and take shape under the hand. To look on a new-found idea as a watcher of the skies when a new planet swims into his ken. To be lifted above whatever is small or petty or annoying, whatever is unsatisfactory in human life, by the power of the creative impulse. That is the true good of the literary worker, and it is a good so great that all others may well seem petty beside it. There is much else which is attractive and desirable: contact with alert minds, familiarity with the thought of the world, and the enjoyment of an artistic atmosphere. But these are less certain, and are really of less importance. The most admirable return for all one's labors that he hath under the sun is the joy of a congenial pursuit and the inspiration of creative effort. This may seem somewhat far from the standards of a workaday world. It is certain that no transports of literary creation will pay the coal bill or settle an account at the grocer's. Necessity knows no law, and a man may be forced to drudgery with the pen as with the pickaxe. To him, however, who is willing and able to sacrifice material to intellectual ends, what I have said is of actual and practical application. End of chapter 26. Recording by Mackenzie Nicole Greenwood. End of The Technique of the Mystery Story by Carolyn Wells.